And I thought Colorado trash was sad.
He lacks the perception necessary
Stream
to
elements.
see a coup coming.
Welcome to my channel.
Kiss my ass and ask me to switch
S.W.Frost
sides?
1 is now live.
Well, you're gonna have
Streaming
to get that
games
tongue in
plus
deep, you
demos.
hear me?
Well,
Wasteland
good
3.
morning world.
Amazing stuff.
Commander
Curiously,
Root.
not the first
Welcome
Wasteland
to my
game.
channel.
The original, released
I'm
all the way back in
S.W.Frost
1988.
Welcome to
made
my channel.
history by essentially
Drapsnap.
inventing post-apocalyptic
Welcome to my channel.
RPGs on a computer.
Discord streamer
At least
community.
That's what this page says.
Welcome
in the
to my
olden
channel.
Times, back when this
Lurks.
industry was much smaller.
Welcome
an
to my
in-depth
channel.
conversation
Zero
about
Axe 2.
would often begin with a
Welcome to my
conversation
channel.
about Wasteland. But
Another
these
viewer.
days, it's the other way around.
Welcome to my
Everyone
channel.
knows what Fallout is.
Kata.
It's part of the gaming mainstream.
Welcome to my channel.
Wasteland in comparison
Rogue One
is
RL.
much more niche. So
Welcome
before
to
we
my
talk
channel.
about the latter, it makes
Nightbot.
sense to have a brief conversation
Welcome to my
about
channel.
the former.
Discord _ streamers
Here is the
_
TLDR. Fallout games
Welcome
come
to
in
my
two
channel.
distinct genres.
Stream
a
for-
classic Fallout is a
Welcome
type of
to my
an RPG
channel.
where the player wanders
Zero
from
One
place
Ella.
to place, solving
Welcome
ethical
to my
problems.
channel.
Should the Vault
Alien
citizens
Gathering.
and the ghouls of Gecko
Welcome to
kiss
my
and
channel.
break up? Do we attempt to improve the human-mutant relations in Broken Hills, or do we add fuel to the fire? Should the people of Reading preserve whatever is left of their sovereignty by aligning themselves with the new Reno gangsters? Wander the wastes, find answers to these and other questions, tell your own story. But that's not the only way of designing a Fallout game. Todd Fallouts have been with us for a long time, and strictly speaking, their existence predates Bethesda's ownership of the series. It would be wrong to say that these games don't care about ethical problems, but it's clearly not the focus. Todd Fallouts are about entertaining you with fun adventure, and the way they do it is by throwing a bunch of ideas at the player in quick succession. A town in a crater built around an unexploded nuke, a community inside a husk of an aircraft carrier, a tower of one-percenters about to be overtaken by ghoul immigrants, a democracy of 9 people. None of these ideas are very developed or explored in depth, because that would be unnecessary or even counterproductive. The features and techniques that make a good classic Fallout are different from the features and techniques that make a good Todd Fallout. Sometimes less is more. Imagine if the Republic of Dave was designed like a Fallout 2 location, with an exposition NPC standing right here near the gate, shitting out paragraph upon paragraph of exposition, abusing semicolons. That would absolutely destroy the pacing. Thank you for sparing us, Master Todd. So, which type of Fallout game is better? Which one is more authentic, sophisticated, monocled? There is an ancient war between the clans of nerd. Typically, Fallouts with classic gameplay are seen as more artistic and valuable. Perhaps this is true. But maybe the reason you think so isn't because it's an intrinsically better way of designing a game, but rather simply because the adventure Fallouts you played weren't well made. Maybe it's less about philosophy and more about craftsmanship. This brings us back to the conversation about Wasteland. The original Wasteland is a game where a bunch of Green Beret-looking dudes beat up oversized toys with proton axes. It's an honorary Todd Fallout. Always was. So when Wasteland 2 was released in 2014, it had a warm reception, but many critics were confused. Nobody actually played the 80s Wasteland, and there was this assumption that it's going to be a return to the gameplay formula of classic Fallout.
Alacidra. Welcome to my channel.
Hello there. Mr. Ramadan. Am I missing something? RDR2 Mar hideout. Oh, that's what it is.
Which it was not. The In Exile devs added to the confusion by using marketing word salad loosely associated with millennial RPG culture. Moral dilemmas, consequences of your actions. And in 2020, all of this happened again.
Why am I arguing policy with a bunch of gun jockeys?
Dear friends, I promise you, Wasteland 3 will be much more enjoyable once you understand that it has little to do with classic Fallout, and instead approach it like you would a Might and Magic game, or a Wizardry game, or a Forgotten Realms game. I really should be using something newer for an analogy. Wasteland 3 is an RPG experience where we meet Santa and explore his workshop slash meth lab with a mass grave full of dead elves hidden in the backyard. What did the devs mean by this? What does it tell us about the human condition? Hey Santa, what can change the nature of a man? The Desert Rangers are wasteland adventurers. They don't have any other politics. It's up to you to fill that space with whatever your hearts of iron contaminated brain desires. We took a lot of casualties during the events of the previous game, so when someone called the Patriarch made us an offer to come work for him in Colorado, we weren't in a position to refuse. Notice how inconsistent the uniforms are. Some rangers look like cops, others like raiders. The expedition gets wiped out. We'll have to rebuild from scratch. Basic character creation
Valentina
tips.
Alcaraz.
Every ranger should have
Welcome
one
to my channel.
weapon skill, like assault rifles, and 2 exploration skills, like lockpicking or toaster repair. You generally don't need more than 2 per individual, because soon after the tutorial is done, the party will grow to 6 people. Later in the game, you'll be adding utility skills, a level of first aid, maybe a few points in weird stuff, or in brawling because it increases the character's speed. Combat saw the most improvement over Wasteland 2, which is good, since combat is roughly 50% of what you do in the game. The turns are noticeably faster now, since enemies are capable of acting simultaneously. Another notable change over the previous game is that most weapon skills now grant access to several weapon types. The shotgun and the handgun skills were merged into small arms, rifles and submachine guns into automatic weapons. Every ranger has 2 weapon slots, so a handgun unit will have a shotgun in the other slot they can switch to at no cost. A small change, but it does add nuance. The leadership skill enables spell casting. There are only 2 spells, but they are powerful. Now, this is a personal preference kind of thing, but in a wasteland game, or in any other game that takes place in a nonsense setting like, say, Saints Row, I prefer to design my characters to be an oasis of normalcy. So let's make our uniforms look realistic and military-like, and red. Welcome to Colorado.
Howdy, Heartlander. I like it best when the deluge of blood happens up close and personal.
You might be asking questions like, who are these guys? What do they stand for? What is the blood deluge? And the answer is, don't worry about it. Don't feel like reading the exposition dump? Well, that's fine. Just click through that shit. You'll absorb all the important stuff through the environment anyway. Take it easy. Don't think too hard. That's the Zen of Wasteland.
3. When there were 50.
The Patriarch wanted a bunch of rent-a-cops, but all he got was a pair of homeless Crusader larpers.
Well done.
The long-abandoned airbase is the new Ranger HQ. It's coming back to life. The main quest revolves around us tracking down our benefactor's rogue children. Vic, the psychopath, leads a gang. Valor, the traitor, a hacker and a nerd. Liberty, the zealot of a political kind. They are somewhere in the wastes, scheming against the Patriarch. Their father wants them back, alive, he says. This is when we finally get to hire more rangers. You are looking at generic characters, but there are more interesting options as well.
Forgive me for saying so, but I'm guessing you folks are going to need as much help in the field as you will here in HQ.
Marshall Kwan, a cop, joins Team November. He is a companion NPC with unique interactions and voice acting, and in the nearby town of Colorado Springs, the second story companion joins the group.
If it's too dangerous for you, Marshals, maybe I should go in there myself.
Lucia
Murphys don't deserve this.
Yeah, Murphy's gonna get what's theirs, don't you mind?
Wait here, girl.
Yeah, Wesson is a gunfighter type of character, representing the people of, well, not exactly the people. They refer to themselves as the 100 Families, the founders of Colorado Springs and its privileged upper class. There were actually 63 families, but that doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well, does it?
Came here for every class trip we ever had. Is Buchanan a man?
The Patriarch's real name is Saul Buchanan.
My uncle tells me you're a man of questionable morals, Mr. Kwan.
That's why I'm on the payroll.
Party banter. Again, we're breaking new ground. The companions were of little narrative significance in the previous game, and it's good to see this changing. The town is a centrally located hub with tons of quests and traders. Our purpose here is to recruit local specialists to staff the ranger base. We need a doctor, a mechanic, someone to run the armory. Welcome to Farron Brigo's Little Vegas, a tourist trap of Colorado Springs, and a place of much choicing and consequencing. Work with the cops against Brigo, and one of them will end up joining the staff at the ranger base. Work with Brigo and get one of his gangsters instead, as well as a massive reputation penalty for shooting local lawmen. The disco robot is helping. Oh yeah, the aimed shot system. Dealing damage to bad guys charges your precision strike meter. This is individual per ranger. Attacking different body parts applies different status effects. Some enemies have unique weak points. The huge-ass flame tank in this instance. It's a very good system. We are in the upper-class district of Neverwinter. Expensive paving, robotic servants, lack of refugees on the streets. This place feels almost pre-war.
An everyday luge. The righteous was spared by God.
The religion in Colorado is called Delugism. It's an offshoot of Christianity. God will bring salvation after a series of apocalyptic events called deluges. 2 have already happened. This is a good time to take advantage of the upgrade system to prepare the party before venturing forth. The weapons are still tier-based, kind of like in Mass Effect 1, with the next tier being almost always superior to the previous. Almost, but not quite. Sometimes you get side grades, weapons that are very good at dealing with specific threats, or weapons that use exotic ammunition available in limited quantities.
Oh yeah, the one with Carmine made that guy talk with just 2 bottle caps and a twist knife.
We observe the result of our recruitment policy back at the ranger base. The armory now looks like a nightclub and is staffed by Italian gangster stereotypes. It's absolutely perfect in every way. The doc will heal our wounds for free, which is important because healing items cost money.
Ready when you are.
Ranger Jody Bell is the only other survivor of the Battle of the Dam. Welcome to Team November. The reason you shouldn't obsess about making suboptimal early game character building choices is because there is always a respec available here at the base. It does cost money, and the price goes up with every sequential respec, but it's manageable.
Robots are autonomous. Animatronics are just machines.
I don't know what those words mean, but I'd still shoot first, ask questions later.
The Ranger Museum. Wasteland 2 also had this feature. As we go through the campaign, it gets filled with exhibits. The jail is also like this, but for NPCs we choose to arrest instead of execute. Enough of fucking around. Let's go explore Colorado. The Kodiak is the Desert Ranger's main vehicle in Wasteland 3, an all-terrain armored personnel carrier with a big-ass gun mounted on the roof. The vehicle is customizable in the garage. Customizations can affect both the aesthetic and functionality.
This is Orestes Dorsey, calling the Rangers.
Pretty much as soon as we step on the world map, the Rangers are hit with an arbitrary binary choice. The Dorseys took a bunch of people hostage in the community to the east. Raiders are attacking a supply caravan to the west. We only have time to save one. I did the Dorseys in my test run, so this time I'm going after the caravan. The Kodiak is incredibly versatile, and it's one of the game's best innovations. The machine is many things. For one, it's a powerful combatant. We can also hide behind it, using it as mobile cover, and we can crush the motherfuckers by driving over them. And if all that isn't enough, it can be equipped with a long-range mortar that shoots debuffs.
How are you feeling, Car?
Unable to process. Please repeat query.
That was Jody the Ranger, party interaction. The game features both random and scripted world map encounters.
Light 'em up. Wow. And I thought Colorado trash was sad.
And you must be Liberty. I suppose these close-ups serve the same function as talking heads from Fallout.
Are you blind? He's letting a crazy cowboy cult control our oil production. Our main trading hub is run by a bunch of idiots in monster masks.
Her ideology is basically that the Patriarch is a soy and a pussy, and she would be much better at oppressing people.
Why am I arguing policy with a bunch of gun jockeys?
The writing in the game can be very charitably described as hit and miss, but the dialogue in the close-ups is good. Almost all quotable lines come from these. Liberty is a late-game threat. We'll have to let her go for now.
Ha! Thank you for your permission. Squad,
Dragonagaganai.
roll out.
Welcome to my channel.
There are non-melodramatic encounters as well.
Fucking Rangers.
This is perhaps not the best example. We sided with the criminals back in Colorado Springs, so Patriarch's cops will refuse to talk to us. Random encounters with merchants are unexpectedly precious, because sometimes you get an opportunity to buy equipment 10 levels higher than what you should have.
Communists are everywhere.
The area to the south of Colorado Springs is called the Bazaar. The natural predators in these parts are mechanized Latino clown raiders. The Bazaar is it's a pre-war mall buried under decades of snow, turned into a trading hub. The place is operated by a gang called the Monster Army. Previously defeated by the Patriarch, they were allowed to maintain a bit of sovereignty. The clowns hate them. One of the ways of getting access to the mall is by going through the adjacent clown dungeon.
The Grand Carnival will consume all!
The dungeon culminates in a boss fight in a church. Do American malls have churches? Most mega churches are located outside city centers, camouflaged into suburban sprawlscapes. Their architecture often mimics that of warehouses, shopping malls, or dome-shaped stadiums. Interesting.
Whoa! Whoa, stop! Where the fuck did you come from?
Eventually we get past the clowns and into the Bazaar proper. It turns out, the Monster Army are not actual monsters. It's a community of well-meaning idiots who don't know how to spell bazaar. Everyone is nice and welcoming.
Come on! Just one person to lend a hand. Oh! Yes. You! Mister! He ain't... All for it!
Cretins.
Girl? It's all right, girl. Okay, girl. Whoa, whoa, easy, girl. Whoa, easy there. Easy there, girl.
Going live on a radio show increases the Rangers' fame in Colorado. There are traders with level-appropriate equipment, there are social activities, and a museum. The third museum we found so far. It's a cool way of showcasing the culture of the community, I guess.
Howdy, Rangers. Sorry about the clowning. Have to keep a low profile.
Angela Death, a veteran desert ranger from Wasteland 1, contacts us to reveal that the Patriarch is possibly a bad person. No shit, NG.
Despite all the dangers, the old desert ranger.
Back in the city, we can observe the consequences of our actions. The caravan we saved was carrying a shipment of power armor, and now all cops in Colorado Springs have some of the best armor in the game. Angela said Buchanan hides something in the vault beneath the Rich People District. That's the same vault where the members of the 100 families survived the war. Stuffed with hired guns, this place is and this is the terminology the game uses, a Patriarch's black site, where he keeps important prisoners.
You'd better be here to rescue me.
Sure thing, Ironclad. I love the name. Wish I was called Ironclad. At a critical narrative moment, the 90s Fallout would punctuate the experience with an animation of detailed ultraviolence. Wasteland 3 does this by singing US songs.
Truth is marching.
If you hear sinning, it means something is about to change for someone. Ironclad is a deposed leader of one of the local raider entities and a potential companion. He has a unique warlord trait and a shotgun for an arm. Quan the cop has neither of those things, so he's out and Ironclad is in.
Oh shit! It's the Desert Rangers!
Fame check, success. Having Ironclad in your party unlocks a special Raider ending. Upgrading the Kodiak chassis makes the vehicle go faster and allows it to traverse radioactive areas, unlocking more of the map for exploration. As you expect, there are little side areas to discover, smallish dungeons to clear. This type of RPG does its magic by maintaining a fast pace and bombarding you with ideas. Bam! It's Satoshi the Bitcoin Man. Bam! Mad Scientists creates a clone companion. A bunch of weirdos around what looks like a Tesla coil. A lair of a fugitive synth. A boss fight versus a giant mecha scorpion. The Battle for Steeltown DLC is a more substantial side adventure. The factory complex manufactures all the cool tech we've seen in Colorado.
Everybody in the factory is fine, guys. Totally fine.
There is a crisis, naturally. The expansion is level scaled. My rangers were around level 15, but you can delay this until late game if you want. Most skill checks were in the 7-9 range. There are more named characters per square meter than in the base game, but other than that, the expansion fits seamlessly. These guys are the Ghost Gang. Steeltown has a lot of social groups that absolutely hate each other. The factory is staffed by both humans and robots, around 50-50.
It's big in here.
The admin level. This is where most of the traders are.
What is Ludlow doing down there?
Abigail Markham is the administrator in charge of the arcology. She has a problem. The factory isn't currently making anything. The workers are on strike. She informs us that the labor in Steeltown is organized by something called Computation Engine. We get a non-party follower, Dee, the administrator's assistant robot. She will be helping us in combat and providing commentary about various places we visit. In order to take care of the striking workers, the Rangers were issued non-lethal weapons. They function by placing stackable debuffs. Get 10 stacks on a target and it falls unconscious.
Who the fuck are you, asshole?
It's not necessary to go non-lethal, but doing so will have consequences for the narrative of the DLC. Another gimmick of Steeltown are bosses with telegraphed attacks. The restrictions make the battles against rioting workers fairly challenging, but the difficulty just collapses after this. We make our way deeper into the factory and are faced with a moral choice. Do we support the rioting workers or the factory cops? There is reason the combat gets easy is because most cops are robots, so you don't have to go non-lethal on them, but the robots themselves still use non-lethal weapons. It's really hard to die here.
So the workers are back to work?
Administrator Abigail says that she's definitely getting into all that workers' rights stuff, but in the meantime she has another job for us. Computation engine is malfunctioning. The Rangers are to find the hidden lair of the Ghost Gang and make contact with the person called Blue, a former friend of Abigail's who is in possession of a tech gizmo that can solve our computer problems.
That's what I'm here for. Hop on.
He has a talking toilet that we can take a dump in for a temporary buff.
Stay on your guard, stay safe.
The Ghost Gang hideout is a combat arena that turns into a social space with a speech check. There is even a little side questlet here for us to do.
You brought those refugees at the bazaar safely to Colorado Springs. You helped out the folks in the camp here outside Steeltown.
Blue carefully inspects our reputation sheet and then reveals the terrible secret behind Steeltown.
Rangers, it's you.
Computation engine is actually just a bunch of synths chained together. Do we free them? Do we kill them? Do we keep them enslaved? Something to ponder while we effortlessly slaughter robots armed with pathetic stun weapons.
Let us assist you, Rangers.
The synths remotely hack some of the enemies, converting them to our side, making already a trivial battle even easier. It's near impossible to lose. Is it supposed to be like that? I wonder if I accidentally broke something.
You guys on a break too?
The disgraced robot slaver, Abigail Markham, is banished. Blue and the workers assume control. Computation engine wasn't actually necessary for Steeltown operations. It was merely a tool for organizing labor. The arcology is now patrolled by workers instead of robots. Everything ended up very chaotic good. Battle of Steeltown takes about 2 evenings to finish. The rewards are great. XP, weapons, cash, scrap. You will be spending that on special craftables. The ideas of Steeltown are fine, but the heart of the Wasteland experience is combat, and despite the fun new enemy designs, the battles are too easy to be engaging. There is a post-credits scene of sorts. Shortly after the main quest of the DLC is concluded, we receive a phone call.
I don't think we're gonna survive without your help.
Bad people are attacking Steeltown. The Rangers hurry back to partake in the final battle.
Rangers! They cut through all the red tape!
You came to our aid in our hour of need.
Ghost Gang forever!
The characters we helped are here, assisting us against the combined effort of the gangs.
Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride.
From every mountainside, let freedom ring.
A very nice closure for all the little arcs of the expansion.
RTR2 Miner Head Location.
Thankfully, there are a few ways to make grinding for XP a little more efficient.
Hey guys, Maka here with another Red Dead Redemption 2 video, and in this video I will be showing
There are a ton of ways to make money in Red Dead Online, but there are some that are decided.
An enigmatic radio broadcast leads the Rangers to a grand old building called Union Station.
Who the fuck are you?
Fish Lips has a lot of social capital in the Denver cannibal community. Once we defeat him in combat, which is not very hard, he becomes a possible companion.
Howdy, Rangers.
Scotchmo is another companion, a returning character actually, but there ain't much to him. And that's the enigma at the heart of the Union Station.
Greetings, Rangers. I am Morningstar.
Morningstar is an officer in the Secret Service and a car. He was designed to be President Reagan's personal chauffeur and bodyguard, but he never actually got to meet Reagan. The vehicle wasn't finished before the deluge of fire ended the world.
Deifying him goes against every precept of his deeply held Christian beliefs.
With his purpose unfulfilled, Morningstar is depressed and wants us to end his existence. Team November is presented with a choice: kill Morningstar and get his powerful weapon to install on the Kodiak, or convince him that there is no reason to die. It's just his programming that needs changing.
This vehicle was not built by the finest engineers on the land.
So Morningstar joins our party in a way. OMG, a Proton Axe, an iconic Wasteland 1 and New Vegas weapon, here in Wasteland 3. Anyway, time to go to Denver and recover one of Patriarch's rogue children.
Justice is swift in God President Reagan's America.
The Grippers are a cult that worships the former US President Ronald Reagan as their god. All women in the community are named Nancy, after Reagan's IRL wife. Morningstar is very impressed with the statue.
Šta ja?
Vidim sam, niko neće se družiti.
Njihov problem. Otkud ti je ovako planiran, ti 11, 15?
Da. Ja neću ti tu stavim u privu. Šta igraš? Opet neku 2D igra.
Jest. 2D igra.
Jebote što me nervira civilizacija. Neće mi snimi jebote, ono sve, save game i onda uđem, rezume i vrati me na primjer u 30 kruga nazad.
A loš je auto save.
Ma i ovaj save je, ne samo auto. I onda izgubim vodu da imam.
Možda ima neki bug.
A šta ti igraš?
Kampanju od ovog Red Dead Redemption.
Kako pomenuo je ja ćemo. Meseci, mislim, ja sam sinoć.
Ja sam samo single player, i multiplayer smo igrali jedno 200-300 sati. Single player skoro nisam igrao.
Ne mogu da igram single player, mnogo me zamara probao.
Što? Mnogo traže NPC-e tebe. Trči tamo, trči vamo. To? Nervira te da budeš lakej drugima.
Ma da. Više bi bio kao iz dobro došli za tuko, vreme. Mi otimaju. Znaš kad upadnu kod ono priče, pa kad krene da traži revolver i onaj mu da ponud 5 revolvera napravi jedan.
Onaj tip zapravo nije ni Meksikanac ni Italijan, onaj što je glumi onoga tuko, znaš. Čovjek je rođeni Njujorčan.
Da.
Ali ima takvu facu.
Malo šminka, malo...
Najjača fora koju sam pokupio iz tog filma je kad kaže onaj mu drži govor, on je u kadi, znaš, priča mu kako će da ga ubije ovo, ono, da, i on kaže. Ima tu jedna tužna priča, nisam znao zato. Taj što je glumio toga negativca, kao, onog što sa, kao rukom u...
Da.
On je čovjek kaskader i bio je na snimanju drugog filma i on je radio ono, znaš, kako ono ponude, iz studija u studiju išao i snimao scenu. I na prethodnom setu se povredio, ne znam, polomio se sav, ruku je sjebao i nije otišao u bolnicu, nego je otišao da kao uzme kinku, znaš, i otišao na drugi set da snimi scenu baš iz filma Doba loš zao. I kad je snimio tu scenu, otišao je, kaže, ono, kući teli već, da se odmori. I kaže, nije otišao na vreme kod doktora i kaže, posle toga preminuo čovjek. To mu je bila zadnja uloga na filmu.
Glumio je on i u Tarzan Adventure 67. Dina, brate.
Šta, kaskadera neko?
Ne. Oni su kao Slade ekipa, taj Slade ima ekipu, jedna pička. Onda je jedan nemački arheolog. Tu je isto glumio, baš mlad bio Sean Connery. I taj što se pričao za njega sa tom rukom. I otišli i opljačkali neko selo, neki eksploziv ukrali, pobili seljake. I onda otišli neki rudnik dijamanata da traži. Na kraju se svi pobijaju međusobno. Doduše Tarzan ubije tog glavnog na kraju, brate. Ali to je dobar Tarzan, brate. To je 67. godine. Možda si ga nekad gledao ako su ga pucali.
Iz koje? To je ona serija, oni crno-beli filmova, ili to, ne?
Nije crno-beli.
Voj, zapravo. Dobro, ja znam da su već 50-ih, 60-ih mogli da snimaju filmove u boji. Ali su bili jako skupi. I Kurosawa je snimio 70% svojih filmova, 80% sve crno-belo. Jer mu je bilo jeftinije da ih snima u crno-bele tehnici.
Gledao sam Aran što uradio vi sad.
Jesi. Sve ono šareno obojeno, šareni kimono i one uniforme, odeće, sve. Ja kad sam vidio ko je moguće da ovo japanski film iz pre 30-40 godina. Tu je vjerojatno bio već poznati režiser i mogao sebi da priušti sponzor.
Čujem Pumu, brate. Izvadi me karikanu.
Easy.
Ali ko bila, brate, luduje.
You're all right, girl.
Poludi. Slušivac.
Šta sam ja ulovio? Mislim da Mustang je dosta hrabar.
A da je hrabar, on je neuračunljiv.
Dobro. Hrabriji od onoga arabijskog. Arabijski, koji?
Mađarski.
A da ih nalaziš? To multiplayer ili single player? Multiplayer. Možeš ga kupiti, nije problem. Sve što je moglo da se kupi za pare u multiplayer, ja sam kupio, nije problem.
Arabijski,
ne, oni su najbrži, ali ne sviđa mi se generalno.
Nije, znaš koji je najbrži? Missouri Fox Trot. Upravo si, ovaj je brz, ali nema staminu, a Missouri, brate, ima srednju brzinu, ali, brate, ja od Lemojna do Armadila
Ja sam se trkao od Valentina do San Denisa, išli smo šinama. I toliko smo brzo išli iz sektora u sektor, nije nam falilo stamine, da nas je server izbacio. Zato su mislili da čitujemo ili tako nešto. Samo sam zalagao i imao sam crash. Igra za bugova. To je moja teorija, da su staminu bacili između ostalog da bi igrače sprečili da opterećuju igru toliko, razumeš? Jer ti treba vremena dok ti server učita ili sama igra ti učita resurse. Ja nemam problema s tim. Ima ona rasa koju sam vidio u multiplayeru, onaj Gypsy Cob, ali nemam pojma da li je imaš u single playeru.
There, girl. Here we go. Okay, girl. All right. Girl. Yep. Hey, you're okay, girl. You're doing good, girl. Easy there. Good girl.
Ja sam našao pećinu sa onim inbredima, onim južnjačkim, kako se zove, Murphy Brood. I onda sam skontao da sam ih već jednom pobio, zato što obično kad nađeš novu lokaciju on ti ispiše na mapu. A ja sam izgleda već ih potukao. Zašto bi...
Idiot. Yeah. Whoa.
Dve pume.
Evo ih odriskovi. Gledao sam dobru parodiju na jednom YouTube videu za odriskole, kao koliko to ima odriskola kad ih kaže toliko možda ih pobiješ da ih ne fali.
Oh, you're a dumb old bunch, ain't you?
Imam ovog crnog arapskog pastuma i kobilu belu, bre. Ali plačljivi su.
Meni je žao što ne možeš da vodiš mazgu, mulku.
To bi bilo cool.
Pa ono kao sporedno konja, recimo ti nosiš šator ili municiju ili nešto, razumeš.
Dobro, mi smo to radili u početku. Uhvatimo konja našeg i onog, brate.
Welcome to my
I trpamo
channel.
stvari na našeg i trpamo na onog. Se uhvatimo. Ili ukrademo. Tako smo vukli kod kricma.
Aha.
ju, brate, uvijek. Tu. Ne mogu da se odvojim od toga. I na hunt. Od hunter. Sad sam i na Red Dead uvijek na baby.
Misliš ne možda izađeš iz onoga, iz močvare?
Da. A jedno vreme sam se toliko bio navukao na šapi.
Na rolling block.
Navukao sam se.
Dve različite puške, izvini, neće ti ispravljam. Nisam ni drugo nikad držao u ruci, ja sam vidio da ima razlike između njih.
Ma da. Nego navikao sam tako da. Navik. Ko što svi viču da je orao mišar, a on u stvari spada u jastreba.
Ne, nego 90% hunt zajednice zove Dolch. Kad im kažeš Mauser C96 ili Mauser Brumhandel, šta je to? A ništa, to ti je kurac na biciklu, znaš.
Da.
A Dolch. Jebena nemačka firma koja ne može da uzme licencu od Mausera za dve puške.
Ma jedu govna bre, to po igrice sa to oružje, brate. Što menje naziv, ono.
Ne, oni kažu lakše im je zbog pravnih, zbog ovoga, zbog onoga, te nije isti model, te malo je drugačija udarna igla i to. Slušaj, to je 90% to oružje. Znači nemoj sada lažeš da ste to vi izmislili.
Njima treba fabrike da plaćaju, pošto moraju reklamiraju.
Znaš da sam to video? To mi je rekao ovaj momak iz Hrvatske.
Potata Milanev.
U Skamu.
Welcome to my channel.
Znaš? Springfield fabrika, ova Hrvatska što proizvodi pištolje i automatske puške na njihove. Dala je developerima Skama, dala im je licencu i poslali su im, razumeš, koliko su mogli da im pošalju, 3D modele, razumeš, oružje, da ubaci u igru.
Pa šta da kažeš, na primjer, Dops, ta igrica je, ili Survarium, brate. A sva oružja su, znači, nosila imena kako treba. Znači, AK-47, AK-47, AK-12, AK-12, AK-105, AK-105, Kedar, OTS-2, VSS, Victor.
Zadnja popularna igra koju sam vidio da ima realno koliko toliko nazive, to ti je onaj Battlefield 4, mislim da ima, nisam siguran, 100%.
I niko ih ne drka. Ovi bi trebali da plaćaju, znači, ovim jer ovi jednostavno ih reklamiraju. Nego neće po sudovi da se pogađa. Neće da troše rad i energiju i novac na budale. Eto što veterliju, stao veterliju kamer. Pa jebi ga zato što ne radi više. Ne pravi se.
Ne postoji fabrika, ne postoji proizvođač.
Springfield Armory postoji.
Postoji, ali taj model više se ne proizvodi nigde.
Berthier isto se ne proizvodi. Lebel se ne proizvodi. Već za Mozi na gun.
Pa i za Mauser, proizvode se replike dan danas. Mauser, onaj, pištolj.
Ovo je počet, ali znaš šta me buni što ga nema, brate bre. Mauserov karabin u igrici uopšte.
A K98, kako je to model? Na to misliš?
Pa da, brate, što Meksikanci koriste.
A, ili misliš na, kako se zove, ona poluautomatik što su Meksikanci napravili? Jo.
Nije Mondragon, ne kažem
Mondragon.
Nego za Mauser pušku, karabin. Meksikanci, to je bila njihova standardna. U to vreme. Vojna puška. Ali glupo što ga nema. Ali ubacili krag.
Ubacit će oni, toliko će da ubace tih semi-automatika i tih karabina da ćeš misliti da igraš Battlefield 1 opet. Da ćeš da se kladiš.
Kad ubacimo Dragon, brate.
Koliko god ljudi tvrdili kao jao, zašto ima Winchester tih pušaka, ovoliko, onoliko, mnogo ih je, te ima ova varijacija, ona varijancija. A igra se dešava u nekakvoj ruralnoj jeste. I to jeste bila najpopularnija puška u tom. I proizvođač je bio, razumeš, ono, jedan jedini i to je to.
Čudo da Spencer nisu ubacili.
A, pa imaš Spencer, misliš, imaš Spencer shotgune. Spencer, onaj pump action i Romero ti isto, to su dve šotke koliko ja znam.
Ma ona puška što je se kundak ubacuje.
Koja je ta? Ona je shotgun što se preklapa, ali to?
Ne. U kundak se i mala šipka sa municijom gurniš kroz kundak. U cevku gurniš municiju.
Kroz kundak?
Da. Pa ima ga na Red Dead.
To je onaj carbine repeater, jel to?
Da.
Da, ima vrlo interesantan dizajn, čudan jako.
Jel ubacim Berdan u ružu. Gdje ima isto 149. To ima na onaj kanen Berdan. Ovo smetno pušta. 14 mm. Ako beše malo neke narodne pesme. Leti švaba aeroplanom iznad Šapca. Eto, ja uzo pušku u Berdagu, pa mu jebo majku. Prvi četvrti radnic. Pazi, Martinka se proizvodi od nove kalibarske tanka. Entuzijasta.
Aha, ona 22 ili tako nešto.
A kakva je ova si probao li sa kutiju sa...
Mislim da sam možda 10 metaka opalio. Imaš ono kao da probaš u treningu. Meni ne smeta kutija. Dosta njih kaže da kad ono uđe u ADS, kad prisloni pušku na rame, kad ne puca s kuka, a koliko normalno puca s kuka. Kardinavački, izvinjavam se, odgodio se sam sebi. Njega sam ne pucao.
Ja sam sad ubio dvojicu kuka.
Da, to što je to igra. To što je to sve tako napravljeno.
A juče sam teo da ubodem u vrat kurva, ali ubao sam je u rame. I ubila me. Okrenula se iz okna sa sekiricom. Ja su ubao.
Sekirom za bacanje? Pa ako si na 5 do 10 metara...
Pa blizu smo bre bili. Na desale, bre. Na kamenu. Ja uleteo i rekao sad ću nabijem nož u vrat. Ono kurac u rame. Ona krene da beži, ja je juri. I ona se okrene sekira. Izbaci na mene jedu. Ovi dvojicu malo pre, toliko sam bio retardiran u ruke, znači, piče me sine, znači, ono, jebote, grčevi me uhvatili, ne mogu prsti da pomerim, da prebacim oružje. I onda ko retardire polako, čučuo se, oni ne vide ništa, brate, puda u ručnika. Bam, 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 bam. Iz Winchesterke. I to ti kaže Frost. U kako sam zdravstvenim stanju, kako igram hunt, jebo raštu i svi oni vidio bi njih kako bi kralicu na momosti. Uspeh je kad 2,5-1 tim, brate, u ovom stanju konca. Voli me kura. Zato se ja ne nerviram. Kao Boris i kao pojedin.
On igre za pare, Hansonom, znaš.
A jebi ga, neki igre za šta će. Znam svoje mogućnosti, ja jedino što se nerviram se eto na sebe. Na ništa. Inače, da nemam problema sa neurološkim. Ja bi imao, da ne bi imao Kill Dead 1, ja bi imao Kill Dead 3, bra.
Činjenica da igraš Hansodan izaziva stres.
Pa normalno, s adrenalin se nabija.
Da. Vidiš mog prijatelja Milana. On toliko viče i urla, razumeš, kao da mu jaje vade. A igra za virtualni novac i virtualnu slavu.
Ja recimo DayZ te survival igrice igram, zato što sam ja nekada u mladosti delom radio taj su. To što se radi u tome. Odem u pičku materinu planinu, nema me ceo dan. Moja majka kaže, si ti normalan šta radiš? Pa jesam normalan, ne ide mi suka pičak, izvom da prošli. Odem se mlađim bratom, odem gore u planičinu, na jasno, da se uzimamo pušku. I kako, eto, mi nismo iskubijali. Stariji nosi pušku, brate, ono pravo mlađe nosi vazduš. Frost, druže moj. A nemam mesto u inventoriju. Zavolao sam DayZ Frost. Mrzeo sam ga iznad duše.
Izvoli.
Evo, kad ćemo je ti da bacimo neku civilizaciju, ono malo?
Pa što se mene tiče, ako ćeš da sačekaš me samo da uzmem rudarski šlem, za jedno 15 minuta.
Može. Ono, da kao radom vidi.
Ti bi da kreneš s početka. A, to volim.
A?
Ti si zaboravio da smo igrali već jedan scenarij.
Ali ne znam da li ima taj save.
Imam ga ja. Nas ti neko ko ne briše sačuvane progrese iz igara starih po 4 godine, razumiješ? I onda kad te setnim, pa ja sam to igrao pre. I onda čitam save i skontam da sam 90% igre završio. se ono dvojica složio na gomilu. Su stali jedan po drugog.
Dobro vam Winchester. Na Daisy. A morat ću da je bacim.
Ain't met someone I couldn't kill yet.
Jebote, daj mi magazin da je sve palo. Da nosim, jebote. M16. Municiju za kalaš, pun kurac. Kalač, bože. Jebani. USG 45. Moja Winchester po vreme da se oprosti.
Što?
Ne amuniciju, ali imam kod sebe i AKS, i FN Pal, i Mozi. Sad sam našao UMP-45. Zato imam amuniciju. Sad nemam okvir za UMP. Pazi, kad imam okvir od 60 metka za jebeni M16 i te NATO puške i brdo 5 ili 6 municija.
Come on, girl. Yeah, good girl.
Ronnie, are you ready to begin the trial?
Yes, Nancy. Present the accused.
One of the accused is a murderer. The other, a machine from the nearby community of communist robots.
Communist? Communist?
Before the event...
Igre tu real, brate moj. To onaj tvoj kolega streamer igra, brate, onaj Srb Mask.
Šta to?
Daisy.
Ko je taj Srb Mask?
Srb Master.
A taj. Njega lično ne znam, ali znam ljude koji poznaju njega.
Među njima i ja.
Da. Gdje medved? Vjerujem.
Budala. Mene iznervirao, jebote. Igramo Hunt, hvali me tamo, priča. I ono je, kao znaš, ne mogu da igram samo sa Marijom i Markom. Mačnu pičku mater.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Aj, Bučero me zajeva. Super Marija.
I imam, brate, još onu konzolu. To je
Koju? Koju?
Onaj Terminator, brate, ujka mi kupio za 6. rođendan. Još ga čuvam. I planiram opet da uključim u TV, brate, da igram.
Ja imam negde.
Tank sa Čabletom.
Negde u srednjinu imam Sega Mega Drive 2.
Ja i moj otac igramo tenkovi, brate, na njemu. I sad, brate. Otac i sin igraju tenkovi, ovaj ima 60 leta, brate, ja 30. I dalje igramo tenkovi, brate. Samo što je vrlo tenkovi.
Settle down, girl.
Kod mene su...
Suvo. Suvo i hladno.
Čini da je neka kiša ovdje lupala. Čak i dušo, odeš napolje da pišaš. Jeli šak i dušo?
Jeli, koja beše to različite?
Bišo, kovrđevi bišo.
Pudlice.
Pa nastalo...
Liči na pudlicu. Ja ne razumijem se.
Stvari, bišon je nastao mešanje pudlice, mislim planske. Pudlice i nečega, ne znam šta, onaj Maltezer je posle nastao bišon.
To moja majka pati za tim kjerovi.
Pa vidi, ne mu kažu svi su rekli da bi Keru stane slobodno sve to, ali ova je prvo ne linjala. Linjala se do tamo nekih 10 meseci gdje ono pusilo 2 šišanja, ono bebeću dlaku po rođenju, to nije spalo sa nje. Posle toga više se ne linja. Nema onaj pseći miris, to je veštački napravljen, to je genetski. Znači, uopšte pasma. Znaš na što mislim? Svaki pasma.
Znam, ima svoj miris, to je normalno.
Znači, ova nema taj pseći miris. Svoj. Uvijek niko ne veruje. I treće što je prepametno stvorenje. Znači, sve razume. I ima svoj karakter, znači nije ono sedi sednem, jedi jedem, spava spava. Znači ima svoj karakter, ima svoje bube. Zanimljiva je, razumem. Toglava je ili žensko, tako da... Ali, kažem, onako, i nikakve posebne, ja tu sad kažem velika obav. Jedan obav sam imao oko nove godine, što mi je doživa ostala. Kučić, pomagam,
a taman sam mislio da ti uzmem jednog kućenca.
Sad mi krivo što sam pustio da se meni.
A što ti tu? Sad znaš kako je na ženi.
Ja znam, nego ne mogla ukine je.
Easy now.
I ujutru ni prethodno veče neće tako hrana. Pogledam, stalno se liže dole nešto. Ono krevet kad sam vidio, ono sam sivo zeleno isturilo iz nje. I ja nazvam veterinara i on kaže, ja to idem u zrenjik, da govorim posle, kaže kakav zrenjik, odmah. Morala odmah operaciju, izvadili kučiće i gledao prvo na ruku. Nijednom srce nije lupalo. Izvadili kučiće i matericu i jajnik. Nego što je bilo ono prva 2-3 dana na posmatranju. Kućno drvo, oporavila se.
Ja i moj otac, kjera, mačku, bilo šta, mi to smatramo, brate, isto no. Znači, nije životinja, ali, brate, znači, kao član porodice. Moja kjera to smatra životinja, a to životinja, razumiješ? Sedi kao ono što ti kažeš, sedi, moraš ovo, moraš ono.
Tako, ne kažem ti, ovo je meni super interesantno, stvarno ima svoj karakter. I sve razume, znači ima bube kad te ispipava, znaš, kad joj kažeš jedno, ona radi sedmo. I to je čisto ispipavanje koje je tvrdoglavije.
Da.
Kete proba da vidi ko je gazda.
A da, tako da, zbog toga mi se i sviđa. Tačno znaš šta radi.
Ti stres da izvedete svoje keruče da šetate, to bi bilo fino. Njegovu pudli.
I limenku piva u ruci.
To je, sedete neki u gradu, nekom parku.
Idemo, Šaki. Dale, idemo na... Ajde, skači. Ajde, pa se čujemo. Pošli. Ajde malo.
Welcome back, sir. So, what do you have for me? Okay, let's take a look at it.
Thank you.
Of 2016, insane Reagan-worshipping boomers were something of an online lolcow in certain circles. This ancient thread has 600 pages and it's still being updated. And this thread about emails from crazy grandma has 2,700 pages and counting. The original poster died in Benghazi in 2012. Anyway, the grippers are important because they control the oil production in Colorado.
The last best hope of man on Earth. Or we'll sentence them to...
Something is wrong with the Reagan AI.
Those are the Desert Rangers!
Calm down, Valor. Now is not the time for fear. Nancy wants us to go to the robot commune and retrieve the device that would allow the grippers to transfer the AI into a physical body.
Welcome to our commune, Desert Rangers. We've heard so many stories about you and your famously violent exploits.
The robots are hippies. Despite being victimized by the Reagan statue, they really just want to live in peace. We can use the hacking skill on this dude, and it's another example of an instance when passing a skill check in a conversation has negative consequences.
Whoa, not cool.
Turns out the radio DJ that sometimes plays music while we are traveling on the world map is a space shuttle. The paintings were created by an AI artist. Look, this wasn't a controversial topic when the game was made, okay? I clicked through boring dialogue to skip it and accidentally have sex with a robot.
It was just as good as I thought it'd be.
I will never be able to unsee that.
At the top of the tower is the machine intelligence in charge. Actually, I'm not sure how the governance works here exactly. It goes through a list of instances when we helped or mistreated individuals of machinic background. Did we try to hack the greeter robot? Did we argue with the robot artist that their AI art is fake? That's not a good look, but it likes that we fucked a robot, or were fucked by a robot. From the point point of view of machine intelligence that makes us trustworthy. So it reveals the Gripper's true plan. The process of uploading Reagan's consciousness into a living host will erase its original identity, effectively killing a person. The host is Valor Buchanan, Patriarch's kid. The Grand Nancy isn't even hiding it. We can allow the process to continue or interrupt.
Welcome to my
uploading
channel.
Reagan to the robot communists instead, effectively stealing him from the Grippers and saving Valor's life.
What have you done? Where is my Ronnie?
Our benefactor wants the kid alive, but we received no such instructions on the Grippers. Did you know that Reagan existed IRL? Sounds made up, but it's true. An example of the real anti-communist action of his would be the 1983 US invasion of Grenada, an island nation in the Caribbean. The invasion was prompted by the island's communist government arresting and executing their leader, Maurice Bishop, who himself was a communist revolutionary who seized power in a coup d'etat just a few years prior, deposing the Prime Minister of Grenada, a man by the name Eric Gary, who looked like IRL Pepe the Frog. At the time, Gary was without a doubt one of the most red-pilled individuals on the planet, known for incorporating elements of ufology, alchemy, and sorcery into his political system. This led to the New York Times coining the term warlocracy.
He is unhappy with his current circumstances.
The machine intelligence says Reagan doesn't like it here. We sent him to a digital gulag. I cry every day.
These rivals tried to stop us. We captured Valor like we said we would, and brought him home to Daddy. We made it pretty clear where he stood.
The Patriarch has a Son of Ice and Fire-esque throne, but it's missiles instead of swords. Let's go to Aspen and get the other son, Victory. The psychopath, Saul Buchanan, had to set up a special fund to pay off the families of his victims. The Aspen map has two paths, both of which lead to the bad guy HQ. One has tons of enemies, the other 0 enemies, but a lot of booby traps. Naturally, you don't want to lose on items and XP, so you'll be clearing one and then backtracking and doing the other.
Shouldn't be coming after me, strangers. My father's the real monster. At least I'm wrong in the obvious places.
Since we completed the Steel Town DLC early in the adventure, Team November is over-leveled. The encounters seem to be well designed, and I wish I could, experience them. This is how far Ironclad can move with maxed out brawling and almost maxed out speed, and he still has action points for several attacks.
I know it was hard to get here, and no offense, but you can fuck right off back to Colorado Springs and tell Daddy you failed. I like it here.
That's Vic. The situation can be handled in a number of ways. The orders are to bring him in alive, but I have a feeling the Patriarch won't be too upset if something happens to Vic.
That's so! Clear it so, buddy. I think these Rangers are up for a game. Clarence, you idiot! It's a frag grenade, not a flashbang.
But that's not the outcome I prefer. There are much funnier ways of resolving this, and it starts with a high-level speech check.
Everyone's fucking terrified of me, and that means they'll be terrified of you.
Vic wants to join our group. Makes perfect sense to me. Welcome to the Desert Rangers. We don't actually have to make him a member of the party. At this stage, I'm too used to my existing Rangers. He'll be chilling back at the base in the mess hall, socializing. This place is kind of like the Ebon Hawk. The story companions stand here and bark at each other. In any case, Vic has been dealt with.
Dealt with? How?
You're gonna love it, Chief.
But when we got to know him, we found old Vic kinda made us laugh. So we pinned him with the star, let him ride beside us on the path.
Buchanan joins the Rangers. Citizens ask, what are they thinking?
Real-ass politics hours. Team November is heading out to meet veteran Ranger Angela Death and figure out our designs for Colorado.
Hey now, cowboys. Face to face at last.
And just as handsome as I thought you'd be.
I was expecting the game to give us a non-choice between the authoritarian patriarch and the moron cannibal raiders, but NG's vision turned out to be unexpectedly sensible. Kill Liberty, install Ironclad as the leader of the gangs, have him lead his army to Kansas. The raiders will be too busy fighting each other to pose a threat. The patriarch has to go.
And second, shit!
That would be Liberty's gang, the Scar Collectors, here to remind us that they exist. Lucia is upset by all this. She doesn't understand how Colorado can function without Buchanan and the 100 families. Jody Bell reminds us that the purpose of the Colorado expedition is to guarantee supplies for our people in Arizona. As an empath, I feel the vibes rapidly deteriorating. So why don't you give me all your equipment for safekeeping? You too, Lucy.
Hey! What have you guys been doing?
Hey Vic, welcome aboard. You'll be the new Jody. Pizepi Joran, a mutant, a ranger, and a scientist, will take Lucia's spot. Now we go after Liberty, who is hiding at the edge of the world map, in Yuma County, behind a wall of radiation.
Cordite? With the Desert Rangers?
The racetrack is a social area where the members of all the gangs hang out. The clowns, the cannibals, remnants of the Dorseys, and the Scar Collectors.
Yes. Time for some payback.
Kill the leader of the raiders in combat and take over the gang. That's Ironclad's plan.
Hey, mister.
The Ironclad Doctrine.
You here to kiss my ass and ask me to switch sides? Well, you're gonna have to get that tongue in deep, you hear me?
We spend the rest of the chapter doing quests, trying to weaken the raiders or to get them on our side. There is a trader in the slave market who sells power armor pieces. You need to have a strength of 10 to wear it without penalties, so it's a suit for an arrogant. The Scar Collector's gift hardly replace their motorcycles with metal ones that seem to be recovered from the wreck of a space station that occupies much of the adjacent area. This is late game, and we no longer have an advantage of weapons, meaning combat is on again. The space station is of Soviet origin. Good thing Morningstar ain't here to see this. It's fun to pretend. The robots in the last room have Cyrillic names and Russian voice acting. They say things like, "Glory to October," and "We want change." Charming boomer humor. Time to return Ironclad to his rightful place.
Whoever wins this rumble is the new king of the jungle.
I wish the cutscene was skippable, or at least the actor would talk faster.
Another trial bested.
Now we should be important enough to be allowed to see Liberty. A point of no return. After the door opens, the Rangers are locked into doing the main quest or the DLC content. No more side missions.
My father isn't crazy. He's just a coward.
If you think you're gonna do anything but cry like a bitch when Daddy gives you your spanking...
Vic Buchanan has a lot of dialogue interjections. I wish he was available earlier. It's possible to side with Liberty, but she doesn't have much of an ideology except more power for Liberty and screw you. A high-level hacking skill check switches the robots to our side, making this very hard battle a little more manageable.
All right! Hold your fire, damn it!
There, girl.
You've won. You want to take me to my father? I'll go quietly.
Sorry, but no. We have no reason to please Saul Buchanan anymore, and as a self-made warlord, you are too dangerous to be kept alive.
I oca, babu i dedu.
Što se dešava? Čemu stres?
Našao sam sajgu u flowu.
Sajgu? Aha.
Whoa, easy. Stay here.
Nije jasno, ovaj. FN. Ono da izdiš na početak, nemaš ništa, vodu, hranu, bedan si, jadan si. I onda toliko stvari ti se nakupi da ne znaš šta ćeš. Znači, to nije normalno, čovječ.
Zdravo si.
Zdravo.
Dobro. Kako si zagrijalo?
Je.
Korbicu i letinu.
Dobro.
Ovo nosi nešto drago.
Idi papak. Iđi papovke, Frosti.
Kad kažemo papovka, mislimo na onu iz stare Jugoslavije.
So she died with guns a-blazing like a hero on a Sunday Silver Street.
Now for the father.
Well, that's it. The gangs will follow Ironclad Cordite, and he will follow us. There is one more thing we need to take care of before going after the Patriarch. Cult of the Holy Detonation is the second and final DLC for Wasteland 3. The Cheyenne Mountain Complex was the seat of NORAD, and in the Wasteland verse, it's kind of like the Big MT from Fallout, a place to acquire technologically advanced late-game gear. At least that's what we are here for. At the heart of the mountain, there is the Holy Detonation, a pre-war experiment, a nuclear explosion held in stasis. The detonation is the source of energy. It can power the entirety of Colorado for centuries. It is also a deity, worshipped by a local cult that recently had a schism.
Blasphemy! The sacred glow belongs to the nucleists alone!
It's two opposing entities now, the Primordialists and the Nucleists. And not unlike everything else in this game, their conflict and beliefs are very silly. It's like this: the static explosion emits dangerous amounts of radiation. Of course, in this setting, radiation is magical and gives you sorcerer's superpowers. The Primordialists are focused on the mutation aspect.
Fuck! Kill this thing!
We will, but not now. Proteus is an amalgamation of multiple Primordialists and a fully sentient being. Most of our time in Cheyenne will be spent working with these guys. Their enemies, the Nucleists, focus on radiation-based powers. A radiation angel is it's like their version of Proteus. A human with an ability to store and release rads, and also on high heels. The main quest in the DLC revolves around the Rangers' efforts to capture an angel and use it to gain access to the core of the facility.
Yeah, and they should call them the heroes of the bazaar for saving it from the payasos.
And they should call them the defenders of the common people for helping the workers in Steeltown.
Hey, miss, they should.
They really should, but... Yep, one robot. Robot!
Keep talking and I'll install Vic as the Patriarch 2. The DLC has a low rating on GOG. This has to do with its main feature, objective-based combat scenarios. The combat in Cheyenne is better than in the base game, but it's also very different, and that can be frustrating to some individuals. Understandably so. At this stage, you've been playing Wasteland 3 for 35-40 hours plus, and it is a little annoying that the game expects you to relearn so much of what you know about combat. But don't get spooked by the ratings. The battles are fun and the DLC is good. In this scenario, we have to move our squad and the vehicle through a series of rooms until we reach the end of the dungeon, where there is a switch that turns off respawning enemies. Using the Kodiak to crush the bad guys is key here. Once you start making progress, the game plays a ballad for encouragement. But every scenario is different. The next battle is about pulling switches that make these giant cannons show up, and then you have to destroy them before they charge, all while trying to control the number of infinitely spawning nucleists.
Hey, we want to free Colorado from dictatorship and oppression. Let's free a slaver. He'll be a great ally. And they even helped him regain control of his former gang.
Like trying to make a shit sandwich better by adding more shit.
I see no contradiction here. What is a perfect form of a shit sandwich? The next big challenge begins with a stealth segment. It might be possible to avoid fighting altogether, but I didn't even bother trying. What you do is that you recover a skin flute from a locker here, and then use the flute to play a song to a tumor that's blocking the way to the main generator. These are sometimes found obstructing optional areas, but we have no way of removing them until now.
Declamations regalia
The angels talk in a mix of Latin and English, and if we get sufficiently enlightened by radiation, we can imitate the speech, making some of the battles optional.
Holy shit. Better ease off on your rat intake, cupcakes. You're, speaking in tongues.
Time to put an end to the nucleist menace. When we kill the bad guys standing on one of these platforms, the feedback damages Angel Iridium. Eventually she dies.
Alliteration. Deuterium.
The leader of the cult is in disbelief. It breaks his heart. Today is the day the holy detonation is freed from its shackles. Its glory will be spread unrestrained, killing or mutating all life in Denver, Colorado Springs, and if we're lucky, we might even reach Kansas, he says. Proteus absorbs the cultists, turning into an even larger creature. It's the final boss fight. Come on. In order to kill the dollar store Richard Gray, we have to lure it to these coolant tubes on the edges of the arena, and then blow them up. On turn 2, the creature starts shitting out smaller mutants that are basically walking bombs. This is the final battle of the expansion, and it's quite hard. The choice is in the end. We can unshackle the explosion, blow up Colorado, and end the game. That doesn't sound like it would be in our best interest. Alternatively, we can adjust the time dilation field to proceed 1 nanosecond faster. This will create a lot of cheap energy for Colorado Springs. And then there is the sensible option. Reverse the time dilation field to a moment before the detonation, making it disappear. The great detonation never happened. This is what we'll end up choosing, of course.
You assholes!
I don't trust these people with dangerous technology that can blow up a state if misused. Alright, so -1 old god, -2 cults, minus about a dozen friendly NPCs. Our job here is done, Rangers. Let's go kill the Patriarch and end the game.
In the end, it became clear that Buchanan was no better than his king. If we let him stay in power, Colorado could be heading for the skin.
We got ourselves a situation.
The Ranger HQ is in a state of rebellion. The story companions voice their opinion on the political mess we're about to get ourselves into. With the exception of Ranger Jody, everyone is on board.
And I was hoping it wouldn't come to this.
Quan the cop is neutral. Remember Quan? The Turncoat Rangers use the same skills and weapons as we do. The number of traitors supposedly depends on the Ranger loyalty variable that I didn't know was a thing until now. The Italians from Little Vegas sided with us, while the guy who provides the essential respec service turned out to be Buchanan's bitch. You think you know someone.
If you stand with the Patriarch, then you are against the people.
Colorado Springs is in turmoil as well. Refugees battle the power armor-equipped cops. Oops.
There you are, you Reavers. What have you done?
Saul is joyriding in a huge double-barreled tank called Manifest Destiny, which looks like a Red Alert unit. That is, of course, a compliment. The vehicle has 2 attack modes, and the machine guns seem to be more dangerous, if less visually impressive. Vic Buchanan lands the final blow.
Tough sons of bitches.
Not a multi-stage fight, surprisingly. He did show off his hammer earlier. I thought it was foreshadowing.
Too bad you're not smart enough to see that you're doomed in Colorado.
So, what happens now? Now we are at the mercy of the game's writers. The next logical step would be the transformation of Colorado from a dictatorship to an oligarchic republic, where the power is held by the members of the 100 families. That is, assuming the nonsense universe of Wasteland works at least a little bit like our own. I like this ending because of how safe and relatively stable it is. The exchange of power from Buchanan to the families would have happened in a few years anyway. The man is old, sick, and he never bothered to set up a proper chain of succession. The nobility of Colorado Springs is educated, they have experience governing, they even have a history of pro-democratic protest. The guys with deer horns, they used to be one of the 100 families, exiled for wanting Saul to share power. This is not a fair system, but it's certainly more fair than whatever the fuck the Patriarch was doing. We'll be incrementally moving in the right direction. This is the best ending for completely cynical reasons. It gets whoever will end up having power in Colorado indebted to us.
Well, that's that.
Angela says we need to make the final arrangements. Do we stay in Colorado? Do we go back to Arizona? What would be the ultimate fate of the Patriarch? To answer these questions, no, yes, exile. Maybe Saul will learn something and perhaps eventually he'll be allowed to come back. This is what happened to the wizard from Grenada, the island that got Reagan. Eric Gary lived in the US in exile. He wanted to come back, plotted a coup, crazy story, didn't work out. He returned home after the invasion, took part in elections, but nobody voted for him.
If we saved him or betrayed him, if we did the job we went for or we failed.
The final surprise is that Wasteland 3 has the best ending screens I've ever seen. It's a recap of all our adventures in a form of a ballad, with the lyrics reflecting the choices we made.
Then we looted Colorado, rode back to our Arizona home.
What an excellent game. And after all that, there are conventional ending slides explaining what happened to Lucia, to Marshall Kwon and the others. Christ, who cares? These arcs are already closed. You don't need to close them again. Alright, the final thoughts and observations. But first, these videos are generously bankrolled by the crowdfunding WebZone Patreon. Special thanks to the members.
Frosty White Cold. Idem ja vamo dole na moj. Ne znam šta hoće.
Čuj se.
Ajde.
Time to rest my boots.
Who's there? You come
Let's
one step
go.
Get him now!
Whoa, man. Whoa, easy.
Rescue O'Driscoll proud!
Oh, you're a dumb old bunch, ain't you?
Of the Vic Buchanan Restoration Committee. Jim Lawrence, a two-room apartment in Bobruisk, Belarus. Combat Lobster, Jackson Phillips, Buck Swope, Dima Urban, Ray Ners, Snafu, 1967 Ford Mustang, Azazel and Baneful the Doggo, Danny Kilpatrick, Nathan Kabiska, Mario Perez, Ganso Bomb Motherfucker, C6, Changolian, Sky Spy 7, Dawn, Source is the best engine ever made, Yuri Solodovnichenko, and Ilya Rubin. Wasteland 3 and the DLCs were provided by my friend Commissar Azura. If you're gonna be getting the game, I also recommend buying the DLCs, but I would delay doing Steeltown until you're finished with Valor and Vic. Anyway, let's talk about what worked. For the first time in the history of the series, tactical combat is not only a back-of-the-box feature, but it actually exists. You love to see it. Furthermore, playing a ballad during a critical combat sequence is a brilliant idea. By the way, who was the person who first brought songs to RPGs? The name, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite... Singing works better in a turn-based game, since the battles take longer, giving a song enough time to do its thing. Having developer-designed companion characters play a much bigger role in the story is a welcome change. Now let's talk about the stuff that needs to be fixed. Like the world map, that is fine mechanically, but very boring to look at. It's just a bunch of corridors. Some biomes have a color correction filter applied, and frankly it looks like something I made. And about the writing, please hire an editor. Wasteland 3 is one of those cases where the writing can be drastically improved by removing half of it. And that might sound like a catastrophic flaw in the technique. Well, I have nothing to say to that, so I'll deflect with whataboutism. What about the Infinity Engine games? Having half of the text be filler is standard in those. Didn't prevent them from becoming classics. Baldur's Gate, so good. But it is strange that the writing is so unrefined in a game that's fully voice acted. The text bloat adds a huge amount of unnecessary work for the VAs, and that's a lot of extra expenses. Please, hire a professional. You'll end up saving money. Since Wasteland is an honorary Fallout game made almost a decade before Fallout 1, this has an interesting implication that the Todd-style Fallouts are actually the more traditional ones. Master Todd is always a few steps ahead of his critics, effortlessly beating them at their own game that he doesn't even know how to play. Verisimilitude? See a doctor if you have that. Imagine if we had, like, Ben Garrison cartoons, but about weird RPG nerd dramas. In any case, next month, we too will be doing some returning to comfy first-person vids about a criminal Nord, or a Nord criminal.
Everyone's fucking terrified of me.
I think a majority of my focus will be behind the camera.
I had a guy come up to me 2 nights ago in the middle of a bar and he goes, "Are you Nicole Aniston?" I didn't have like any makeup on. I was like, yeah.
It's great that everybody can see your beautiful content. However, you can see it forever.
Hi, I'm Stephen. I'm 24. I thought Pancake Day was yesterday.
You're a victim. You an alpha man, you want an alpha female, right?
No. No such thing.
Oh my god.
No, I don't.
There's no such thing as an alpha female?
There's no such thing as an alpha female. No such thing.
Why? How? Why do you think that?
Who does she lead? In the relationship, who does she lead as an alpha?
Women better at than men?
They're better at probably doing the dishes.
Would you rather choose the girl of your dream, any girl you want, the girl of your dreams, or the car of your dream?
Probably the car of my dreams.
What car would that be?
RX-7 F. Yep.
That's good. That's
Yes.
good. How come not a girl though?
Because bitches waste money.
City boy! City boy!
I'm a control freak, I apologize.
I love it. What do you control other than a fork and a spoon? What the f are you talking about?
I lost weight for you, asshole. Look at this.
Holy shit. Where did you lose
This
it?
is the after
picture. So you live in Colorado?
I'm actually kind of like nomadic, homeless right now between scenes.
Are you really homeless if you're built like a house?
I like nice guys. I like someone who's really sweet to me, who I can have a nice... I would love a nice best friend for life.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'll be meeting you.
Personality or looks?
Personality.
Why?
No, I don't want a hot crazy girl though.
This is coming from a girl. Oh, God.
This new generation of men want you to chase them so bad.
Shut up. Y'all can't never take what y'all dish out. Want somebody to chase you but don't want to chase nobody. That boy done worked on himself. Got his degree, got some money, grew a little beard, went to Smile Direct Club. Y'all gave him the sauce on the internet. He changed his life. Now you and all your friends want him. You want him to chase you? That boy got options. On the internet projecting. I know that's what you're doing. What y'all like to do on TikTok. Whoever you talking about, chase that boy or miss out. That boy got options.
I'm thirsty.
I post my naked body online to
Like
put it short and
fully
simple.
naked?
Yes.
Are you fulfilled doing this?
Absolutely not. No, it has made me like extremely depressed.
Whoa. How much longer do you want to do this for?
I would love to stop now.
Dad bod or six pack?
Dad bod for sure. You can sleep on them easier.
They're very cuddly.
They go, yeah, they're cuddly.
They're warm.
So they eat pizza with you rather than go to the gym without you. And you always look a little bit better than that.
The majority of women are very insecure, guys. They don't want you to work out and go to the gym. They don't want you to see your own value. They don't want you to reach your full potential. This is why they say, I want a guy who has a dad bod. A dad bod is a lazy man. He just sits on the couch all day, every day. He doesn't do any activities. He might go to his 9-to-5 job. He might just play video games 24/7. Then he sits down. That's a lazy man. And that's a guy who's comfortable, which means he's not gonna wanna challenge that woman. And he won't say, oh, I can do better than you. So a guy who's lazy, who can't do anything for himself, or who doesn't have really any ambition outside of his little 9-to-5 job, that's a guy who's gonna develop a dad bod because he's not active. And women who want relationships, they love those type of guys because he's not a threat to leave. He's not gonna just kick her to the curb and get rid of her.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's there, baby!
So I come out of the supermarket and I see this girl in front of my car taking pictures. Wait. Hey, Mom, nice car.
Here.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an influencer.
Oh, nice, nice. All right, you can get the hell out of my car now.
Yep.
What the f is wrong with her, man?
It's hot as a hot Cheeto, and I want to put you in milk, and I want to eat you all up 106 times.
I don't understand, sorry.
I think you look like a hot Cheeto. I think you look very sexy.
Oh, thank you.
I'm very attracted to you.
Oh, thank you so
Do you like me? Do you want to be my boyfriend?
sorry, I have a girlfriend.
No!
Rejected.
Why? Where is she? Where is she?
Passing the phone to someone who the whole football team. I'm passing the
She belongs to the streets.
We're nice.
So,
Okay, so the assholes always win, huh?
always win. Nice
You
guys.
just want to be fucked and treated like shit, huh?
Honestly, yeah. Unless it's a relationship.
Do you know what the issue is? You're a very attractive girl, but all that is going through my head is my ex.
Excuse me, a what? Who walks into a date thinking about their ex?
Didn't think about it when I walked in, but as this has continued, it sort of made me think about it a little bit more.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so funny.
I don't understand men who bash women that have a high body count, that sleep around. They lose respect for that kind of woman.
If you have a good man and you care about making him happy, you need to know that sex is an expression of love. It is not a gift. It is not a romantic gesture. And men need romance too. I feel like a lot of the times in relationships, men start off romantic. They start off taking you on dates, giving you thoughtful gifts and everything. But because women are conditioned to only care about their needs in a relationship, we forget. Like, if somebody's giving and giving and giving and not getting anything in return, that's not going to make them want to keep giving.
Men should not pay for the first date.
No. Well, I'm gonna. You
Okay,
are
let's talk about. We're going to talk about this one real quick. So you think the guy should pay for the first date?
Just minding my own business.
Absolutely, you should pay for the first date. 100%.
Gone are the days of people just dating one person.
Let me go. Come on. Let me go. Well, been a pleasure. Whoa.
Similarly, gone are the days of people sleeping with just one person at a time. So if you're going on a first date with a girl, you have to assume she's fucking at least one other guy. You have to assume that. She could be sleeping with 2, 3 other guys. So my thing is, I'm not going to pay for a girl if she's fucking another guy. Point blank period. You do not adhere to your traditional gender roles if she does not adhere to hers.
Be careful out there, guys. No woman is ever truly single. She's not yours. It's just your turn. Remember that. So when you meet her, she's most likely getting smashed and hooking up with some guy that she really wants to be with and he doesn't want her. An ex-boyfriend, a baby daddy. So she's never just sitting there and just knitting and saying, oh, I'm waiting on a perfect guy. No, she's texting a whole bunch of different dudes. So if you take her on a date, she's just using you for a free meal, most likely. This is why I tell you guys, keep it low. Take us for a walk in the park, take her to a free museum, take her for a Starbucks coffee or something like that. Don't be just spending all your money because these women love guys who break bread on them. They see you as easy. You don't have any respect for yourself. It is the thing. Women will take all your drinks and your meals and your entertainment, and then they will go have sex with a dude who's not doing any of that. So most of these women, they're not operating in the traditional mindset. I could see if you guys met and then she's not talking or dating or seeing anybody. If you open up a woman's phone, it's a whole bunch of dudes in there. I guarantee you in her text thread who are texting her good morning, hey beautiful, when can I see you? And there's a dude in there who's already smashed.
I think the majority of my focus will be behind the camera. I'd like to continue to hone my special skills, what have you, just try to kind of continually quietly help people who are in search of that kind of information. There's been a lot who have approached me very quietly and been like, I asked you and I really want to.
I had a guy come up to me 2 days ago in the middle of a bar. And he goes, "Are you the girl?" And I said,
Follow me, girl.
I didn't have like any makeup on. I was like, yeah. Silly. And then he's like, you got me for Afghanistan. I was like,
Oh my.
That's awesome. You show up on set, you get paid a one-time receive a dime, and then immediately that material that you prepared yourself for, you tested for, they paired you with somebody who really wanted to do that day. Like you're there with them on set, they're perfect. And then, okay, see you later. It's gonna be all over the net for this week. No exclusivity. And I think that's where it's like, we're creating adult content in a scene, in a studio, with a director. It's a very controlled set. It's a safe setting in general. We're all consenting adults with paperwork and tests and very, very safe to shoot this kind of material. But the way it's distributed and easily accessible to all. That everybody can see your beautiful content. However, everybody can see it forever.
Well, thanks again for that book, Arthur. I left something for you over by your tent.
Hosea, how are you? Hello.
Well,
no more desperate, Strauss. There he is.
You might have Dutch food, but I'm watching you.
All right.
Mr. Morgan,
You okay?
I'm bored.
Well, go find some mischief to get up to.
Bye-bye.
Javier.
Well, Arthur.
Everything good?
I guess.
I hope so.
Yes, see you later.
All good, Abigail?
Yeah, starting to like this place. The boy, too.
Good, I'm glad. Okay, I'll catch you later then.
Sure.
Hey there.
Hi there, Arthur.
You got this place whipped into shape, all right.
I'm trying.
imagine what we'd be like left to our own devices.
All right then, Arthur.
So, how are you, Mr. Smith? Fine. Well, you been up to much, have you? Not really. Read any interesting books recently? No. Seen any plays? No.
Oh.
You heard any good jokes? Yeah. Well, all right. Well, you fancy sharing it with me?
Nope. No.
Oh. You know, I wouldn't want to be stuck in the wilderness with you, Charles. I've had more fun, well, watching the grass grow. Please, go watch it. You know, someday you will warm up to me. Mm-hmm. About time you rested up.
You okay?
You are dressed damn silly.
Well, thank you.
Pearson?
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
You having a bad day or something?
No.
I get it. We'll leave you alone. All right, well, I should be getting on.
Yeah.
If you're bored, there's always work to be done.
I ain't bored.
Just a suggestion.
Yep.
Need any supplies?
Okay. Always. Can never have too much. A stew without good meat is no stew at all, Mr. Morgan.
Hopefully, this will help a bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Arthur.
Arthur?
Hey, folks.
Arthur.
Abigail.
Hello, Mr. Frost. Oh,
There she is.
hi there.
Hey,
Hello.
Sadie.
Good evening.
How are you holding up?
It's like a nightmare I can't wake up from.
It will get better, Mrs. Adler.
Okay, then.
Hey. Have a nice evening. Hello, Abigail.
Hi there.
Hi, Jack.
Hi to you.
Why are you looking so shifty?
I'm not.
Okay. Guess we'll find out.
Splendid, Mr. Morgan.
Hi, Pearson.
I became convinced as you do that the place was full of loot. Of course. I know the feeling. Starts to call you that thing in your stomach. Take me. Rob me. I want to be in your pocket. Silver, gold, all the good things in existence. Exactly. So, I'm watching the house for a few hours, and it's as quiet as a grave. I become convinced it's empty. I ask around, people ain't been seen. So, For some reason, I must be getting sloppy. I just walk right in. Right into a wake for their dead Uncle McCarby.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what'd you do?
I froze. Then I saw his name, and I became McCarby's best friend they never knew about. But somehow I winged it and let them lead me into being McCarby's former gold prospecting friend from back in '76. By the end of the evening, we were laughing together and crying. It was very sad. He was a lovely man, old McCarby.
But you still robbed them, huh?
You heartless bastard. Of course I did. I robbed the priest, but not the family.
That's okay, then. You're a pair of old fools.
Good evening to you.
That is a peculiar outfit, Mr. Morgan.
When are you gonna get your act together?
I'm just minding my own business here.
Hey, Uncle. Morgan. What you got going on?
Nothing much.
The master at work?
Old habits die hard.
Just so long as you ain't making me dress up like an idiot. Okay, well, let's talk more later.
All right, Arthur.
You good, Charles?
Yeah. Already wishing we left Sean hanging from that tree.
Oh, I know what you mean. Well, I should get back to it.
All right.
Maverick by the head, wheel on the fly. He could pick up his front ones whenever he chose to try. Whenever he chose to try. He used to ride most anything, and now he sells will. He says they cut some caper, of which he got his fill. Which he got his fill. He's done and quit the business, settled down to quiet life, hunting for some maiden who will be his little wife, be his little wife. Wanna wash and patch his britches and feed the setting hen, milk old blue and brandy, and tend a baby Ben, tend a baby Ben.
Evening.
Evening.
You okay? You don't seem yourself.
Yes, I'm all right. Why?
Okay, just making sure.
Okay then.
Ladies,
Hi there. Nice night, ain't it?
managing to keep everyone in line?
I'm doing my best.
Any troublemakers, you let me know.
Sounds good, Mr. Morgan.
Impressive. Good evening.
That sure is an interesting choice of outfit.
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
Hey there. Mr. Morgan. How are things?
Doing better.
Good for you.
Okay, Arthur.
Arthur.
I'm a natural.
Dutch? Miss O'Shea? Well, feels like we are finally getting back on our feet.
You, find a buyer for them bonds we stole?
Not yet, but Jose is working on it.
When we heading west?
Soon? I don't know.
Feels like things have changed. The whole world's changed. But they don't want folk like us no more. We're being hunted.
We are smarter than them. Only the feeblest of men take jobs in the government.
I hope so.
Trust Dutch, Mr. Morgan. You have to.
They got Micah! Dutch! Arthur!
What's going on?
They got Micah. He's been arrested for murder. He was in Strawberry.
It's okay, son. Breathe.
They nearly lynched me. They got Micah and the sheriffs in Strawberry. And there's talk of hanging him.
Here's hoping.
Arthur.
What? The fool brought this on himself. You know my feelings about him, Dutch.
You think I can't see past his bluster to the heart inside? He is a fine man.
No, I ain't saving that fool.
I can't go. My face will be all over West Elizabeth. I am asking. He would do it for you.
I don't think he would, but fine, all right.
Arthur.
You okay, Lenny?
Yeah, of course I'm okay.
You don't seem okay.
You take that kid into town. Valentine, not Strawberry. Get him drunk. And Arthur, no crazy business.
I've given that up.
And you get Micah out of that jail.
Come on, son. I'll get to it, Dutch. Just can't drop everything. Girl.
What are you doing? You planning on walking the rest of the way?
Hi there, Charles.
Sean.
Are we going, Arthur?
All right, simmer down. Ah. Here.
Don't play games with me, please. I ain't in the mood. I rode as fast as I could, didn't stop for nothing.
Yeah, you look like you've been through it.
I'm beat. We finally get off that mountain, then this. Micah's got a crazy side, Arthur.
What were you boys doing? You were supposed to be scouting ahead for.
I kept asking him what we was doing, but he was, "You worry too much, kid. Just some business to attend to, kid." You know how he is.
Yes, I do.
He was half soaked before we even got there. Then we ran into some fellas. One of them, Micah knew, drank some more. And this is supposed to be a dry town we're in, too.
And then he shoots one of them. I know how that goes.
Couldn't even tell you quite how. Happened like the strike of a match. The law was on us fast, too. They was ready to strangle me up there and then. But I got away, just about.
You're all right now. We'll take care of it.
So you gonna go get him? I'll come with you.
No, you leave it to me. For now, let's drink some. Forget about Micah.
It was drink that started all this.
We'll just have a couple. Settle you down, then head back.
Easy.
Okay?
Okay.
Now, I should warn you. Me and a couple of the other boys, we got in a bit of a fight last time we was here.
What kind of fight?
Oh, nothing big. No, we kept it clean. We're all good.
If you say so, Arthur.
Yep. Hey there, mister.
Keep to your damn self.
Hey, mister.
I don't care.
Hey, partner. Here we are. Hey, mister.
New fashion from the east or something.
You mind your business, I'll mind mine. Having fun, mister? You, mister, excuse me. Hey,
Have a nice
mister.
evening.
Good evening, mister.
Good evening, partner.
Hey there.
Evening, mister.
Hello.
Evening, friend.
Hi, ma'am.
Have a good night.
Just one or two, right, Arthur?
Of course, just a drink. No big drama. Can we get a couple beers, please?
I don't want no trouble.
You'll get none from me. I was defending myself.
Tommy, he's...
He'll be fine. Here, have one for yourself.
Thank you.
Micah seemed to know a lot of people. That was the problem.
How you mean?
I mean, I done seen a lot of crazy stuff, but
A
Micah...
lot of crazy stuff.
Will you shut up?
Will you shut up?
Be quiet, buddy.
Oh, they're dullers. My lord. You men is dull.
Hey, leave this fool alone.
Leave the fool alone. People been leaving me alone for the last 10 years.
Listen, buddy. You're a charming fellow. One of the best. But me and the kid here, we're trying to talk business, so could you possibly leave us alone? No offense intended.
Ain't no pleasing some folk. Just trying to be friendly.
Oh. That's great, partner. Lenny, where are you? Lenny, where are you? See that fella I was with?
Don't ask me.
Hey, you see my friend anywhere?
Sorry.
You know which way my friend went?
I can't say, I'm afraid.
Can't find my friend. You know where he went?
Oh, I don't know beans about that.
doing, kid?
Hello, Arthur. You know what?
I don't know.
Why ain't you never married?
Gonna have me. That's the thing, you see, because it... Lenny? Lenny!
Get away from me! Now! Who's living in that shit, ain't you? Come on!
You know where my friend is?
Let's ask someone else.
Hey! You see my friend? Leave the killer alone, you goddamn animals!
Who do you think you're talking to?
Nobody. I'm talking to nobody.
What did you say?
What?
I said, what did you say?
Get lost, buddy.
Shut up, mister! Yeah, shut your mouth, mister.
Do I look like a Lenny to you?
Lenny, where are you hiding now? Lenny! You bastard! Lenny? Lenny! Found you, Lenny!
Lenny, go away, you drunk.
Lenny!
How many of you have, pal?
Damn it, Lenny! Stop slumping off on me!
You mean Jenny? She left with a John an hour ago.
Been looking all over for you, Lenny.
I'm Clyde. You got the wrong fella.
Arthur, what are you doing?
You're a good friend to me, Arthur.
Shut up. Cheers. Cheers. Not you again?
I didn't mean nothing by it.
Stop right now, you drunken fool! I said stop!
You'll never take me alive!
Okay.
You alive? Arthur! You alive, Arthur?
I want to die. Well, what did we do?
I don't know.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah.
You pair degenerates.
Oh.
There's a fine for drunken violence in this town. You're just lucky no one was killed.
Hey, we didn't start a thing.
Yes, you did.
Well, I don't remember.
Either you fools got any money, it's $10 and you're free to walk.
Sure.
Now, get out of here. I don't want to see either of you around here no more.
Oh, Jesus.
So, that was a quiet drink?
First one was pretty quiet.
Yeah, the first one was pretty quiet.
At least it took your mind off goddamn Mikey.
Well, that's certainly true. I gotta get out of here.
I'm just gonna have a little sit down and feel sorry for myself.
How you do? No complaints
Mister?
from me. All right.
Long time, girl.
Good morning, good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. I hope you're having a fantastic day. In this video, I'm going to share with you every arcane weapon you should get in preparation for the DLC. There are 11 weapons from 11 different categories, covering pretty much every possible build. So at least one or two of these weapons should fit your playstyle perfectly. This list even includes arcane weapons for ranged users and for spellcasters. So you've got a full arsenal at your disposal and you should be fully prepared for whatever the land between should hold for us next. Before I get into the main list, let me quickly address another weapon that won't be featuring in the main list and a lot of people do still believe is the best arcane weapon, and that is the Scavenger's Curved Sword.
Can I buy a ticket, please?
We'll be starting soon, just inside the tent there.
Country was young, but the settlers used to tell about the woods of Massachusetts and the creatures that lived there. One summer, a bear was by the stream. An old man Wind appeared and said, "Bear, I shall blow a mighty cold upon the land, and gorge yourself on fish and meat, and go find a den. Then sleep, not for one night, but for 60. Go tell all the animals of the forest what I have told you." Bear was sad because the fish were his friends, and now he had to eat them. but he knew to do whatever the wind told him. The animals of the forest often teased Bear and said he was slow and lazy and foolish for listening to Old Man Wind. You're talking to the wind again, eh? Laughed the rabbit. I think Bear has finally taken leave of his senses, said the turtle. And he's getting so rotund that even I could outrun him. I'm smart and quick, said Rabbit. I'll outrun Old Man Wind if he comes a-calling, or you, since you're into eating your friends. The turtle said, if wind comes, I'll just hide in my shell. Then Bear went and warned Coyote and Possum that they should prepare for a long, cold winter. It's so hot, said the Coyote. There's plenty of time. The lazy Possum said, well, there's an abundance of food. Maybe I'll just store some in my pouch. Even his squirrel friends made fun of Bear. They laughed and laughed and squibbled and squabbled. Chunky needs a nap. Fatty Goody Two-Shoes does what he's told. Bear was very sad. But he was a good bear, and he always did what Old Man Wind told him. He went and found a den, snuggled inside, and fell fast asleep. Bear snored and snored for many days. When he woke up, he saw spring had come. He was very hungry, so he walked outside. As the snow melted, he saw all his friends who hadn't listened, frozen and just ready to be eaten. And that's why the bear hibernates. So listen to your elders and do just what you're told.
Hope to see you again.
Hey there, girl.
Howdy.
Hey there! Hey, mister.
I'll be as quick as I can, but there's three main reasons this sword isn't on this list. Firstly, it's not inherently arcane. You have to apply an affinity to it to make it arcane, and that applies to any other weapon in the game that isn't inherently arcane. It's not on this list because it's not a true arcane weapon. Secondly, after the insane nerfs to bleed, yes, it's still powerful. As you can see here, it can still melt bosses, but there are better options, trust me. Don't believe people if they still think this is the best one. And finally, for this build to fully work, you need two of them, which means unless you're willing to get someone to drop this for you, you have to already have done New Game Plus to be able to pull this off. So let's jump into the first actual weapon on this list and start off with the Reduvia. Please note all of the footage you'll be seeing in today's video is on New Game Plus 2, so even though you'll see my stats are very inflated and these weapons are doing crazy amounts of damage, that doesn't mean that this is only viable for endgame builds. I'm on New Game Plus 2, all enemies pack a punch and have insane amounts of health, so you can scale down all the numbers you're seeing if you're still on base New Game. All of these weapons are still going to be crazy powerful and very viable. The Reduvia is the earliest arcane weapon you can get, and this is dropped by defeating Bloody Finger Nereus with the help of Ura in Limgrave. This weapon cannot be infused with other ashes of war, nor can it be coated with oils or anything like that, and that applies to almost every single other weapon on this list as well. I'll come back to almost later when we review two weapons in particular. Now, this weapon is so insanely powerful because of its skill, the Bloodblade. This produces a small wave of blood, which is then flung towards the enemy, and this can be spammed again and again until you run out of stamina or FP, whichever comes first. The blood loss inflicted by the Reduvia Bloodblade is far greater than the weapon's melee strikes, so you basically just want to spam this weapon skill if you are using this weapon. And finally, again, as with any weapon on this list that inflicts blood, which is quite a few of them, the arcane scaling of this weapon affects the amount of blood loss buildup the weapon has. So the higher your arcane stat, the better. You are going to do more damage and inflict blood loss at a crazy high rate. Overall, this is an absolutely incredible early game arcane weapon, and it has fairly low stat requirements to support an early game build. Now we'll move on to a straight sword, the Regalia. And no, I'm not going to pronounce the full name because I always butcher it, so the Regalia it is. This is one of two obtainable weapons in the game that use the Dancing Blade skill. You can actually get this sword as early on in the game as you can the Reduvia by abusing some fairly precise jumps on the cliffs just to the east of the Third Church of Marika. I've showcased this glitch in many videos before, so I won't bore you with it yet again here. I will actually compare this with the Marae Executioner's sword, which is coming up next, and show you the stats of both of them side by side, because at +9 they are pretty much identical. But because the Marae Executioner's sword is a great sword, it attacks far slower, so DPS, the Regalia, is actually slightly more powerful when using standard light attacks. However, the Marae Executioner's sword will outdamage it when using the weapon skill. So both of them are really solid, and as you can see, the damage and the stats is nearly identical. If you do love this skill and want to use either of these swords, the only difference I would say is if you're going for a dexterity arcane build, use the Regalia. If you're going for a strength arcane build, use the Executioner's sword. And talking of the weapon skill, it is absolutely amazing for so many reasons. It will scale with the likes of the Winged Sword Insignia Talisman and the Rotten Winged Sword Insignia, because these talismans boost the damage of each consecutive strike, and every single hit of the corkscrew attack is considered a consecutive strike. All things considered though, even when you do include the talismans and the power of the weapon skill, especially on the Marae Greatsword, the overall damage output of these swords is quite lackluster in comparison to a few of the late game.
Mr. Morgan.
You seem chipper?
Well, where there's life, there's hope, my friend.
And?
My lady.
Hey there.
Okay.
You know, you should get out of here for a bit.
God, that'd be nice.
Nice throw, Jack.
Thanks.
Might have a go myself. Anyway, I won't disturb you.
Okay.
Morning to you.
Hello!
How are you?
Damn well, if I do say so.
Do you believe in heaven, Miss Grimshaw?
Excuse me?
Do you believe in heaven?
Heaven.
Yes, you know, angels, bright lights, that sort of thing.
Well, I once was engaged to a man, long time ago. He died. The best man I ever knew. And I believe he's in heaven.
seem really happy now.
Sure.
This is everything. The whole world is in a smile, Arthur. Remember that.
Morning, Dick.
Why don't you sit instead of cluttering the place up?
John behaving himself?
I suppose. Why?
You busy, Arthur?
Javier?
I heard about a house. Could be interesting.
What kind of a house?
I don't know. A couple fellas I heard in town, they said it was really freakish. A family local boogeymen, I guess. But they're crooked in every way.
So?
Well, so these boys thought they were sitting on a lot of cash. They're highway robbers, kidnappers, apparently. They're well hidden in the woods.
Well, sounds pretty dubious.
Of course. Yeah, it's dubious, but there ain't much risk of getting caught.
Okay, then. Let's go take a look.
Exactly. Just take a look.
It's up north, on the other side of the river from Valentine. Best way there is through Cumberland Falls, though. You know it?
Sure, more or less. Miss Grimshaw.
Hey,
You seem to have everything well in order here.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, girl. For Christ's sake.
Whoa! Just up the hill this
we're
way.
pretty close now.
Follow me. Let's stop and go on foot from here.
Come on.
There's a spot up ahead where we should be able to get a good look at the place. I want to make sure we don't run into any surprises.
Sure.
Apparently, this family's been isolated for so long, they started talking in their own weird dialect. They really don't like outsiders, especially on their turf.
Well, you just keep selling me on this job, don't you?
Big place, right?
Well, there's a pretty big barn in the back. It's not a bad place to start looking. There must be a lot of people living here. A large house.
Stash could be in any one of them buildings, and who knows how many people are in there.
I ain't sure about this.
Boy, I think we need to draw them out somehow. And I got an idea. Follow me. All these trees, I can't get a proper look at the place.
Well, hopefully it'll make it harder for them to spot us, too.
Coast seems clear so far.
Yeah, so far.
Hey, stay with me, Arthur. Okay, we're close now. Hey, keep it down. I hear voices. hide behind this shed. See if we can hear what they're saying. Just stay quiet.
This time one's mouth. Don't score notions in the dippy Fleming's head.
Where you been now, Newt? Don't be boiling now, Pappy. I's gone but 10 minutes I was.
You can hollygag all the now day long, cause Edie takes patrol now, don't you?
What? No, Edie, get all the jam.
You shut your gulper, or I'll flagger your felt, I will. Your niece will pull it up, boy. Up. Go guard the shed.
Go!
You understand what they're saying?
Not much of it. What we doing, Javier?
Okay, you take cover by the rock over there. I'll create a little distraction, then you jump them, okay?
What kind of distraction?
You'll see.
What the hickory happened here? We got to put this out, don't you? Oh. Hey! I said shot, Arthur. Now, Arthur! Listen. Look for the stash. Want the money or not? Come on. Come on, we didn't come all this way for nothing.
Arthur, we need to find the money, get the hell out of here.
Well, look what we have here.
I told you it was worth the trouble, didn't I?
Here, you take this. Let's split up. I'll meet you back at camp.
Sounds good.
Arcane weapons that we'll come to in a minute, so they may not be your first choice, at least for a super late game build. So now let's move on to the next one, the Bloody Hellis. This is a heavy thrusting sword with one of my favourite weapon skills in the game, purely because it can make you look and feel so cool. Just pay attention to this boss fight with Adan and see how I am able to perfectly dodge his attacks and follow up with an amazing counter. This sword feels so cool to use, and if you get good at using this and are very comfortable with it, it's a really solid PvP weapon because it's not a weapon skill too many people are that familiar with, and it will catch a lot of opponents off guard. I should mention as well, this one is found in the Wraithblood ruins in the chest underground after defeating the boss. And finally, this is another one that scales best with a combination of dexterity and arcane. As are most weapons on this list, it definitely feels like arcane builds cater much better to dex than they do to strength. And talking of dexterity-heavy arcane weapons, we're about to move on to the most stat-heavy arcane weapon on this list, and that is Morgoth's Cursed Sword. After first acquiring and using this sword, it was my favourite for a while. Its weapon skill, the Cursed Blood Slice, is awesome, and it actually took me a few hours of in-game playtime to realise that it had a follow-up slice if you pressed the skill button a second time. And what is so powerful about the Cursed Blood Slice, on top of the fact that you can attack twice, is the fact that that initial slice will hit and stagger enemies before the bloody trail left then explodes into a burst of flame. So you have essentially got 4 attacks for the price of 1 there, keeping most enemies stun-locked for a significant amount of time and dealing crazy amounts of damage. Once again, as with most weapons on this list, you cannot enchant this or buff it with consumables in any way, nor can the Ash of War be changed, not that you'd want to, because it's one of the best in the game. And again, as with many arcane weapons, the sword's attacks do cause blood loss build-up, and that blood loss build-up is also applied by the Cursed Blood Slice, just in case you were wondering. And it's fairly obvious from the name, though I should have mentioned, you purchase this from Fingerreader Enya by trading in the Remembrance of the Omen King once you have defeated Morgoth. Now let's move on to the next one, the Rivers of Blood. Definitely one of the most powerful weapons on this list. Also a lot of people's favourite, and for good reason. It took me a while to enjoy this weapon, but once I did fully grasp its power, it became clear to me why so many people love it. Its weapon art, the Corpse Piler, is why most people love this weapon so much. It does an insane amount of attacks in such a short period of time and deals both physical and fire damage, meaning the incantation Flame Grant Me Strength can make this weapon skill do crazy amounts of damage, especially when paired with talismans such as the Rotten Winged Insignia and the Shard of Alexander. And as with all Arcane Bleed weapons, more arcane means more bleed buildup. So even if you only just barely meet the dex requirements for this weapon and then pump every other stat point into Arcane, it's still going to do crazy amounts of damage and be very, very viable. This is one of the latest game weapons on this list. This is dropped by Bloody Finger Akina, who invades you near the Church of Repose, found in the eastern region of the mountaintops of the Giants. At this point, I just want to take a few seconds to specifically thank all of our patrons over on patreon.com. Every single person that goes the extra mile, no, the extra 100 miles to support this channel with a monthly donation is truly, truly appreciated. You really help to keep this channel alive and keep my dream alive of being able to create these videos and help you out and make the likes of Elden Ring and other Soulsborne games easier and more accessible for the world. So to every single patron we have out there, thank you truly so much. Now we'll move on to probably the most stylish weapon on this list. That is Eleanor's Pole Blade. As the name suggests, this is the weapon of Bloody Finger Eleanora, and it is obtained by defeating her at the Second Church of Marika in the Altus Plateau. And just in case you were wondering, you don't need to be progressing Yura's questline. When you come to this church, she will invade you regardless of whether or not you have been doing Yura's questline. I'm not a huge fan of any twin blade in this game, if I'm honest. I must admit they look awesome, both the actual style of the weapon and of course the moveset. And I appreciate because they do attack so fast, the actual base physical damage needs to be reduced to compensate so they're not overpowered. But I feel like the physical damage is so low that they just don't compare in DPS to many other weapons on this list. The weapon art, however, makes up for that. The Bloodblade Dance deals insane amounts of damage, and with a follow-up attack, you will perform an evasive maneuver and jump backwards, putting you out of range of any enemies following up with a counter-attack. So this is another one, just like the Bloody Hellas, that if you master the moveset and become one with the weapon, that you can really make your best friend and probably make this build into an absolute killing machine. Next up, we have got my absolute favourite weapon on this list, and that is Mogren's Sacred Spear. I won't spend too much time on this weapon because I have already done a full build based around this weapon, so if you want to know all of the specifics and details, go check that out. You already know my love for it. I cannot overstate how awesome this weapon is. The Blood Boon Ritual Ash of War is a god tier Ash of War. It does stupid amounts of damage over many different attacks and will just obliterate swathes of enemies. I can already feel myself wanting to rant about how you can make the absolute most out of this weapon, but that's not the idea of this video. I need to rein myself in and just go check out the video I've made for this weapon if you are interested in using it to the maximum of its potential. This one is obtained by defeating Moog, the Lord of Blood, and then trading in his remembrance with Enya at the Round Table Hold. I'll stop swooning over it now and we'll get back to the list. Next up, we've got two more weapons we'll kind of compare in tandem, and that is the Ripple Crescent Halberd and the Ripple Blade. I'm going to spend a couple of minutes explaining exactly why these weapons are so unique and so good. Remember I said at the start that most arcane weapons can't be buffed up with magic or consumables. These two can. Not only that, they have two of the highest arcane scaling attributes in the whole entire game. And that means even though their base damage is very low compared to every other weapon on this list, they are ridiculously good at building up status effects. This is ideal for arcane builds that use a lot of grease and a lot of different status effects. Just to give you one example, with just one swing from a plus 25 Ripple Blade at 60 arcane will deal 220 poison build-up to an enemy. The blade is slightly better at applying status effects, so it's slightly less than that for the halberd, but the halberd halberd does have a superior move set and has also got the reach that the blade doesn't have. So for that reason, they're both incredibly amazing for a status build-up heavy build. And I'm sure there are ways to make that build-up even more. I haven't used the rifle weapons in a proper build. I haven't min-maxed with them yet. So I'm sure there's ways to get the numbers even higher. And to put that in perspective, most enemies will be poisoned after around a build-up tick of around 200 to 300 poison, and that includes bosses. So with just one or two swings of these weapons, you can inflict enemies with poison, scarlet rot, frostbite, you name it. Another amazing example to help people out that are struggling with the late game. If you apply a drawstring soporific grease to one of these two weapons, you will be putting bosses to sleep almost instantly, giving you the breathing room you need to run away and heal up or deal with duo bosses much more effectively. It cannot be overstated how powerful these two weapons are when it comes to status effects. And I'm sure there are people that have pushed these two weapons to their limits far more than me and know how to really utilize them to their maximum effectiveness. And finally, for where to get these two weapons, the Rifle Blade is purchased from Pidia, the Carian servant, hidden in the alcove in the Carian Manor, and the Crescent Halberd has a small drop chance from any Albanoric that you see wielding this weapon. There's many of them scattered around the Mogwin Palace area, so whenever you're adventuring there, if you want it, just go in for this weapon and you should have it in no time. That is all the melee weapons on this list. Now let's move to the two ranged options we have as an arcane build. First up, let's take a look at the Serpent Bow. This bow is found in a pool of rot in the abandoned cave, which is smack bang in the middle of Caelid, and is also where you find the gold scout. Despite the fact that this is an arcane weapon, having higher arcane doesn't affect the damage output of this weapon. But what it does affect, and why this is so powerful, is it affects the status build-up of poison, bleed, and sleep on the respective arrows. For that reason, this bow is actually most advantageous with a hybrid build that combines both dexterity and arcane. However, where this really excels is it will add a base 15 poison build-up to all arrows, and exactly as the weapon description says, it reveals its true worth when used.
Hey, you! Are you gonna give me the chance to redeem myself? For what? I know I got you beat this time. Let's put some money on it, huh? What do you say?
Fine by me, friend. Fine by me.
Good. Okay, let's do this. You know how this goes. The one who shoots the most bottles wins. Just throw your gun and aim when you're ready. All right? Perfecto. Come on! After all that practice...
Not enough, I guess.
That was just a one-off, man. A fluke. Let's go again. With real money.
All right, let's do it.
Aha! That's a good call, amigo. All right, real simple. First one to hit 4 flying birds wins. Stand near me, and as soon as they come out, it's anyone's shot. Be patient. Ah! There they go! Shoot! To shoot, okay? Here it is, okay? Man of my word.
Appreciate it.
Sure. Better watch out next time. You'll see.
Let's go. Girl? Just not your day, huh?
Yeah, I guess not. Guess I need more practice, huh?
With poison-infused arrows. I am just using the bog standard crafted poison-fletched arrows, but ideally what you want to do is purchase serpent arrows for use with this bow. They are sold by the Dragon Barrows Isolated Merchant for 120 runes each, and using the Mighty Shot weapon skill along with the serpent arrows on a fully upgraded serpent bow will inflict most enemies with poison in just one shot. You can see here, even just using jump attacks and regular poison-fletched arrows, I'm still inflicting poison on all these enemies in just 2 shots. So it's very, very effective even with these weaker arrows. But if you want to push this to its limit, the serpent arrows are going to be amazing and make this absolutely devastating. Jump shots do actually deal less damage than just standard light attacks, but because the primary reason for using this bow is to inflict the status effects, that's what makes the jump attacks more effective for us. Now let's move on to the final weapon on this list, and that is the Albinorix staff. This staff is absolutely amazing for people that want to go pure arcane builds but still would like a fairly powerful ranged option in the form of sorceries. The very low 10 intellect requirement will allow you to use the very FP efficient glintstone pebble without needing to invest into an intellect build, therefore giving you really solid magic damage output for any enemies that are weak against magic but strong against all other damage types. This will make your arcane build so much more versatile, and you shouldn't encounter any enemies in the game at that point that aren't weak to at least one of your forms of damage. I have opted to put just a few more points into intelligence so that I can combine the glintstone pebble with the magic glint blade, because the magic glint blade's damage output is insane. As you know, it requires a few seconds to formulate the blade and then shoot towards your enemies. So you can queue a few magic glint blades up, and then as they're forming, switch to the glintstone pebble and start spamming them. I have literally got something like 14 intelligence.
Sad više sam vam, vidim što se radi.
Bio onaj, kako se zove tip, Swamp Butcher. Bio on na kanalu, jedno sat vremena, malo smo pričali, otišao. Bio je Boris Gradiročki, ništa ga nisam pitao. Pričao o Kjeru, to je to. Bio on jedno 20 minuta možda i otišao.
Hi there, kitty. Hey, cat.
heard some feller saying Mrs. Carrington met Roy when she was in O'Reilly, working in the kitchen.
Ain't that something?
Howdy, fellers. Okay there?
That sort of thing
Hey, mister.
gets you locked up.
Welcome back.
I need a wash. You got a bath?
All right, head on over when you're ready.
Aha, kupatilo. Dobro.
To se igra.
Red Dead. Mhm. Mam li jeden set, ne? To je to. A,
Care to stay another night?
is empty cut. Da sam... Tamo se umočio kat.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Can I get some help in here, please?
Nema pomoći.
Wonderful. Don't you worry about a thing. You'll be clean as a whistle. Whenever you're done, just say the word.
So how's it going?
Not too bad.
My dog Copper used to take baths with me when he was alive.
Oh gosh, you're making me blush.
Been a while since I've been able to relax like this.
Oh, you don't say.
You seem like a clever girl.
Oh gosh, that really means a lot.
Number of times I nearly died the past few weeks, you wouldn't believe.
I'm so very sorry to hear that.
You know, naked small talk isn't as easy as you might think.
Oh, this is so unprofessional. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I'll stop boring you now.
Oh, shush. At least you're kind. Bet you wish I could stay longer, huh? Is that nice?
Mm.
Goodness, quite the scars you have, huh? Nice meeting you.
To je deluxe kupanje bilo.
Nothing like a good bath, huh?
Yep.
You ugly bastard. You're getting old. Old and kinda sad. No wonder they all leave you, you sour-faced idiot. You ain't fooling no one.
Nothing like a nice bath at the end of a journey, huh? Got some good ones.
Wait here, girl. Come on, girl.
Oi.
Mister? Hello, mister.
Damn, Milan.
It's all good. Calm down.
Oh, God, no. I don't want any trouble like last time, okay?
Što je bilo prošli put, ne sjećam se.
Alright, what do you have now? Mm-hmm. All right. Deal. Business done. Take your time with that.
The item is locked. Zanimljivo.
Sure. Something you're interested in? Good. Sure. Good. Sure. Sure. Good. Folks come in for that all the time. Sure.
Ako pusti ovaj pare, onda ću uzeti taj Red Dead Online. Što je malo rok.
Popular even with the tourists here. All right. You looking for anything in particular?
No.
Fine item. Gee, customers sure love that. All right. come in for that all the time. Would you like anything else?
Ne.
Hey there.
Kako da izvučemo ga iz zatvora.
Oh.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Mr. Boss for the win here. And like a backstory of this rampage through Strong guys, his name talked about how as a result of that, they actually had a son who they left kind of as an orphan. All he had was his dog. And it was a pretty cool video. I'll leave a link to that in the description. So we're going to be diving into all the ways you can break Micah Bell out of jail in the mission. So for starters, there are two ways to approach this mission. You can either go to Micah at the side of the jail in the window, or you can choose to go inside. They will trigger different cutscenes. This is what happens if you go inside and try and talk to the sheriffs.
I'm from Blackwater. Heard you had some sort of... I could get a description.
Got killed. Now, water, you can look right enough.
So that's what happens if you go inside and talk to the sheriffs. However, if you decide to talk to Micah first, this is the cutscene that he will have with you.
Arthur! Arthur!
Haven't decided yet. Much opportunity to watch you be.
I always looked up to you, Arthur.
Actually using this thing called a steam donkey, which conveniently for us is located literally right next to the jail window. You would have think the Strawberry sheriffs would have said, that's not a great idea, but all you have to do is go over to it. You have to put the hook onto the... So will literally rip the... What
the hell are you doing?
With an O'Driscoll. So as you guys heard the sheriff say, Micah was in jail with an O'Driscoll, and once Arthur hands him a gun, he literally turns around and shoots him in the face. So that's the first method, the jail. The next way that you can do also involves staying outside of the jail. This time, however, it involves dynamite. And something interesting happens when Arthur actually pulls out the stick of dynamite.
Might want to step back a bit.
So wouldn't it have been convenient if Micah had just stayed by the window and the dynamite would have accidentally blown him up? We can only wish for something like that, but then you simply blow up the window with the dynamite, and once again this will occur.
Let's get out of here, come on. O'Driscoll.
So again, same outcome. You give the gun to Micah, and then he ends up shooting the O'Driscoll. So those The first alternative is if you don't bring the keys downstairs. Micah will have this to say.
Arthur, you got the keys? No. Check their pockets upstairs. Come on, hurry.
So it's pretty to go back. This is what happens if you open up the safe.
Now give me a gun. Hey, you. Bye now.
Why the hell you do that?
I'll tell you later.
Come on!
So once again, Micah doesn't even give the O'Driscoll the chance to escape. He shoots him in the face right on the spot. This guy is insane, let me tell you that. We're going to sell, which will allow us to break Micah out. Now, again, you can loot all of the lawmen here. You aren't going to get anything spectacular. And there's not a lot in the desk either. You can search that officer, even though it says Micah until you go outside. Now, I'm sure a handful of you guys are going to be wondering, well, what happens if you just leave Micah in jail? Well, unfortunately, that isn't possible. You obviously have to complete this mission to progress through the say, hey, I'm here, and then just ditch and bail out the back. That doesn't work that way. Doing that will cause the mission to fail, and obviously you'll have to restart.
To jest centrum.
Arthur! Arthur!
Hello, old friend. Had a good time, did you?
You going to get me out of here?
I ain't decided yet.
Real funny.
Oh, I ain't joking, cowpoke. I heard so much bluster out of your mouth these last 6 months, and now I got an opportunity to watch you be silenced.
Well, you gotta do something.
Why?
I always looked up to you, Arthur.
Well, that's your first mistake. Listen, there's one little problem. There's only one of me, and there's a whole town full of people wanting to see you swing.
You got to do something, Arthur. This wall just needs some good force. Yes. Hook that over the bars. See if you can pull them off.
What a modern disaster this is gonna be.
Just pull that lever. Come on.
Ah.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Mr. Boss for the win here, and in today's Red Dead Redemption 2 video, we're gonna...
Como Driscoll. Yeah.
And Arthur?
Called a... to the great idea, but all you have to go to the Steam off.
Kakav idijotluk.
Let's get out of here, come on. What the hell are you doing?
He wasn't O'Driscoll.
Think you're bumming along, do you?
That's how you want to do it? Don't go that way. Let's get the hell out of here.
I got some unfinished business. Trust me, Morgan.
Trust you? You have finally lost your damn mind.
I'll be judge, jury, and executioner.
I'm moving. Got it.
We're in it now, Morgan. What do you want to do?
Micah, it's Norman. Oh.
You always was a letdown, you fat sack of crap! Excuse me, you man at Arthur. Hello, Maddie. Did you miss me? They had something of mine. My guns. Keep shooting! Don't give up on me now! It's time! I showed him! And now, go the rest of this town!
You have really lost it this time.
Ja.
Kako žena, djeca.
Hvala ti,
Up
thanks.
here! Come on! The law in this town's a damn joke! That was close, boy!
We could have been long gone, but no. You have to shoot the
Šta
entire
bilo, prije me
town.
otišao na... Kuću natrag,
Ko je otišao?
to je prije me.
Keep shooting! Don't
Pa... Ne znam kako misle da imaju proizvodnja, nisu dali ljudima plat. Nisam siguran kako će mi ta zamisao.
2020.
Hm?
2023. i još uvijek.
Ma, to je sve isto. Stanje u Srbiji ti je normalno.
Kad mi kažu ono, kao, znate, platimo je kao sigurno. Neću, radim za džabe. Iz interesa, iz ubeđenja. To mi je najgori izgovor koji postoji. Plata, ali sigurno. Za 5 bombona će da radim.
Ima neki NPC, ja nemam pojma di je. Red Dead, ali single player. Bum.
Let's get to those horses, Morgan!
A sada ćeš konje. Pošto smo obišli krug rozgrad i pobili sve. Samo sjedi.
I don't have much choice.
some good shooting, Morgan. Whew, I gotta hand it to you.
What the hell was that you pulled back there?
Got a bit wild, all right.
Wild? Making a house call in the middle of all that?
Ain't much I care about more than those guns.
That much is clear. Who was that fella?
Skinny? Yeah, we ran together for a while. Did a bank job down south. Didn't end well.
I saw how it goddamn ended.
He was gonna let me hang.
I'm starting to wish I had. And you owe Lenny, too. If he hadn't found us in time...
Yes, you will all be thanked profusely. I
Oj,
promise.
sad.
Yeah, well, you're lucky Dutch has got your back.
Eto nas, tebe.
I think we finally lost him.
I hope so.
I'm giving you a holster. My way of saying thank you.
And thank you. There I was, having a dull day only for you. To liven it up by letting me help you shoot up half a town.
You're a funny fella, Arthur. Real funny. Why you act all sour all the time?
Well, you ain't funny at all. So why you gotta act like the court jester?
All right, listen. I'm sorry, but we're family now. Arthur,
Ja
you and me.
Ne.
Sons of Dutch. Makes us brothers. Sometimes, brothers make mistakes. I'm heading back to my little camp around back of Strawberry. Come see me. Maybe I can make things up to you.
So you ain't heading back to Dutch?
No, I've been a bad boy, Arthur. I ain't seeing Dutch till I can bring him a peace offering. Bye now. Yeah.
To nije ništa opasno. Neko će ostanemo bez tebe. Zašto? Pa si mi stavio u testament.
Ko umire?
Naš drug Milan Belada.
Pa da. Nema šta. A jebi ga. To ti ono koliko para ga platiš, jebi ga.
Stavio neku umre ili?
Ja.
Milane, neku umro ili?
Meni nije niko umro, što misli.
A Milan? Nešto priča. Eto, ti si iskamao i Iliju za to.
Ne može mene da skama.
Nego?
Da bi nekog skamao, moraš da mu poveruješ.
Why would you ever leave the house looking like that?
Hello, sir.
That ain't quite how we dress
Mister?
in like Blackwater
How do
society.
you do? I can't seem to catch a break today.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Nice to see you. Christ, I'm liable to get robbed with this much coming in.
Leading cultural hub in less than a year.
Deep pockets.
Yep.
Thanks for your assistance.
Ano što nisam zaspao na poslu. Kako mi je zabavno bilo.
Toliko, a? Save synchronization. Se gleda onaj klip što je ona likoša zvala Uber taksi i u sred vožnje otkazala, znaš, vožnju.
A, virus.
To ti je priča. Zato čak popizda.
Ne, ovo je parodija bila, što si ti stavio.
Ono prvo je parodija, ovo drugo ti je pravi klip. I to ga ona snimala, zamisli kokošku glupu.
Ja bi ubio. Sve ko bi je.
U toku, on je ljud bio na nju, zato što rekao izlazi napolje, to je to. Zato što je ona htjela da je on...
vožnju u džabe.
Jeste, ona je dobila vožnju u džabe i još se pravila blesava, a tražila je da je odveze u urgentni centar, znaš. Kao hitno je. I na kraju nije htjela da izađe iz vozila koliko je bilo hitno, znaš. Koliko je bilo hitan slučaj. On je govori uporno da je ispred bolnice, ona ne želi da izađe i čovjek...
A hoće da je odvede direktno na odeljenje, šta?
Ne znam šta hoće. Znam samo da je, ako sam skonto, to je bilo u pitanju prevara. Ona je htjela da je on gurne, šutne, upotrebi silu da bi ona mogla da to kamerom snimi, da tuži kompaniju. Znaš? Samo se radi.
Jebe ga. Juri oči, ali neba bez mutike.
Ali na kraju je zapravo ona ispala guska. Dobije čovjek otkaz, ali nebitno ko će da radi.
Ti naći.
Ja.
Ti švecuje kokain za kartel meksički jetiti.
Da.
I to je posao. Možemo. Kad ima narkomana,
ono, kaže 80% žena ili kao tih koje prodaju slike na OnlyFansu i videoklipove, kaže zarađuje godišnje oko $100.
Samo?
Da, 80%, šta je sa onih 10-20%, znaš, koliko oni zarađuju sve ostalo. A isto ti je tako i na Twitchu, na YouTubeu imaš mnogo tih malih kanala. Jedan je dao dobro primetio jedan tip tamo na 9gagu, napisao je, kaže slike samo, kaže jednom platiš i klipove, onda ih podeliš svim ostalim.
Da.
Kaže nema potrebe da plaćamo 5 puta.
On se ljuti zbog toga.
On mogu se ljuti koliko hoće. Ko se ljuti i tako dalje.
Mene je uštinjeno, evo i dao. Svađaš se svima. I ono... Ljudi pišu kao nemoj ne dajete pažnju kao kojom, svi izitam.
This is fitting.
Da nije ruskinje, drage volje mi je posao.
A pošto je ruskinja?
Dobro, nema ništa.
Oh, nice shape.
I da dođe ovdje, da hoće da se poda džabe, ne bi.
this one. I like the look of this one. Let me try this. Rock and stone, brother.
Gdje je jebote mikrofon kad to radiš? Kod ti uvijek
Kad fapujem, treba bi.
Mrče tamo. Samo što ti ispovjači.
Da čovjeku nije dobro. Što tako bezesjećan i hladan. A? Što si tako bezesjećan i hladan? A ja ga tešim. Gledao sam ljudi po 200 level u ovome Deep Rocku, to je već dosta sati.
Pa sam ja što imaju dijamantski ono evo ti.
Šta, okvir?
Da. Još
To
nešto veći onak.
To ti je... Da. To ti je Prestige Plus, ali većina tih ljudi, znaš kako ti igra? Igra samo jednu klasu, to sam gledao. Ti što imaju... te, kažeš ti velike zvezde, to ti igraju samo jednu klasu. Da, lik koji igra ekskluzivno sa inženjerom, znaš.
You shouldn't need precious minerals. It will get you killed.
Where is that damn mule? No more room. Time for deposits. I found a gold vein. That won't create. One sentry gun ready to be built.
Rockety rockin' stone. We fight
Molly,
for rock
over
and
here.
stone.
One of the power
Rockety
stations.
rockin' stone. Boys. Guys, are you blind? Over here. Ugh, gross. Look what I found.
Secondary objective completed. Fine job.
Step carefully. There's a sniper turret here.
Let there be light. Found some nitro. I was born with.
Yeah.
Need a hacking pod.
Okay, you loud and clear, team. Hacking pod is coming. Better stand back.
I called for the mule. Smells like
Move your tin ass over here and hurry, please.
Hacking pod has arrived. Establish a transmission tether from it to the power station.
Nitro!
Hey, guys! Help me set up the transmitter nodes!
I got the deposits.
Transmitter node. This is a transmitter node. There is a transmitter node here.
transmitter node enables hacking. Anyone have a free hack?
Connection, hacking pod online. Start the hacking when you are ready.
Rock on! Did I hear a rockin' stone?
None can stand before us!
We gotta hook up that hacking pod to the power station.
Connection established. Activate the hacking drone when you're ready.
Hacking pod here! Rockin' stone! Rock on!
Hacking drone is hacking away. Keep it safe, team.
Magic. Don't step on it.
Keep the hacking drone secure.
Whack-a-mole!
Hacking commencing again. Hacking drone under attack.
Šta će džape doći, Elibek? Jes druga. Jedino ako dođe Makić u Mare.
Vega Minkage. Welcome to my channel. Howdy.
Got him.
https://www.youtube.com/short/QNLYWRDTA. LUL.
Is that gameplay?
That comedian, she is funny. LUL and Q2.
Let me see.
I left China about 3 years ago because I feel pathetic. Yes, people are really judgmental. If you're like me, over the age of 27, not dating or not married in China, you'll be called leftover ladies. I know it is brutal, but I love leftovers. Come on, who doesn't love Chinese leftovers? Yeah, we're back. We are yummy and cheap. That is my Tinder bio. Chinese leftover, yummy. Just take me home and eat me. I left China about 3 years ago because I feel pathetic. Yes, people are really judgmental.
Well.
Craving some Chinese leftovers now. LUL.
This is the pile. There's even more stuff behind it because I kind of just dumped everything because I just brought it in before. Well, I was in
Don't
my
mind me,
intro.
Bugs.
Are these the parts for the Corvette? Yes, dude. We're gonna build the Corvette today. It's real. I'm on top of the world. Hey, if you're watching this channel, you're probably not subscribed because about 60% of you
I
are
see the
not
YouTube
subscribed. If you want
autoplay
me to
got
buy
it
more
right.
movies this
LUL.
month, I suggest you do so. First package to
Well,
Everroot OTK. Yeah,
it
that's
isn't.
my last
It's
one.
my choice.
Got 2 boxes
Actually.
inside the bag. To feed your addiction, the hottest balls
Oh,
you'll
okay.
ever put in your mouth from Captain Cheeseball.
Still,
Like, why did you have to phrase
let me show you this.
Let there be
It's like
https://udo.be/kztce7og1a. You seen news in DMZ? Laughing
yeah,
face.
new map.
I mean COD MW2 news on Steam.
New map, whatever. That isn't fixing in the game.
So, you're here for this.
I'm not leaving here without it.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Use your black matrix cores here.
There's a magnet. I needed that. Let's get these lasers up and running.
I'll do that. Just give me a minute, give me a minute, give me a minute. Oh, fuck.
The rolls LUL Dex build ha ha ha.
Dex versus strength only. Strength, no rolling. Heavy encumbrance. No rolling, fat rolling. Crazy dwarfs.
Man, I saw Black Panther 2 yesterday. Wakanda Forever. I liked it a lot, it's pretty good.
Well, that's one of the...
I mean, if main actor dies in real life, it's not much choice but to get his sister in the movie to play Black Panther. Laughing face, unless he had more brothers slash stuff in the movie yet.
Can we like find like okay? I'm gonna say a word.
He has a son now, so. In the movie, I mean. Black Panther will be continued. Laughing face.
Sure. Nope, I'm not gonna...
Marvel and DC, I love them both, comics slash TV series and movies. I don't know why some are haters for one or the other. LUL.
Ready to kill some more crates. Hacksy, start hacking like there's no tomorrow. Lights up.
Hack begun. It's noisy business and is attracting the bugs. Guard riding pod.
Did you heard the controversy about
Avengers FTW, Laughing Face,
like,
and Justice League also not bad.
Like a gay son of Superman, for the reasons of like, I guess being gay gives you power or something.
LUL, I didn't hear it.
Oh, you didn't.
Power over leprechauns, rainbows, ILMAO.
Oh.
Up in the sky, it's a bird.
No more gold pots storing for the poor leprechauns. https://u.be/qk4akokzyxe. There.
Education. Enjoy.
WTF.
Enjoy.
Today, a Daily Planet-type headline. DC Comics released this image, igniting a frenzy. John Kent, Lois Lane and Clark Kent's son, coming out as bisexual in celebration of National Coming Out Day.
For a long time, we've been telling the same cis white male story over and over again, and queer characters have been in the mix, but we've been serving his stories. This is part of a pattern on how popular media treats any marginalized group. You know, first, the queer characters, we were the
https://www.youtube.com/watch?be=sign_out UE454UI. Outro credits song from Black Panther. So epic, laughing face. Ah wait. It's audio only, my bad, SEC.
Nice.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?be=MJSPO4IHD-M. This the good one. Smiley face with lyrics.
Oh, I might sit.
John Kent's romance is chronicled in an
Nice when playing Mayans from the new Predator movie, yet. Val and Tomahawk Girl. Roleplay in Hunt Showdown.
John to lean on when the pressures of being a Superman himself now becomes emotional kryptonite.
And Val and Arrow stuff in the Forest 1, the Forest 2, maybe RDR2 PvPLUL.
Saying what this means to them. As the prescient original Cape Crusader once said, the only way to change the world is to quit thinking it's a job for Superman. Real power lies in your own hands. Kerry Sanders, NBC News.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Locked and loaded.
Pulling a battery! I'm killing the force field protector.
Get ready, folks.
Get
Force
ready.
field is about to come down.
The force field is down, but watch it. The caretaker is not going to like that. Destroy it before it reduces you to cinders.
Ouch! This thing needs to be
One
grounded.
shot. Oh.
Shoot the open fast! Goddamn overheating!
Let me know if you like the song. Laughing face.
Well, I can't pause it. I have to do this first. That's a issue.
Caretaker is opening its Roy thing! Shoot it! Booyah! Explosives flying!
Stand back. Supply pod inbound.
caretaker is launching turrets! Glowing bits! Everyone,
Over here by the marker point. Sniper turret disabled. Getting supplies. On ready.
shields blazing together from now on.
Yeah, I admit it.
Out of ammo!
Nitro's been withdrawn. The supply pod is inbound.
Shields ready again. Caretaker's night going on. Remind me never to turn my back on you. Crusher! Drones, hip, hot shot. We're here to shoot the ones without ammo.
Ah.
Shield charged. Sniper turret destroyed. Shredders.
Watch it.
The caretaker is launching shredders.
Destroy the nether swarm deploy. Don't get him in your feet. You lack with big brain. I'm on your side. Yeah. Over. Getting more ammo.
Who's a mean, lean, killing machine now?
Stop him dead. I'm taking some of the ammo.
Ammo taken. Explosives, fine. Impact that.
Playtier channel. Welcome to my channel.
Guess he didn't care enough. Rock and stone! Give me a rock.
Let's rock and stone. Grab the data for the nerds back home.
This is a friggin' hellhole.
Rock and stone, everyone! Stone in the heart. By the clear.
I don't care what chrono information is on that data rack, so long as we get our hazard pay. I called for the mule. That's a wrap. First round's on me when we get back.
Finally, the data rack is secured, and you've ended their prospecting in this area. Damn fine work. Call in a pod from the mule to get you home.
Supply pod here. Ask your team before double dipping.
Your ride home is on the way. Drop pod inbound.
Look there. This is the resupply pod.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
I made a plan.
Guys, are you blind? Look over here. Look.
Access provided.
Bigger they are. That's it, lad! Rock and stone!
The mule's been successfully retrieved. Make it snappy, team. The drop pod won't hang around forever.
Not getting any younger.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Rocket down!
Good work. We'll bring you back in.
Stone! Like that! Come on,
Rock
guys!
and stone!
Rock and stone!
Oh, can't see anything. We did it.
Well done, Miner. The promotion...
Rock! And stone!
Drop pod is ready. Time to leave.
I'd like to order a round of Hawkins.
Here's a little something for an upgrade.
No one porsome like you, Lloyd. Rock and stone to the bone.
Yeah.
That's soft.
Classy moves, team. Now quit it.
To the bone.
Get in my cup.
Cable tukaten, ten kanantik be, kanet ichil im.
Sure. Sure. Whatever.
LUL.
No.
Outside of the original, Dick
Good for
Grayson,
bow and
I would argue that
tomahawk.
Tim Drake is
What?
the most famous character
Laughing
to take on the
face.
Robin mantle. He
No. No, this is the best one. Listen. Nope. You don't have a clue. You wanna roleplay? You do this.
https://udo.be/2skox1yq no. Nice.
Gracias. Sure.
Underrated 90s sci-fi shows that deserve a revisit by sci-fi hounds. Science fiction as a genre goes way back in time. Writers like H.G. Wells and Mary Shelley introduced us to a concept that became one of the most beloved genres of contemporary times. Later, authors like Philip K. Dick, Robert A. Heinlein, and Douglas Adams provided sci-fi the necessary momentum to propel it into dimensions unknown and unexplored.
GL in the game, laughing face, I'll try my luck in Hunt and other season task grinding games LUL. Yesterday fell asleep at PC LOL so skip. Laughing face.
Here is a tip. That used to happen to me a lot when I played Diablo 3.
Well, I need 6 more levels I think in Hunt for event, then can quit it LOL.
I used to grind...
DMZ, I got more stuff to unlock there.
Yes.
Laughing face.
Diablo 3 dungeons. And... before, you know, when I played it a lot. And I used to hold my mouse left button and I was like this, slipping in my chair. And then when I realized that
I finished work yesterday and when I woke up I just went to sleep. Laughing face, skipped copying up more LOL.
Yeah, don't copy, just sleep. Sleep!
I think we actually have a chance to make it out alive.
The fuck? Yeah.
Maybe I'll try Fallout 76 in my night shift. We'll see. The new season yet it ends on 28th. I don't know if I have time to max it.
If you ever
It started on December 6th. I see. Laughing face.
Just stream it so I can see what the game's like now. Thank you.
I see my character level 1 weird LUL. I know I leveled it quite a lot.
No, that's normal.
Okay.
That's normal. You're playing that hard game. That's a feature.
What's this? Over here by the marker point.
It's not even a bug.
Well, if they will make it available in the future.
Oh, don't worry about that.
The season passes like No Man's Sky dev/Hunt dev/now the Cycle Frontier devs also will skip getting seasons. I don't know. I might be interested more in Fallout 76 then. In Dead by Daylight also I think they unlocked past stuff, except some very old legacy stuff.
Yeah, they don't need
but
to unlock
DVD not much content at.
Damn players could need an upgrade.
Yep. Maybe a seasonal seasonal killer in DBD, which requires you to actually play the game to unlock it, and a survivor.
Incoming! Smoke him if you got him.
Yeah. So you have to play it if you wanna compete with others.
Depositing.
But you can get it next season. Or you can buy it later for more points. Out of season.
X-Files to laugh riot sitcoms like Third Rock from the Sun.
Can I help you?
However, with great concepts come greater risks, and only a handful of them turned into more than what they wanted to be. Yet, there are plenty of forgotten sci-fi shows from the 90s that got lost in time because of reasons known and unknown.
Yeah, that's why
Now,
I
just
dislike
because they've
DVD
been
and
forgotten
any others
doesn't
whose
mean they
season
aren't worthy
passes
of a
can't be
revisit,
unlocked
as
in
these
the
serials
future.
contributed to
Smiley
reshaping
face.
and
But they all
revolutionizing the
starting
genre
to
as we
change
know
that
it,
recently.
incorporating
Laughing
politics and
face.
satire.
Nice of them.
In this video, we will uncover the best sci-fi
Most
shows
people
from the
don't
90s
wanna
that have been
submit.
left covered in the sands of time. Before we go into our list, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click from you, but it means a lot to us. Thank you. Let's begin.
Thank you, AI.
Mankind has colonized the last unexplored region on Earth, the ocean. As captain of the Sequest and its crew, we are its guardians. For beneath the surface lies the future.
Sequest 2032, 1993 to 1996. Sequest 2032 is set on a futuristic Earth where humanity has taken over the depths of the ocean and colonized it.
Jenny, it's Bobby. Bob, where the hell have you been? Never mind, let's just get ready to open up the main airlock. I'm coming in. I've got 2 hornets on my tail.
Humans started living underwater as land has been depleted of natural resources. For policing and maintaining peace, the countries have formed a UN-like organization called United Earth's Oceans, or UEO. This body commissions a technologically advanced deep-sea reconnaissance vessel to help with peacekeeping, but when there's an attempt to siege-jack it, Captain Nathan Bridger is pulled out of retirement to protect it.
Nathan Bridger? Captain Nathan Bridger?
Oh no, what the fuck?
Captain Bridger was the designer of this vessel called Sequest and had retreated to a remote island to study dolphins and mourn his wife's death. After he takes charge, he is faced with a myriad of problems. He will have to use his men and women to take on the oceanographic, environmental, and political challenges as they raise their ugly heads from the depths of the ocean. Sequest DSV features a deep-sea vessel and adventures in and around it. The soft spot that this show developed was because of its premise and setting. The world that lies beneath the water surface has been intriguing to scientists and sci-fi fans alike. Furthermore, having Roy Schneider as Captain Bridger leads the show and the ship with equal grace and expertise. Apart from Schneider, the first season was abundant with skilled cinematization, great character development, and a rich script. The story was a mixed bag of various natural and political problems, and ultimately felt grounded in reality despite being set in a futuristic world. However, the second and third seasons lacked relative depth in the story. The creators began to dive into more sci-fi elements like sea monsters, etc., which Roy Schneider was displeased with, and he requested NBC to terminate his contract. Yet on the acting front, the show swam swiftly. Be that as it may, it couldn't stand against the tide of low ratings, and NBC ultimately sank it.
Beings bred to adapt and labor in any environment, but they've washed ashore on Earth with no way to get back to where they came from. And in the last 5 years,
I see I'm level 59 in the game, yep.
to the population of Los Angeles.
Alien Nation, 1989 to 1990. This one-season series is set in the near future. A slave spacecraft lands in the Mojave Desert of California, and the United States government accepts the extraterrestrials called Tanctonese, or newcomers, as the latest group of immigrants. The newcomers are humanoids with certain anatomical differences, like the males of this intelligent and robust race bear children and get pregnant. With the status of immigrants, they're incorporated into the human populace. The story revolves around a Tanctonese named George Francisco, who joins the police force and fights crime with his human partner Matthew Sykes.
Everything you say. Anything you say can be. Anything you say. Thanks.
In their various adventures, George and Matthew learn about the vices and virtues of each other's culture. Parallels are drawn between the dominant alien race called overseers who would enslave the Tanctonese and human organizations and cults that seek to dominate and victimize racial, sexual, and religious minorities. The show is based on the 1988 film Alien Nation. It's a sci-fi, aliens fighting human crimes with elements of romance, comedy, and satire. It pulls you out of reality and drops you right in the middle of a heavy plot with a lot of comical elements.
You're from another damn galaxy telling me how to play with toys.
We think that this is one of those shows that has all the features of an addictive enterprise but also sends a social message. The treatment of the aliens resembles the oppression and discrimination faced by racial racial minorities, and even sexual minorities like homosexuals and transgender people. Feminism hovers throughout alienation, with the males getting pregnant and saying things like, if females had to feel the pain we males feel during pregnancy, there wouldn't be any babies. Apart from being an excellent social commentary, the show does a good job in terms of acting and story. Gary Graham as Detective Matthew Sykes and Eric Piermont as Detective George Francisco are great as partners.
The two very best detectives assigned to the case.
The show was performing fairly well amongst fans and critics, but had to be axed by Fox Network in a mass guillotine of all their drama series between 1990 and 1991. However, the series continued as 5 television movies that included the same cast.
Good job. Now grab and deposit whatever was inside.
Oh, when we don't have a mule.
Well done. All that's left is to deposit the core samples.
Mantis, 1994 to 1995. Dr. Miles Hawkins is a wealthy African-American scientist who gets paralyzed by a police sniper while rescuing a child. He loses the battle against the police department in court, and when all seems lost, he develops a powerful exoskeleton and body armor and becomes the mechanically augmented neurotransmitter interactive system, or the Mantis.
Look into my eyes.
I have launched.
This mean piece of technology gives him superhuman speed, strength, and stamina, in addition to the ability to walk again. Becoming a crime-fighting superhero, Mantis initially only involved himself when his family and friends were in trouble, but later he discovers a larger conspiracy and fights from the forefront. His enemies weren't just corrupt officials, oppressive businessmen, and criminals, but also prehistoric monsters and supervillains. And well, since it is a superhero sci-fi show, he also had to deal with accidental time travel. Packed with a bundle of cool gadgets, a sexy suit, and a high-tech laboratory, Mantis is one of the best sci-fi shows that you haven't watched. He's a superhero who is rich and intelligent like Batman, disabled like Daredevil, and is of African descent like the Black Panther. However, this amazing superhero show was axed due to creative reasons, but many fans and critics held racism responsible.
Just call me the Mantis.
As the series progressed, the social commentary on racism was sacrificed in favor of fantasy elements. Mantis was a superhero with lightning speed and Herculean strength, but the world probably wasn't ready yet. Earth 2, 1994 to 1995. Earth 2 is set in 2192, and most of Earth's population now resides in space stations. Living in outer space is causing a mysterious disease in children, causing them to die before they turn 9 years of age. Billionaire Devin Adair's son Ulysses suffers from this unknown disease, which is only known as the syndrome. Devin teams up with other parents whose children share Ulysses' complications, and they decide to settle on a planet called G889, 22 light years away from Earth.
So many questions with us. We always knew and hold the key to humanity.
Even if they reach their new home, they'll have to work in coordination with the 2 indigenous humanoid species of G889, called the Grendlers and the Terrians. Grendlers are semi-intelligent, kleptomaniac traders, while Terrians are intelligent and share a symbiotic relationship with the planet. If they are killed, the planet itself will be destroyed. The show was aired on NBC and had a reasonably decent opening, but ratings gradually dropped ever since, and it was axed after the first season of 22 episodes. Despite this, it was promising and could have done great if it continued. Plus, the imagination put behind the conceptualization and picturization of G889 was intelligent. Like most sci-fi shows, it suffered from a few hard-to-ignore plot holes, but it was nothing that couldn't be taken care of. If we come to think of it, even a Marvel like The X-Files gained popularity only after its 3rd season. The camera work was great, and G889 is filled with breathtaking visuals and landscapes. However, none of it could save Earth 2 from its sudden demise, leaving a cliffhanger ending that will probably never be addressed. Tech War, 1994 to 1996. In the year 2044, tech is an illicit computer-based drug that alters reality but can be lethal for humans. Jake Cardigan was a police officer who was erroneously framed for trafficking in tech and was put behind bars for 15 years in a cryo-detainment center. However, the CEO of a security firm, Cosmos, got him out of jail after 4 years of imprisonment. Jake's former partner, Sid Gomez, works for the Cosmos and convinces Jake to see his CEO, Walter Bascom. Jake agrees to work for Cosmos in its fight against drug traffickers in return for Bascom clearing his name. The first season of Tech War has 4 made-for-TV movie-like episodes, and the second season was a proper show with 18 episodes. In addition to creating the show, William Shatner starred as Bascom. Shatner was definitely doing something good, with the show being pretty impressive in its premise and story. As a cop show with a sci-fi twist, it boasted beautiful visual effects and efficient acting. In all of the 4 long episodes and the 18 shorter ones, action and plot never ceased to entertain the viewers. We think that the set and props used were top-notch with metallic finishes and luster. This gives the viewer a feel into the futuristic world that it is set in, but never feels forced, unlike many other shows that have an artificial setting and theme. As far as the scripts are concerned, the dialogues not only dealt with many social issues, but the entire plot focused on the omnipresent relationship of crime and humans. No matter how advanced technology becomes, someone somewhere will certainly commit crimes. However, Tech War's greatest enemy was its criminally poor promotion, which ultimately led to its premature end. Millennium, 1996 to 1999. Frank Black was an FBI profiler who almost lost his sanity due to his profound involvement in a case. He has a special ability to peek into the minds of serial killers and murderers, and he understands how their minds function.
What do you see?
I see what the killers see.
What? Like a psychic?
No.
After being relieved of his duty, he joins a mysterious organization called the Millennium Group, whose prime focus is on studying conspiracy theories about an impending apocalypse at the turn of the millennium. Frank now lives in Seattle with his loving wife, Catherine, and his adorable daughter, Jordan, who has inherited her father's psychic abilities. Millennium was created by Chris Carter, who also created The X-Files. The show premiered with solid ratings, but couldn't hold its popularity for long.
There may be others.
However, critics and fans had positive reviews for all 3 of its seasons. With a gripping premise and dark storyline, Millennium was backed with skilled acting. Lance Henriksen played Frank Black and was nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor in Television Drama for each of the 3 seasons. His character was that of a tired and exhausted man adorned with a soothing and patient look on his face. This is indispensable when you're a psychic who works for a notorious organization that deals with serial killers. The first season dealt mostly with gut-churning and chilling crimes, while the second season brought in more supernatural elements with apocalyptic and misanthropic tendencies. However, the final season was genre-blending and contained themes of betrayal, conspiracies, and revenge. These were spliced with paranormal, demonic, and mystical themes. After its cancellation in 1999, Millennium and Frank Black were given a rather unsatisfactory closure in the X-Files crossover episode titled Millennium. In the episode, Frank helps agents Mulder and Scully to stop 4 fanatics of the Millennium Group who plan to bring an apocalypse at the junction of 2 millennia, that is, New Year's Eve of 2000. Aeon Flux, 1991 to 1995. The show is set in the distant future in the year 7698 AD. Civilizations have collapsed and the world has become frightening. Stretches of wasteland are inhabited with mutants, clones, robots, and few humans. Only 2 cities of Monica and Bregna have survived after human activities triggered a disaster that wiped out almost the entire global population. The 2 neighboring cities have been involved in a prolonged war with no possible conclusion or a clear winner. While Monica is an anarchist society where rules bear no meaning, Bregna is a well-organized and orderly police state with a self-proclaimed dictator. Aeon Flux is sent to infiltrate Bregna and seek control. She is a tall, attractive master spy who doesn't hesitate from killing.
Hi there.
Bregna is ruled by her love interest and archenemy Trevor Goodchild, who holds unlimited scientific and technological expertise. Whenever these two polar forces collide, the resulting explosion feels catastrophic. Animated marvels like this one are often left out on lists featuring sci-fi shows merely because of the way they were created. However, Aeon Flux was one of MTV's greatest achievements of the 90s, and we thought it was sinful to push it under the rug. The show doesn't incorporate any conventional methods of storytelling or cinematization. It is proved to be a turning point on the way cyberpunk action animations were made back in the day. It's a psychological thriller series that mixes historical symbolism, dystopian imagery, and espionage. As an exceptional and unorthodox mode of storytelling, series creator Peter Chung violently kills Aeon Flux multiple times, only to revive her in the next episode. The show did so well that it was adapted into a live-action film in 2005 starring Charlize Theron, as well as several video games.
My name is John Mullenguard. I'm recording this because we may not get through the night. They're here. They're hostile. Powerful people don't want you to know.
Dark Skies, 1996 to 1997. Dark Skies tells that the 20th century and its major events are far from reality because a hidden alien race had taken control of humans since the 1940s. Major events like John F. Kennedy's were caused by this parasitic race that want to control Earth and its denizens. John Leonguard and Kimberly Sayers have learned the secret and are fighting against the intruders, but they're also challenged by a government organization named Majestic 12, which has ulterior motives. The show was canceled by NBC even before it could finish its first season. However, it was aired again by the Sci-Fi Channel. The brilliant and novel concept of aliens diverting the course of history was initially hailed by critics, but failed to garner the desired interest, and the subsequent low ratings led to its axing. The alien race, or the Hive, would enter the humans from cavities like the nose, ears, or mouth and take control of the host's brain.
Much better.
It was one of the first shows to feature real historical events in a sci-fi show about aliens, and also depicted real-life personalities like J. Edgar Hoover, the Beatles, Jim Morrison, and Robert F. Kennedy. We feel that this fresh way of storytelling didn't go well with audiences and was way ahead of its time. Even a great veteran cast comprising of Jerry Ryan, Eric Close, and J.T. Walsh couldn't save it from doomsday.
Tell me this. What could this possibly have to do with rogue androids and Eastern Europe?
Maybe nothing. The fragment could have been left there from weeks ago.
Set the whole thing up, get it cranking, and let's pump those deposits dry.
Total Recall 2070, 1999. Total Recall 2070 is set after the events of Paul Verhoeven's classic in the distant future where Mars has been colonized by a corporate giant. Douglas Quaid is a common construction worker on Earth who is haunted by recurring dreams about Mars. He soon finds out about Recall Inc., a company that replaces one's memories with false ones. He enlists himself with Recall Inc. and orders a memory package that takes him to Mars as a secret agent. Quaid suddenly finds himself in the middle of bullets flying. This show is set after the events of Quaid, and by now a set of companies called the Consortium practically influence the government and its decisions. The only thing close to a police force is the Citizens Protection Bureau and its officer David Hume, who fights against the white-collar criminals who own the city. Total Recall 2070 owes its conception to Philip K. Dick's literary works of We Can Remember It For You, Wholesale, and Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. However, people in the 90s compared it more with the Arnold film, and that's where the ratings dropped, as the show followed the events of the movie yet didn't take any large inspiration from it. However, sci-fi fans who have read any of Dick's works, especially those mentioned earlier, will happily appreciate the show. It has a gripping story and great villains in the form of tax-paying multinational companies.
No!
Camera work and cinematization were above average for a 90s show and did justice to the sci-fi genre. The premise and setting feel like any run-of-the-mill sci-fi serial, but lacked humor or efficient character development, the necessary ingredients for any show to be addictive. So, with a few cons and a lot of pros, any sci-fi fan will enjoy Total Recall 2070.
Knowing he cannot go home until he has found them all. His name is Darian Lambert. And this is his story.
Time Tracks, 1993 to 1994. Mordecai Sambi invented a time machine called Trax and used it to escape law enforcement of the 22nd century. From 2193 AD, he traveled back 200 years to 1993. Daniel Lambert is the captain of the Fugitive Retrieval section of the futuristic world. He is sent back in time with a computer called Selma, or Specified Encapsulated Limitless Memory Archive, which is disguised as a credit card.
What's the date?
June 15th, 1993. Loot it!
Captain Lambert's orders are strict and simple. He is to retrieve all fugitives and return safely. We suggest this show primarily because of its excellent premise and the acting of Dale Midkiff as Darian Lambert.
My shift! What am I, just burned out? Look at this!
Sit down.
He is often belittled as a secondary actor, but certainly displays his skills in this one. Every episode has thrilling action with simplistic stories and plots. In its entirety, it's a profoundly entertaining show with interconnected stories that serve a larger purpose. If you happen to be a Time Cop fan, then this one is your go-to series. Interestingly, Time Tracks was aired in 1993, and Time Cop hit the theaters in 1994.
Device that can allow us to send one human being back in time.
7 days, 1998 to 2001. After acquiring alien tech, a secret wing of the NSA develops a time-traveling device that can send one person back in time, but only for 7 days. This limitation in the device is caused due to the limited fuel source. A team works on this technology in a location similar to Area 51, and the project is codenamed Project Backstep. Terrorists attack the White House, and Project Backstep is given the green light. The CIA, NSA, and the United States Army collaborate together to go back in time and avert the attack. Frank Parker, a former Navy SEAL and CIA agent, is chosen as the first chrononaut, or person to use the chronosphere. He has strict orders to find those responsible, or the U.S. will lose its only chance to avert the tragedy. We'll be honest, the show doesn't take itself seriously, and we shouldn't either. It's a fact that making a time travel film is a tough job and requires hours of scientific and physics homework. Not everyone can be Christopher Nolan or the Russo brothers. Yet this show ran for 3 highly entertaining seasons. And if you ignore a few sinful plot holes, goofs, and the laws of quantum physics, you'll have a great time watching it. It's one of those serials that has a little something for everyone. The action sequences are tremendous, and Jonathan LaPaglia has aced the role of Frank Parker. He shares a romantic and sexual tension with a sexy Russian scientist played by Justina Vale. Plus, there are elements of humor that act as the cherry on the cake. What's noteworthy about 7 Days is the excellent acting of secondary characters, like NSA agent Nathan Ramsey, played by Nick Searcy, or the ideal U.S. Navy captain Craig Donovan, played by Don Franklin. The show could have been much more and could have done great for itself, but the faulty plot details led to a steady decline in popularity. 1997 to 1999. Johnny Domino is a brilliant jazz musician who gets struck with lightning in an accident. The freak catastrophe became a blessing in disguise when he learns that he can now telepathically identify criminals and evil. But it comes at the price of chronic insomnia, so he embraces the darkness of night to valiantly fight criminals. Johnny doesn't have any other superpowers apart from his heightened auditory sensation, but owns a bulletproof exoskeleton. However, his archenemy is a tech giant and billionaire Kieran Keyes. This live-action TV series is based on the lead character of the Nightman comic book published by Malibu Comics, which was later bought by Marvel Comics. Glenn Larson thought this was the perfect superhero to make a series about, and no, we are not complaining. It is not every day that you find a musician with superhuman auditory senses who shoots laser beams and stops bad guys. The entire story at its crux might feel a bit dodgy at times, but you'll enjoy it while it lasts. The gadgets and types of equipment are equal parts cheesy and enjoyable. And while we're on the subject, Nightman walks the same roads as Batman, but fortunately never tries to become the Dark Knight. Steve Englehart was the creator of Nightman's character for Malibu Comics, and he wrote 3 episodes for the series. Many reasons were cited for its continually falling ratings, but the most potent of them was its drift from the comic and original storyline. You can't really try to be original if you adapt and base your show on another source. Having said that, all sci-fi fans will love the show for what it is and because it was honest to itself and never attempted to outgrow that. It remained a decent superhero show blended with childlike fantasy.
Time to get busy, miners. Swarm detected.
Here's thinking of you, Boone! Go towards my
Space Rangers, 1993 to 1994. In 2104 AD, an escape pod reaches the planet of Avalon, which is home to the Space Ranger Corps. They are the last and only line of defense against the interstellar criminal Zaka. Captain Boone, the leader of the Corps, learns that his mentor, Ranger Decker, has been abducted by Zaka and taken to the planet of Skarab to find an ancient weapon that was planted there 1,000 years ago. On the planet of Skarab, the sun's heat evaporates all life forms and the plants regenerate every night. The fight for survival has made the plants so aggressive that they can consume even animals. The show features other strange and interesting planets like New Venus, an Amazonian body with a matriarchal polity, and Milan Prime, which is dominated by reptiles. There's honestly not much to say about this one apart from the fact that it's a personal favorite of many creators at Marvelous Videos. The show is an extremely short 6-episode miniseries with decent VFX and SFX, but the greatest plus point about Space Rangers is that its known action entertains the audience, and all the episodes consequently come with plenty of action. The premise and setting are also gripping, but in a strange way. However, an acute variation lies in the performance of actors. Some of them, like Captain Boone, are hot-headed and strong, while others are more cartoonish. Having said that, the final battle will definitely give you an adrenaline rush. This is all the time we had for today's episode. We hope you guys liked it. It would be awesome if you guys can take some time to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to tell us which topic you want us to cover in the comment section. Have a fantastic day ahead and stay safe.
I can see him now.
What do you see?
He's coming down. It's in his hand. They're screaming. Stop the screaming!
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word? Pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. Or you may know me as Rani. All this and more. The Age of Stars explained. When you first start your journey in the lands between, you receive torrent from Melina. If you go to the Church of LA at night, you will find the start of something special. A bluish purple fog envelops the ruin. The merchant sits with his head bowed. He is unusually quiet and does not acknowledge our presence. A figure sits atop the stone wall, under the light of the moon, the one responsible for this slumber. This character introduces themselves to us as Renna, and is very curious about our ability to summon torrent. When we confirm that we indeed can do so, she appears relieved and happy. She tells us that we can be entrusted with this item, an item that Torrent's former master possessed, the Spirit Calling Bell, a necessary item should you wish to use any spirits or summons on your journey. Should you be bold enough to attack Renna here, she will simply fade away, utterly unbothered by your attempt to try and hurt her. However, she will still leave you the Spirit Calling Bell. This makes me think this is less of a gift she's bestowing onto you, and more of a duty. She was entrusted with this item, and she wishes to uphold her promise by giving the item to us. And speaking of gifts, allow me to introduce my first sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Please congratulate Raid in celebrating 3 years this month. But seriously, this game started strong from the very beginning and it's never slowed down. An amazing addition to the game is the Doom Tower. This game mode introduces a world of new and terrifying bosses to slay. Sprawling over 120 levels, the Doom Tower brought exciting new challenges for seasoned players. As a high-level collection RPG, Raid started with hundreds of unique characters and bosses, but that didn't stop them from adding more and more new champions. The game designers must have had a field day creating these amazing characters. Just check out all those sketches. And if adding new characters wasn't enough, last year Raid added a whole new faction. The Shadowkin are a tribe of warriors from the Far East, recently liberated from the reign of evil, but that doesn't mean they're good guys either. For me, they're one of the coolest looking factions in the game. And of course, no review can end without addressing the newest and biggest addition to Raid. I'm talking about the Hydra Clan boss. It's without a doubt the biggest, baddest, and scariest boss to ever set foot in Teleria. This monster has multiple heads, each with a different ability, and requires a different strategy to destroy. Even if you manage to chop off one of the heads, another one grows to replace it. I invite you all to join the party and download Raid Shadow Legends in the link below. Raid's kicking things off with free gifts for everyone, adding in a bunch of new content and events. We'll talk about new champions, new artifact sets. If that's not enough, they've got a full month of special events and tournaments with some of Raid's best ever prizes on offer. Raid's huge already, and their whole anniversary set makes it an awesome time to join the Raid community, so don't wait around. And if you're not playing Raid yet, hit the link in my description. You'll get a huge special B-Day package worth $40. We're talking 3 free champions at once. We're talking Misery Cord, Tiger Soul, Romero, plus 10 Magic XP brews, 10 Force XP brews, 10 Spirit brews. That's huge. All this treasure will be waiting for you here. And since it's Raid's birthday, the gifts keep on coming. All new and existing players can get a bunch of free birthday gifts for only $25. Once you're in game, after clicking the link, please enter promo code 3 years Raid to get your hands on everything. Thanks again to Raid Shadow Legends. Who was Torrent's former master? Well, that is a tale for another time. For now, heed Renna's parting words.
This pipeline is fixed.
Remember these words, as they will be key in explaining her character and her motivations. Now, despite her saying that we won't meet again, this will be untrue if you travel to a place called the Three Sisters, west of Karia Manor. There are 3 towers here, and you'll be able to immediately access one of them. We once knew as Renna reveals her true identity to us, Rani the Witch. This explains why this particular tower is called Rani's Rise. Rani tells us that she wishes to overthrow this world's order.
That I might one day upend the whole
She's specifically referring to the 2 fingers, and should you wish to join her in this mission, you can agree to serve her. This is the crucial turning point where average From Software consumer becomes a Rani appreciator. All memes aside, serving a mysterious witch in her quest to break the shackles of society is a fantastic story to be a part of. Now, if you agree to doing so, Rani will comment, not many would have accepted this offer. Going against the 2 fingers is considered blasphemy. The 2 fingers are interpreters of the Greater Will. The Greater Will being the closest thing there is to a divine godlike being. You will indeed be embarking on a dark path if you choose to defy them. Now this is partly why Rani introduces herself as Renna when we first meet. She's hiding her identity because she has a reputation. I stole death long ago, refers to the rune of death. I explain more about this in my Malekith video if you're interested in checking that out. Essentially, the rune of death gives you the power to kill demigods, and Rani stole a piece of this to end herself. What we know is that Rani's spirit is alive, inhabiting this dull body. Now, whether Rani knew this would happen when she used the Rune of Death is unclear. Sadly, she may have just decided that she simply did not want to live in this world any longer, under the control of the 2 fingers, and her solution to this was to end it all. Regardless, she still lives on, and this second spectral face we see is quite literally her spirit. Rani's real physical body can be found in this game. This isn't what Rani looks like. These frazzled, ashen remains is what was left of Rani after she used the Rune of Death. Only 2 arms. So why does Rani's body have 4 arms? Well, there's a reason for this also. Back at the Three Sisters, there is another tower called Renna's Rise. You can find a chest there with an armor set inside called the Snow Witch set. Upon reading the item description, We get an amazing lore find, once worn by the snowy crone, who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch, and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Rani's soul was modelled after her. That old witch was Rani's secret mentor. And looking at the armour, we can see it's an exact replica of what Rani is wearing. So we know now that Rani had a witch teacher who had 4 arms, which just seems to open up more questions. Who is the Snow Witch and what kind of creature is she? Why does she have 4 arms? I have to know. Well, let's think about all the creatures that there are in the lands between, and which ones of these have 4 arms? Well, we know that marionette soldiers have 4 arms for the purpose of attacking. More arms equals more weapons, so that means more attack power to protect the academy. Their purpose is to protect and stop intruders from entering the institute. These soldiers appear to have multiple arms wielding more than one weapon, making them unpredictable in regards to how they will strike. However, we haven't seen any sorcerer type marionette soldiers in the academy, only ones able to perform physical attacks, so it seems unlikely that the Snow Witch was a marionette soldier. The second theory is that the Snow Witch could have been a wraithcaller. They have 4 arms, and the word crone would be a suitable descriptor for how they look like. Wraithcallers, as their name suggests, are able to summon spirits by using calling bells. Rani is associated with spirit summoning, and she uses spirits in Renala's boss fight in Phase 2. I explained this in my Renala video if you want to check it out. So this may explain where Rani learned how to summon spirits. The witch taught her this school of magic. And the third theory is a little bit more complex. Kindred of Rot. These guys, who have more than 4 limbs, but they definitely seem to use their main front 4 ones. The Snow Witch's robe is very concealing, and may I say spacious. This would provide ample room to hide additional limbs. There is a large encampment of these kindreds by the Lake of Rot before the Astel boss fight, and this is significant because after defeating Astel, we get access to a chest that holds a powerful spell, Rani's Dark Moon. The description for this reads, the moon was encountered by a young Rani, led by the hand of her mother Renala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. This is foreshadowing Rani's fate and her subsequent questline. But how does this relate to her mentor? Well, there is actually a school of cold sorceries, and their descriptions say, the snowy crone taught the young Rani to fear the dark moon, as she imparted her cold sorcery. The Snow Witch knew that the dark moon would usher in something to be feared. We know that Renala essentially became insane from worshipping the moon. She has her own moon, Renala's full moon, which is described as enchanting and bewitching. So either the Snow Witch knew that this dark moon was a sign of bad things to come. Rani and the dark moon have their fates entwined, and we know this is what happens during Rani's ending. In the cutscene, we see a dark moon. But let's not jump ahead just yet. It's not confirmed what kind of creature this Snow Witch is or was, but there is still the unanswered question. Why is she blue? It could be a kind of creature that we haven't yet discovered in the lands between. Or the blue skin may be a much more literal way of portraying her character. In a state of constant cold, your skin would quite literally turn blue. Not much more is known about the Snow Witch's identity, but it can't be a coincidence that the Snow Witch's armour is found in a place called Renna's Rise, and that Rani introduces herself as Renna when we first meet, someone whose doll form was crafted in the image of this mentor. So it's very likely that the Snow Witch's name might have been Renna, or it simply could just be that Renna is a name that Rani came up with to disguise her true identity. Our next part of the quest is to find the hidden treasure of Nokron. This treasure is in fact a weapon, the Finger Slayer Blade. From the name alone, it's clear what the purpose of this item is. Finger Slayer cannot be wielded by those without a fate, but is said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals. It is Rani's fate to defeat her 2 fingers. When we give Rani this blade, she thanks us and embarks on her journey. A portal gate will now be open at Renna's Rise. After being transported to Ainsel River Main, you find a tiny doll. It's a miniature Rani. You will get the option to speak to this doll when resting at a grace. Although the doll won't talk to you immediately, you have to pester her 3 times before she relents and talks to you. It seems that Rani is using her ability as a spirit to possess inanimate dolls, and is hiding in this one. Well, why is she hiding? Rani goes into detail about her relationship with the 2 fingers.
I stole the rune of death, slew mine own imperial flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The 2 fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their
She tasks us with taking out a nearby assassin so that she may continue undetected. Doing so will reward us with a key. This key unlocks the chest in Renala's room. Inside the chest is a beautiful ring depicting a leaden full moon. Symbolic of a cold oath, the ring is supposed to be given by Lunar Princess Rani to her consort. Rani is an Empyrean, meaning her consort would by rights earn the title of Lord. A warning is engraved within. Whoever thou mayest be, take not the ring from this place. The solitude beyond the night is better mine alone. Essentially, Rani has written, hands off, I'd rather be by myself, which is rather in keeping with her character. We need this ring to unlock the next area, after the boss fight with Astel. This area is called Manus Celis, which means heavenly hand, and you might be able to see where this is going. This is the place where Rani's two fingers inhabit. Upon entering, we are greeted by the sight of a bloodied and unclothed Rani. You can see her porcelain skin is broken in places, revealing the twine material that makes up her dull body. She sits at the base of the two fingers. They tower over her, motionless and fatally wounded. A pair of Rani's arms appear broken too. She's clearly taken a toll from the fight that ensued, and now is sitting lifeless. Or perhaps she is simply stunned, processing the weight of her actions, frozen still. We, the Tarnished, kneel in front of her, lift her hand, and place the ring on her finger. Her ring finger. This is such a pure and surprisingly romantic moment for a From Software game. Rani looks so frail and is at her most vulnerable here, a contrast from her usual demeanour. The action of placing the ring on Rani's finger restores her previous appearance, despite the ring's description dictating that Rani must be the one to give the ring to her chosen lord. She happily goes along with our proposal. Now that Rani has defeated her last obstacle, we must defeat ours, in order for us to establish this new world order.
And one sword is done. We shall see each other once more.
This is such a comforting statement from Rani. Before, Rani was dismissive and cold. Now she has opened up herself to the Tarnished, and seeing her development is heartwarming. Side note, if you are so chaotically inclined that you wish to attack Rani at this moment after giving her the ring, she will say,
Precisely what I deserve for surrendering myself.
Feeling much better.
This confirms that Rani has put all of her trust into us. Surrendering to delusion suggests that she has willingly become enamored with the Tarnished, and as a result her judgment has dulled, accepting this as a consequence. We are more than just her underling, we are her partner now. As we proceed to the endgame, we can actually talk to the miniature Rani again. Rani's spirit is still inhabiting the doll. This dialogue gives us an insight into what Rani's ending will entail.
Mine will be an order, not of gold, but the stars that rule the light.
This is a reference to the Golden Order, the laws that govern the lands between, defined by the greater will and the outer gods. Rani wants her world to be under a more cosmic power, the moon that she has always been fascinated by. Rani may be saying that she metaphorically wants to be detached from the Golden Order, far away from them. Or she may be saying that her order will quite literally inhabit the stars far up in the sky.
As it is now, life and soul
Platform up.
tightly together. I would have them at a great cost.
This suggests that Rani wants to completely undo everything that the Order has previously enforced, going to the very polar opposite. Spirituality, sensation, and emotion will no longer exist in her world. However, it has been brought to players' attention that some of the game's dialogue, specifically Rani's lines, may have been mistranslated, or rather, the original meaning has been lost. First, the dialogue is translated from Japanese into English, and then it needs to be formatted into this old-fashioned dialect that's in keeping with the game's tone. A more accurate translation of these lines are, if it was not possible to clearly see, feel, believe in, or touch the Order, that would be better. Instead, Rani may be saying that an order is best when it is not so clearly defined. Physical things like the Erd Tree and the Two Fingers are fearsome reminders to submit to the power that governs the world. Rani wishes to transcend the physical realm and explore the flexibility that comes with her free spirit. After defeating the Elven Beast, we can summon Rani and witness her ending. Rani conjures this dark moon, which we explored before, even referencing how this journey, like the moon, will be cold, dark, and lonely. Yet she extends her hand towards us, to go together into the unknown. If you spoke to Miniature Rani before entering the final fight, her last words will be different, more affectionate. Here is the difference.
Well then, shall we? My fair consort Eternal. Let us go together, my dear consort Eternal.
Light knows for certain that under her new order, all will be free from the Elden Ring, the Fingers, and the Golden Order.
I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul, now cometh the age of the stars.
And promises everyone that they will be master of their own fate and live freely under the stars. The age of stars is truly the best ending. So these were my thoughts on the Age of Stars and Rani's character. There's so much more to explore in terms of Rani's War Council, e.g. Blide. Please let me know if you'd like me to cover these great characters, as they do have so much to do with Rani. I really hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed Rani telling you the lore. If you want to see more of my cosplay, you can check me out on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok as well. Thank you so much for everyone recommending that I should do this, and I hope you enjoyed. Bye bye.
Right there. Bam! Mine it. Flares, recharging.
We've got a new miner inbound.
None can stand before us. Rock and stone, yeah! Rockety rock and stone. Welcome to the team. I'm gonna kill you all. Come on, Alex.
Dwarf inbound.
Rock and stone! I have a good feeling about this. One ready to use. I have a good feeling about this team. Flares up! Super eliminated! Die! Got no flares ready. Don't let him flank you! Yeah! Did I hear a rock and stone? Rock on!
Well done. You're repaired.
A rock and stone! Done and lie down! Fire! It's past your expiration date!
Cavalry's here. New miner inbound. on the way.
I ordered a resupply.
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
Depositing. The resupply is here. I ordered a resupply.
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
Go restock. Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Access provided. Goal! Platforms placed. Oh yeah. See here. Platform. Bamboo! Weapon ready. I want to punch the guy in R&D who programmed Molly. I like your style, miner.
I wonder.
Like that! Rock and stone! Die, free!
Well done. Secondary objective completed.
Where is that damn tin? Platform created. One sentry gun ready to be built. Getting more ammo. Rock and stone, brother. Hey, remind me never turn my back on you again.
The mules are heading back. Follow them and let's get that drop pod fixed. Remember, you can always deposit on the side of the drop pod.
We rock! Rock and stone, rock!
All mules secured. Now to get the pod working. First, establishing a proper connection between the pod and the space rig. Set up the uplink.
Watch me fly!
Uplink ready. Triangulation initiated. Do not leave the triangulation zone or we will lose the connection. We only got one shot at this.
Chance against us. Damn! They got me! With cake brains, I'm your brain him! Oh yeah!
Triangulation at 50%.
Platform fighting! I'm in platform. Reloading. Chill factor. You're a bloody target painting on my back or what? There's up.
Triangulation at 75%. Almost there.
Reloading! Lights up! See you later! Ready to take the board, ready! It's me, you arsewite!
established. Stand by, sending in fresh fuel cells for the drop pod.
Reloading! I have experienced work.
Fuel cells arrived. Connect them to the drop pod by dragging out the charge cable. Fuel cells connected to drop pod. Prepare the fuel cells for charge sequence.
Lighting up! Light is up.
Fuel cells charging. Stay close to keep them operational. We're expecting an increase in hostiles.
Friend, you buy the beers tonight. Platform off. Taste the picture. One platform ready to use. We ought to supply them like really soon.
Fuel cells at 50%.
Boom, baby! Why are you shooting at me? No better. Got him with Redder Sword! Bam! Reloading! Reloading! Ethan! Die, monsters! Attention! Goes around, timber! Rock and stone!
Fuel cells at 75%. You're almost there.
I was born with voltaic sun sweeper! One down! I'm taking some of the ammo. Red sugar! Ah! See, sucker!
Fuel cells fully charged. Drop pod engine powering up. Hold your ground. We're almost ready to pull you and the goods out.
For rock and stone! Like that! Rock and stone! Come on, guys! Rock and stone!
Pod reactor spooling up.
Grabbing ammo. Shredder swarm deploying. Reserve your bullets! One sector knife ready to be built.
Onboard mainframe booting.
Hard.
Calculating orbital trajectory.
Stop shooting me!
Powering radiation shielding.
Let there be light! Move, baby!
ECOM operational.
Greetings. Oh wait. There we go. My name is Chalice and I make lore videos occasionally in cosplay. My followers have coined that term, lore play. So today's lore play video is about Fia, dressed as Fia. We are going to be talking about who she is, what she wants, and why her ending is morally good. We first meet Fia at the Round Table Hold in a bedchamber, and the first notable feature you might have discovered about her is that you can hug her.
Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly.
But after your hugging sessions, you are given a status effect, Baldachin's Blessing. Now, a lot of players realise that this actually reduces your maximum health. Why would hugging drain your HP? Surely the sphere must be a bad person if you receive a debuff just from touching her. Well, yes and no. So your overall health is reduced, yes, but simultaneously your physical damage negation is increased. This is to do with Fia's core identity. Fia tells us that she is a deathbed companion, and that role comprises of the following.
I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions. I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being.
Fia absorbs small amounts of energy from various individuals, champions with strong enough life force that they can afford to have some taken away. And after collecting enough of this vigor, she would transfer it over to a deceased body in order to bring them back to life. So she can restore life, but she can also take it away. She is a companion to those who are perishing. That's why she has this title. She would comfort those on their deathbeds, those who are about to pass away, and she would hold them as they did so. And as she would embrace them, she would give them the Baldachin's Blessing. This damage negation would remove the pain they would feel when dying. The favour allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation. And to further support this, a baldachin is actually a canopy that stands over an altar or tomb. So this blessing in a way is like a canopy, covering you and granting protection as you pass away in your final place of rest. A deathbed companion is a noble and selfless role to take on. So as the game progresses and you continue your hugging sessions with Fia, she will ask you for a favour.
Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them?
She tasks you with returning this item to its owner, a weathered dagger. And taking a look at it, well, it's more than just weathered, it's completely fragmented, with a large black mark splitting it down the middle. We'll return to this feature later, but for now we will discover if you approach D, or Darian, which is his real name that I'll be referring to him from now on, he thanks us for bringing the dagger to him.
How did you get your hand on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
So, mystery solved, right? Well, returning to the Round Table Hold later, you find both Fia and Darian no longer in their usual places. The door at the end of the hallway is now open, and inside we find Fia, kneeling by a motionless Darian, his bloodied body pierced by what appears to be some kind of plant. In an unexpected turn of events, Fia stands up and reveals her true motive.
I am Fia, deathbed companion, hark round table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. Our Lord will rise.
So a couple of things here. Firstly, Fia refers to herself as part of a group called those who live in death, which is another word for the undead, like the Tibia Mariner and other skeletons you may have encountered. And Fia and the undead worship Godwyn as their lord. And the reason is because Godwyn fathered the undead. So when Godwin died, his body corrupted the nearby grounds and sprouted deathroot, and this caused any nearby bodies to rise from their graves, a source that gives rise to those who live in death. And to be undead in the current state of the lands between is sacrilege. We learn from Roger, who is trying to uncover the details of Godwin's death, that the very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order.
These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the order.
In the eyes of the Golden Order, the undead should not exist. They should have stayed dead, and the fact that they have come back to life violates the world order. But those who live in death haven't intentionally done anything wrong. They exist purely because of a loophole, and Fear wants to protect those who live in death, and also bring back their creator, Godwin. This is why she kills Darien. He hunts the undead, like his title states, Hunter of the Dead.
Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Now it's likely that when Fear arrived at the Round Table Hold, Darien didn't know who she was or what she stood for, but Fear already had an agenda. You notice that whenever you speak to her at the Round Table Hold, the dialogue option is always speak in secret. Why would she need to lower her voice unless someone nearby might happen to overhear conversations about death? The reason why Fear gives us the weathered dagger is because that dagger was used on Godwin. But not used to end his life, no, that was the Black Knife, owned by the Black Knife Assassins. In the cinematic, we can see it has a unique shape to it, which doesn't really match that of the weathered dagger. When the Black Knife pierced Godwin's skin, a symbol branded itself upon his back, the curse mark of death. And that curse mark has power, and we later discover it is actually used to make a rune. So somebody saw this mark on Godwin's corpse, and in secret took a knife, the weathered dagger, and removed the curse mark to keep it for themselves. And that person was Darien.
He was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance.
When we discover that Fear has killed him, the first thing she says is,
"It is returned to its rightful place. The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble."
Fear was most likely by Godwin's corpse and saw this weathered dagger that had been discarded on the ground, and noticing that the curse mark had gone, she vowed to hunt down the person who had desecrated her lord's body. Now it's unclear how exactly Fear managed to locate Darien, but it might be because she recognized something, specifically his sword. Taking a closer look, it appears to be half made of gold and silver. And guess what? The weathered dagger is also described as a special weapon of gold and silver entwined. Side by side, it does look very similar, so it's entirely possible that the weathered dagger was once this inseparable sword. Well, how did it get broken in this really unique fashion? This is the effect of Godwin's corrupted body. Being near to it causes death blight. Roger, for example, spent extensive time studying him, and as a result is slowly suffering the consequences.
That thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
Darien was actually Roger's old friend, and comments on his state.
You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already.
Ironically, this is the same way that Darien's life ends. Remember we saw those plants that were piercing his corpse? That is the result of death sorcery, something that Fear has the ability to harness. Fear most likely called Darien into the room at the end of the corridor and used the element of surprise to ambush him and missed. This sorcery was developed to oppose the Round Table Hold and is effective only against the tarnished. So in summary, Fear lied to us about the dagger and how it was a gift.
A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart.
She needed someone unknowing of what it was to show it to Darian, then witness him taking it, and then that would prove her theory correct. If she were to confront him head on, it would most likely raise suspicion on Darian, whereas we are a tarnished that he trusts. Now you can have your reservations about Fia lying to you and taking out Darian, but you need to understand that Darian is preying on a group of beings who had no say in their existence, and Fia just wants to protect them. The next time you find Fia is in the deep root depths, where Godwin's corpse is. But before you can approach her, she has a line of protection. Presumably after the spectacle Fia left at the Round Table Hold, she was anticipating that someone would seek her out and avenge Darian. That is why she summons her champions, those who swore loyalty to her. And one of these champions you may recognise as Roger. We know Roger was sympathetic to those who live in death and consulted with Fia often. Now when we see Roger here, you can either interpret this as a projection of him, or the more regrettable option, that this is his spirit after passing on. If you follow Roger's questline, you will notice that he falls into a breathless slumber and inevitably passes away. The timing of this may align with the Fia questline. Further support for the spirit theory is that this champion of Fia, his corpse can be found in the game. He wears a distinctive armor set and we can acquire it in Landor. And next to his body we find a deathbed dress. This is the same dress that Fia wears, so it's evidence enough that she was by his side whilst he passed on, performing her deathbed companion duties. So this would indicate that Fia's champions are those who are no longer alive, but loyal in death. After we win the fight and approach Fia, she assumes that you are here to try and stop her.
To deny us in no ways, as the dogmatic roots of the Golden Order.
Interestingly, if you say yes, then she doesn't object. She fully accepts that if you disagree with her ideology, then she must be taken out of the way.
I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear, as a matter of duty, with my own flesh.
She does not fear dying. Her whole existence is to embrace death, protecting those who cannot die, and letting those who can pass on in her embrace. Her dedication is rather noble. She bears this burden, advocating for those who live in death, and will stand by them till the very end. The other dialogue option is "No, I want to be held," which Fia finds rather amusing.
They call me a foul and rotten witch, yet you still wish to be held by me?
And after this you can resume your hugging sessions. Fia whispers to you the next steps of her plan.
Godwin's hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it.
She is unable to resurrect Godwin just yet. So the curse mark on Godwin's body is not the complete symbol, it's actually only half. The other half can be found on Rani's original human body. A quick explanation as to why. Rani was the one who actually orchestrated the Godwin assassination.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knights. Lunar Princess Rani.
And at the moment that Godwin perished, Rani did as well, which is why this mark of death was split into two, one half appearing on Godwin and the other on Rani. And when we go to the Divine Tower, we can collect the other half of the curse mark and bring it to Fia. With all the pieces in place, Fia thanks us for her help. When you hug her this time, instead of receiving the usual Baldachin's blessing, you get a unique one, a radiant Baldachin's blessing. It's said a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life. I think it's interesting that she prefaces this with,
"You are our true champion, and though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment."
Fia is a very purpose-driven individual. She has spent her life being a companion to those dying. We are neither dying, nor have someone that we would like her to revive. All she can give to us as a thank you is her embrace, and the recognition that we are a true champion.
Yes, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead, and claim a second, illustrious life.
This is everything Fia has been working towards. She has gathered enough vigor from various champions, collected the Halbrand, and her final step is to lay with Godwyn's body. Like the bodies of all the previous nobles, she has done the same before.
Wish this child my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
This line in particular took me by surprise.
I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me.
It implies that Fia was never in control of her duty as a deathbed companion. Fia's armor set tells us that she was exiled from her home. What could she have possibly done wrong? Maybe she decided she no longer wanted to be used as a vessel for restoring life to insignificant beings. Perhaps when she was given the power to see grace, she decided that her fate lay elsewhere. Another sad but intriguing connection to this is if you choose to attack Fia, her final words are,
"Your kind never stop ravaging the weak."
And I really hate to say it, but the word ravage has quite disturbing connotations to it. If this is what happened to Fia previously, it would explain why she sympathizes with those who live in death, because they didn't get a say in their existence. Just like her, they didn't get a choice. She knows that she's hated, but she would rather that than have her purpose defined for her. And that is why she is proud to serve Godwyn, because that was her decision alone, and she will see it through. At this point, Fia says her final goodbye to us, and with that, Fia falls into a sleep-like state as this process begins. Reloading the area, you get the option to enter her dream, and you will face a dragon. This is Lich Dragon Fortisax. Now, why do we fight a dragon here? I have two theories. Firstly, one of the moves that Fortisax uses is an ability called Death Lightning, and the description reveals that Godwyn actually befriended this dragon. So maybe Fortisax is trying to protect Godwyn's body from Fia. She is performing an invasive procedure to conceive a child with him, and for all intents and purposes, Godwyn is just a husk. He has no soul, no voice, no capacity to object. Therefore, Fortisax is Godwyn's sole line of defense.
But expect that to change soon. We got an incoming swarm. Please remember that the drill dozer is top priority. part requisitioned. Launching now. Drill dozer ran out of juice again. Refill the canisters. Secondary objective completed. Make it home to collect your bonus. Protect the drill dozer. It's being attacked by wildlife. Swarm detected. Keep the drill dozer operational at all costs. The drill dozer is ready to start the extraction of the Umaran Heartstone. Awaiting your call, team. Stand back. Supply pod inbound.
Come and rescue me! We are unbreakable!
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
My poor boots! Ugh. Damn flares could need an upgrade. Hot, hot, hot. See ya. Now. Oi, please.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
I ordered a resupply.
supply drop has been ordered and is on the way.
Kill it before somebody gets hurt! Access provided. Time to restock! Oh yeah! Rock! And stone! Rock and rolling stone! Here, proper vein, let's get it. Zip line up. Platform! I needed that. Big dog! Zip line, done. Loretta, heal! Like that! 5 feet! Ready to kill some more
Yep.
freaks. Never felt better.
Wierzę.
Watch and learn. That would be great. All out. One sentry gun ready to be built. Getting supplies. Lighting up. Yeah. Sentry gun needs assembling. Access provided. Must be worth a
Extraction commencing. Drill dozer running at full steam. Stay alert, team. The noise and vibrations are attracting the bugs. Attention, team. To keep the drill dozer running at full capacity, you need to keep it clear of bugs. Also, we got an incoming swarm. Swarm? Yeah. Outer crust has been breached. Keep defending the drill dozer. the mission.
Loretta lost her head. I need the mule right here, right now. You're a good mule, Molly. Let's head
Armor
home.
and Hearthstone secured. Press the button on the mule, and we will send in the drop pod.
I've got a zip line ready here. Here I come. Molly, come here. I smell bacon. Platform's laid. Rock and roll and go. Grabbing ammo. It burns. It burns. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Platform up. Ammo taken. My boots, my poor boots. Hot, hot. There, never felt better. Ow, ow. Come here. No, the flares are recharging. I smell bacon. Oi, please. Mark. I called for the mule. My boots, my poor boots.
Supply pod launched. Let us stand back.
Like that now. Hammer canary supply is here.
All rock crackers attached. You can start them up when ready.
And ready to kill some more crates. Platform. I got sensor guns ready to be built. This one cracker's online.
Crackers online. Load up. We're bound to have incoming.
Ammo if you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Rock and stone in the heart. Come on, guys. Rock and stone. Rock and stone. You're kind of cute when you're not trying to kill me. Believe in me. One sentry gun ready to be built. Sentry gun, go get him, boy. None can stand before us. I got the dry dog.
Well done. All that's left is to deposit the core samples.
Lift with your legs. I smell bacon.
All plague hearts secured. I'm sure R&D will be most pleased with this haul.
None can stand before us. Yeah! Rock and stone!
Good work. Sending in the drop pod.
Sentry gun needs assembly like that. Boing! Attention!
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Launch sensor gun ready to be built.
This questline cannot proceed unless we defeat the dragon, and according to the remembrance of Fortisax, when Godwyn perished and his body was corrupted, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion, and we don't see this dragon anywhere else in the physical realm. Fortisax only exists within Godwyn. That is why they are the Lich Dragon. They too have become corrupted by this death aura that Godwyn's body gives out. Or a completely different theory. Maybe Fortisax is fear. We know that ancient dragons can take on the appearance of humans in order to commune with them better. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. So fear could be the human form of Fortisax. And Fortisax isn't referred to anywhere as a he in the item descriptions. All we know is that Lanceax is their sister. And also, Fear told us that she is the companion of Godwyn.
I am the companion of Godwyn, Prince of Death.
And in the remembrance, the word companion is also used to reference the relationship between Fortisax and Godwyn. So bringing it back to the dream, this is a memory. That's why we receive a remembrance after finishing the fight. And if you consider Fortisax to be Fear, what we are witnessing here, the deathbed dream, is Fear's deathbed. When the dream ends, Fear is no longer alive. She has given all of the remaining life force stored in her body to birth a rune formed of the two halves of the Hallowbrand. This is the mending rune of the Death Prince. It paints us a picture of what the world will be like if we choose to use this rune at the end of the game. This new order will be one of death restored. Now what does this mean exactly? Well, take a look at the rune more closely. It's kind of reminiscent of the symbol for yin-yang. Yin-yang as a concept represents duality, the lights and the shadow, the moon and the sun, the day and the night. Opposites which cannot exist without each other, just like life and death. This new world order that will be established is a world where the living and the dead can coexist.
The age of the Duskborn.
This ending is similar to the Dung Eater's ending, but instead of omens, those who live in death will be the ones who are no longer discriminated against. The Golden Order will no longer have jurisdiction to eliminate those who live in death. The undead can be at peace with the living. Their existence no longer violates the laws of the lands between. And in addition, Godwyn may be given a new life. Earlier when Fear mentioned about him claiming a second illustrious life, this could either mean two things. One, Godwyn will be resurrected. He will rule as the Prince of Death, leading the undead. Somehow his soul will be back into his body. Or two, it is just meant symbolically. Godwyn's new life is within the mending rune that Fear birthed. He lives on figuratively within the New World Order.
А? Что е? А? Ето ти майка tu, майка шепче.
Se zmażem.
And within the undead. What do you think the Age of Duskborn means? To me, I really like Fear's intentions to establish the undead as respected and valued members of the lands between. It was not the fault of those who live in death, so why should they be hated for that? Fear wanted a world where they would no longer have to be persecuted, where others rejected and despised the dead. Fear loved and accepted them. She sacrificed her life so that they would have equal footing in the world. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion? Thank you everybody so much for watching and your patience while I prepared this new lore play video. If you want to see more of my cosplays, please check out my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. I post more of them over there that you won't see here. Let me know your thoughts about Fear, how you experienced her in your playthrough, and what you think this ending means for the implications of the lands between. Thank you again everyone, and special thank you to my channel members. Ruses5, Jawbite, Grim, Kyle Coldwell, Manu.
I have like so many followers on Instagram. You guys really don't want to like mess with me.
Here's why starting an OnlyFans was the worst decision I made in my life.
I am not the old Rachel anymore, okay? When the sun sets you free, you are free and
City of Gangsters. Ah.
You have the correct address there? Yes. Are you familiar with the address? Yes, I am. So how are you doing today? Several accidents. The last Uber driver, I hit his car, and he was speeding on a turn, and he hit a side rail. And quite honestly, I get scared getting in these vehicles when it's just my vehicle.
Jesi ga zva, Peko?
Ej, Kešo.
Jesi ga zva?
Ma jesam, ne javlja se. Moram ga opet zvat. Bogalja. Nije umro Kešo, jebate.
A bio je tu skoro.
Ja ti zvat Kešo.
Sad ću probati.
Da, kao je na temperaturi. Sve se žali. Ono malo onda.
Ne javlja se ni meni.
Umre. Što Kešo? Treba je pare za kreće.
Milan.
Što Kešo? Vidjet ćemo mi Kešo novo.
Layla, what's your best pickup line?
Hi, my name is Layla. Smile, that's my pickup line. I don't really need to do too much.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Such a woman. We're gonna put that to the test today, though.
All right, bet.
Here, take the mic.
Hi.
Yo.
So let's say you're moving me, right? How would you move me?
Huh?
How would you move to me?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. I'm not attractive to you. Am I not attractive to you?
No.
Wait, sorry. That's rude. Sorry. Rejected. Are you single?
No.
Is that your girlfriend right there?
Yeah.
You can go. You can go.
Would you stop with the guy from the top? Break my balls, Jackie. I'm starting to eat. You don't want to eat? Then get the hell out of here. Go wait in the car.
Girls that have lots of sexual partners before 21 are like 14 times more likely to get divorced because they just don't know how to be sexually exclusive. They're not trained for it. They don't know how to be non-promiscuous.
Literally asked him to bring us 2 separate checks.
Yeah. Hey, boss, did you make sure you added the double shot that she ordered
You made sure to put
Are
that
you-
on hers, right?
I did. No,
I
like,
appreciate it, boss.
why are you so cheap?
What do you mean, why am I
In
so
the
cheap?
first place,
Appreciate
you
it.
would've-
I'll take care of mine right now. Here, no,
Yeah,
no.
did you-
No, that's all good. I'll take care of mine
Have
right
you ever
now.
seen this though? Like, he's the one that asked me to come. He's the one that's been begging me to come out and eat with
What do
him.
you mean I've been begging you to come out? I asked you if you wanted to go on a date.
Yeah, so what does that mean? If you take me on a date, you're supposed to take care of my stuff.
How am I supposed to take care of your stuff?
So you asked him to like give us separate bills? Like, so can you pay for my stuff? Like are you?
I mean, I just, you gotta pay for your bill. I did what I was supposed to do. I didn't tell you to order all them double shots. I was gonna take you on a friendly date. I had the coupon for 50% off.
A coupon?
I saw this on Hinge. What
Yeah,
percentage
that's
of
what-
men
that's
do you think have yachts?
Oh, like, I know, like...
Yo, tell me with this!
Yeah, pretty low, maybe 9%.
9% of men have
On
yachts.
Hinge?
You think
In the whole
9% of
world.
men have yachts?
Is that...
When you want attention. But he's
deserve
playing the game.
Ever. Exactly, and you wouldn't beat me. Ever. Look at that. Oh. Street.
I've talked to a lot of women who say they want to be treated like a queen. What would you think if guys went around saying they wanted to be treated like a king?
That would be kind of weird, I think. But it shouldn't be weird because that wouldn't be fair. Because I hear women say that they want to be treated like a queen all the time. So
I'm just curious though, like what makes you think that it could be weird?
if I heard a guy say, "Oh, I want to be treated like a king," like I would be kind of weirded out. I don't know. I don't know.
It's about to be 2023. It's okay to date bigger, fatter women publicly. Hell no. To the no. If anybody got a problem with it, tell them to grow the fuck up. You love who the fuck you love. All right? Stop being ashamed.
What's your type?
Tattoos.
You like tattoos?
I do.
All right, feel that. What's your type? I like thicker black girls. All right. You got kids. Where's the baby daddy?
He's out of the picture.
All right. Would you date him?
I would.
You would?
I would.
Okay. Would you date her? I mean, I'm down for like a one-night stand or something.
Gotcha, bitch.
One night stand? Yeah. Is that what?
We just pulled up to the mall, and this happened.
Huh? She wants to ride, bro. Dude, I'm an XL. You never have? My helmet will fall off. Around the block. Around the block.
You wanna do it? You wanna take her?
Don't take her, go.
No. On you go. Go, I'll let you borrow the helmet. One of you guys. Let you borrow the helmet. AJ, where's AJ?
AJ, she wants to ride, bro.
AJ! Want to get a ride? Let's borrow my helmet.
When you out without a girlfriend who's not insecure,
Who's single over here?
Guess nobody wanted to give her a ride.
Like, if you want a party setting or whatever, do you think women should accept drinks from men they are interested in?
Yeah, like it's not coming out of my pocket, so why not?
You could buy me a drink if you want, but if you thought you was getting something out of that, you should have never bought me the drink. Nobody told you to
But
do
see,
that.
this is what happens when you take the drink. Now, he gonna think that it could lead to.
Why do you think this man is buying you a drink?
Obviously, because he has some liking into me.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with me. He decided to buy me the drink. If I accepted the drink because you wanted to be a nice person, however your mental takes
not
it
because
after
he wanted
that.
to be a nice person. You said why he wanted to buy you.
Yeah.
It's not because
but-
he wanted to be a nice person. So throw that out the
Right.
window. He wanted to buy you a drink because he was attracted to you and he wanted to.
Yeah, but
You know that.
right.
You're not interested.
But I don't owe him nothing after he buys me that drink. That's the deal. So the fact that you expecting something out of me, that's on you because you did not have to do that.
Why are you accepting it if you're not interested? Why are you?
Because it's a free drink and you offered it.
But you see, this is why men, when they do take women on dates, they want to go for something nice and cheap. Because you got women that will accept drinks, they'll accept go on dates with.
I don't do that, but if
not
I'm sitting
you,
there,
not
The selfishness and entitlement is real in this video. Guys, look at her face. These women are savages. They don't care at all about when you buy them free drinks, when you buy them free food, when you do all these different things for them. Make them earn everything that you give it to them. Even if it's a text message, even if it's any sort of attention or validation. Because that means she's gonna appreciate you. And if you don't make her earn it, she's gonna just take it willingly and she's gonna move on to the next guy. Women are like this. This is why they're so entitled. This is why they have these huge egos. Because you have so many guys that go out every Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, and then they buy women drinks, and these women have no interest in them. And these guys just left there in the dust, sitting there like, well, I thought she was gonna call me back. I thought she was gonna text me. They give you a fake number. It's women who bring their whole friend group to a bar or a place, and they get free shots, free drinks, and then they go home. While the guy is sitting there like, well, man, I guess I'll try next weekend. So don't be that guy. Make these women earn everything you give them. You see what she's saying. She's saying, hey, I don't care about when you do it for me. I don't appreciate it. You just gotta do it for me out of kindness of your heart. And these women know you want sex. They know you want companionship. They know you want to actually get together with them and hang out, but they don't want to give you that sort of avenue.
I'm 5'2". I do prefer someone over 6'2". I like a 6'4".
Huh?
6'4".
Yes, because
5'2",
my
6'4".
last relationship, I was with a 6'4" guy.
By the way, they're
and
not
he was
going to see you
amazing.
there.
He was so big,
Oh,
like
okay.
perfect height.
Yeah.
I would go with the 6'4".
And then
You, as a woman, you will get disrespected to your face because his financial status says I can. So my thing is, if you coming home to me at night and only me, baby, I'll take you broke.
Shit.
I'll take you broke. Because I've been broke in by millionaires. Come on now, what's the...
Hey, quick question. What's the sexuality called when you're attracted to men and women, but neither are attracted to you? What's that called?
Emotional, damn it! Here on 6th Street, paying girls $100 if they can successfully, keyword successfully, deep put a banana. I have a backpack full of bananas, so this
Like
hasn't.
how far?
Like the entire thing.
$100?
$100. No, Joseph's over there. He's over there.
I don't think I can do it. Should I try?
Yeah.
Like legit, would you literally give her 100?
I don't think I can do it.
You can try.
Don't make fun of me if I can't do it, okay?
Of course not. Of course not. All right.
Damn, fuck. It's too big.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Look, that's halfway.
Okay.
Hey.
So I realized some of the mistakes that I made in my early 20s. So I had met a few good guys that actually wanted to date me. And I was like, no, like, he's corny, like, no. He ain't got no swag, he ain't got that that I'm looking for, like, nah, not my type. Sorry, no thank you, not interested. So I went after what I thought was my type. You know, the guy with a little edge. You know, bad boy, got a little side to him, you know, tattoos and all of that good stuff. The interesting, mysterious guy. And I told y'all a lot about my toxic relationship. And man, after I went and took my ass over to where I thought the grass was greener on the other side, only thing that was on that side was trauma, mental abuse, and boy did I get dragged through the mud. These men treated me like shit, but they were fine though. They look good. I used to love when other girls would be like, oh girl, that's your man, like he is fine, girl. Ooh. Meanwhile, I was being treated like trash, literally trash. So I went back and I looked at some of the profiles of some of the good guys that wanted me back in the day. And guess what, y'all? They're all married now. All married. And I'm single, left with trauma.
You being the size of Lizzo, or you being the size of a fucking NFL linebacker, is all you think I deserve? I busted my ass in school. I'm now making 6 figures. I'm now a great man, and this is all you feel like I deserve? You looking the way that you look, you acting the way that you act, this is all you feel like I deserve? When it's a bitch in Brazil on her knees every day praying to God for a man half of me.
This is the #1 reason why men get their passports and travel overseas for foreign women. To have relationships, to possibly get married, to get some sort of companionship, because the vast majority of Western women are insufferable. They're hard to be around. They're not fit, they're not feminine, and most of them are not friendly. And women overseas in different countries, they are fit, they are in shape, they're pleasant to be around. They're not argumentative and combative. So why should a man build his life up? He works hard in his 20s, his 30s, and now he's achieved something. He's made something of himself. He's in shape. He makes possibly 6 figures. He's well off. Why should he deal with a woman who's out of shape, who slept around all her 20s, who did this, who did that, and who just has a bad attitude? Why should he settle down and be with that? She wants him at his best while she has at her worst, while she's declining. Men are waking up. They're saying, listen, I'm going for a better deal.
Well, just for yourself as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think you can do this.
I'm totally fine.
And you may be, but just in amongst public, and especially the entire football team, I think maybe elsewhere.
Okay, I will try to find a different. You know what? There's no reason for you guys to tell me what to do because I am my own person. I'm taking pictures for Halloween. I'm actually a content creator. This is how I make money.
Okay.
And I have like so many followers on Instagram. You guys really don't want to like mess with me.
A few moments later.
I lost my Instagram for posting about God. Romans 1:18 says, "For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and wickedness."
But wait! There's more!
God has set me free from that. I am not the old Rachel anymore, okay? When the Son sets you free, you are free indeed. It doesn't matter how dark your past is. It doesn't matter what you have done. Here's why starting an OnlyFans was the worst decision I made in my life. Did not realize that I was literally selling parts of my soul and the money could have never made it worth it. Wish that someone would have warned me and told me that I was going to be later experiencing PTSD from the sexual trauma and the experiences that I was subjecting myself to on a daily basis. Did not know that I would later need to be in trauma counseling. It brought me into way darker places than I ever could have imagined, and I never want to go back there.
Hello everybody, today I'm going to be talking about Millicent's questline. There's going to be a lot of twists and turns along the way, so stick through with me to the end, and I really hope you enjoy.
With your help, I was able to live as my own person, if only in passing.
So Millicent first appears at the Church of the Plague. The name of the location gives a hint as to what her story will entail. She sits propped against the stone wall, clutching at her side. Upon closer inspection, she's actually missing her right arm. Her robes are stained with presumably her own blood. Upon approaching her, she tells us to stay away because she is cursed with the scarlet rot. In order to continue her quest, you will have to speak first to Gowry. He will task you with healing Millicent, and for that he will require a specific item, a golden unalloyed needle. This needle drops from Commander O'Neill. What's interesting to note about this fight is that you have the option of summoning an NPC, adopted daughter Pollyanna. Who is this? Well, we'll revisit her later, but first, when you receive the needle, it has been snapped into two. Did Commander O'Neill do this on purpose? Based on his appearance and description, O'Neill served Radahn. And what we know about Radahn is that he was a great leader who loved his soldiers. Radahn had incredible willpower to withstand the Scarlet Rot that his half-sister Melania unleashed onto him and all of the surrounding area, Caelid. It's possible that to honour Radahn, O'Neill decided to suffer with him, snapping the only thing that could have alleviated this pain as a sign of solidarity. Or it could be that the needle snapped when he used it upon himself, as O'Neill is suffering with Scarlet Rot himself. This is shown by him being immune to Scarlet Rot. When we return to Gowry, he will mend the needle for us and reveal more about Millicent.
Tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed.
These witless pests are the kindred of rot. To some, Scarlet Rot is a curse, but to others, it's a blessing. For Millicent, she did not choose this fate. It was something she was born with. Speaking of which, Gowry reveals that he is actually Millicent's adopted father.
I'm the one that found her. A mere babe in the swamp of Aeonia. She is one of my dear daughters.
daughters, plural. Remember Pollyanna from earlier, and how her title was adopted daughter? She is one of those daughters, one of many. When we return to Millicent and offer her the needle to hinder the rot spreading, she agrees.
You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot. Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within.
A stranger comes to you and tells you to stick a needle in yourself with the promise of it easing the pain. It's a great risk to take, but it shows how desperate Millicent has become. After reloading the area, Millicent appears much healthier, able to stand and speak with us more. She thanks us for our help, and as a token of gratitude, gives us a talisman, engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. Now take a second to consider the following. Who is this young girl in the talisman? Is it Millicent? She's young, suffering from rot, and we find out later uses a sword. Or could it be Melania? She was cursed with the scarlet rot from birth, and she is arguably one of the most skilled sword users in the game. You'll find this is only the start of the parallel between Millicent and Melania that we're going to explore. Also, who is this mentor? The one who taught our mysterious young girl how to use a sword. To find this out, we need to focus on the specific phrase, flowing blade. Is there such a blade in this game? Well, there might be something close to it. The flowing curved sword. Legends speak of a master of the sword, garbed in blue, and his curved blade that was patterned after flowing water. A figure who wore blue bears a connection to the blue dancer charm as well. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. Whoever this legendary man was, it makes sense that he would be willing to teach Melania. They were both blind, so Melania could learn how to fight in a disadvantaged way after losing one of her senses, and the name of her iconic move, Waterfowl Dance, would suggest that she learned it from a water swordsman who had been blessed by a dancer fairy. After this, Millicent will travel to Gary's shack. Just as Gary mentioned earlier, it appears that Millicent has lost some of her memories, commenting that it seems familiar to her, which makes sense as Gary told us that he raised her here. But where's Gary gone? He's nowhere to be seen. He only appears after you bid farewell to Millicent and reload the area. Surely the self-appointed father and concerned caregiver would want to see his sick daughter, right? Something isn't quite right with Gary. Millicent has now set out on her pilgrimage to follow in the footsteps of someone significant to her.
Now I'm tracing the path Melania took. I should like to meet her. This vanished woman.
She mentions that she still wished she had her right arm, as this would allow her to fight alongside us. You can find a prosthetic arm for her in the Shaded Castle, the Valkyrie's prosthesis. What a coincidence that a prosthetic weapon arm, specifically the right one, the one that Millicent needs, was just laying around. The Shaded Castle is presided over by House Marai, a family of executioners. The head of this family being Marley Marai. See, the men of the Marai family were all born sickly. This might be due to the location of the castle. It is embedded in a poison swamp. Marley fell in love with Melania. He romanticised the idea of a chronically sick man being together with a rotten woman, and as seen in his study, he developed an obsession with Melania and offered his services crafting prosthetics for her and doing other things to them. When Marley Marai, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his person.
Dok se ne usije plot od Federece, jesi sigurno. Ništa. Da gledaj što mi reče, samo Jeli? Što hoće umora, da? Android, mislim, smart televizor. Pa imaš 6.3 mrežu. Nema 6.3. Da. Pošto 6.3 imaš tamo, da je. Imaš te promocije, znaš, nisu promocije, nego dobijaš lupavno uz paket, dobijaš 3 te premije, No, pa ja televizor dodam crtu po HBO toga Maxima, da, telefon samo bačiš tamo kod i čao, ja televizor do toga. Viš to, odmaraj. Ćao.
To je rekao da mi ja ne možem.
Goddess. Luckily, Millicent doesn't have to know about this. She gratefully accepts the arm, and when you meet her later, she remarks on how amazing it is, as if it were her own original arm. With her new arm, Millicent will continue travelling around the map, and she reveals her connection with Melania.
I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us.
This confirms our earlier suspicions that Millicent and Melania are related. But who is the father? You may have noticed a recurring theme in the language used to refer to Millicent. Flower, blossom, bud, offshoot, bloom. This isn't just symbolic. Millicent may be an offspring of pollination. When Melania's scarlet aeonia bloomed, it dispersed spores throughout Caelid, and if we follow the reproduction process in plants, this pollen would contain Melania's DNA, and as a result would produce children with her genes. But the pollen would need to land on something it could fertilise, and this plant might be the sacramental bud. It can be found where we first met Millicent at the Church of Plagues, an immature bud containing fresh blood, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. Sacramental in this context means a holy object originating from a deity, so this could be the goddess of Rot's blood, Melania's blood, that was spilled during her battle with Radahn. The sacramental bud also drops from Millicent should you fight her invader form, so it's definitely related to the bloodline in some way. But didn't you think it was strange that Gary just happened to have found Millicent as a defenseless baby in the middle of the Caelid swamp? Unless he knew she was there, growing from the plant.
She is a bird, green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
Before her? Superior quality? Why does this sound like some sort of experiment? So by now you may have gathered that Gary is definitely hiding something. And when you go to purchase from his shop at this point, there will be a spell that contains all the answers. This one. And Gary is the only merchant who sells this sorcery. You cannot obtain this anywhere else. You may recognise this ability as it has been used by another type of enemy in the game. If you attack Gary, you will unlock the secret that he has been hiding. Gowry's body fades away, but reveals the corpse of a kindred of rot. Pests, as in the witless pests he referred to earlier, the ones who worshipped rot. I discovered that the word Gowry in Hindi means white, which would be a literal match to the name of pale pests. Most surprisingly though is that Gowry will respawn, but if you attack him again he will chide you, saying even if you try to kill him he will just simply come back.
Killing me is but an exercise in futility.
And he does. He has the power to possess other living beings. He may be similar to someone like Shabriri. Shabriri is chaos incarnate, so Gowry might be the equivalent for rot. We have now reached a crucial point in understanding the events that are taking place in the storyline. If you have been following Millicent's path, you will get the option to either assist Millicent or challenge her. Now, this is a development that a lot of players weren't expecting. It's a little unclear as why we have the choice to turn on this character, who we've shared memories with, fighting alongside. And to understand why, we need to once again return back to Gowry.
He is to meet them very soon, her sisters, and when she does, she'll be defeated surely, and begin to flower.
So Pollyanna, the adopted daughter...
Da. Niko me nije ništa pitao, tako da nisam nalazio za shodno da pričam uopšte.
600. Kad ti se neko javi pa ne znaš da se javi. Aha? Ne, kažem. On nešto ima neki lag, kad ga nešto pitam.
Evo sad imam lag. Izvoli, reci. Imaš nešto? Da, 6.600.
Gigabajta 230 evra.
Šta je 6.600? RX 6600 Radeon ili o čemu pričamo? Pretpostavljam da misliš na grafičku RX 6600. Slušaj, ne znam pošto su grafičke kartice. Ne znam, ali znam da koliko god da su, znam da nisu jeftine.
Tužni, skupe, džeste.
Jedino što možeš da tražiš kod grafičke, da ti kažem sljedeće, da ima bar 128 bita i da ima 4 GB rama ili više. Eto. To je to. Ostalo ne moraš da razbiješ glavu.
Evo, nema par dana, planica nastala tu čovječ. Nej. With great power comes great responsibility.
Sad baču.
Uncle Ben. Final words. Jo, ni puno je. Jo, Nvidia 1070, 150 evra i 1060, a dobro.
Ne vredi tih para. To ću ti ja reći.
75 evra.
To su možda minirane grafičke kartice. Možda greši.
Pogledam. Pirova 124 evra. A? Čekaj, šta je ova oznaka XFX?
Ne, XFX ti je brand.
A?
Brand sam za sebe. Isto kao što ti je MSI ili ti Microstar brand, tako ti je XFX, Palit, tako to su isto drugi brandovi. Da ne kaže marke. Se čuj, ne čuj.
Ama kapiram ja to, nego te pitam je li MSI-ova oznaka X, FX ili to za sebe?
XFX ti je brand, čovječ. Nema veze sa mikrostarom. Ako to pitaš.
A ovo sam baš sad ušao u ovaj shop neki. Desiljanje je. Nema ih na kupujem, prodajem, znaš. Nema na
Fuller smoke a lot.
kupujem, nijedno MSI.
Welcome to my channel. Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky. Snako 8-eyed gas, Snako 8-eyed gas, Snako 8-eyed gas.
MSI RX 580, 32.000.
To NPC summon is not the only sister. The fight that will ensue will have all 4 sisters of Millicent.
If you happen to be present for the girl's fight with her sisters, I ask that you side with the sisters and kill Millicent. It must be done by your hand, no other.
Millicent has the potential to bloom into another form, like Melania does with the Scarlet Ionia. She transforms into the goddess of rot. However, this is not an easy process.
Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly.
The ability will only activate under extreme duress. Melania did so as a last resort against Radahn, and when we managed to down her at the end of Phase 1. So Gowry theorises that if Millicent sees us turn on her, it will elicit such a strong emotion, it will cause her to transform.
When Melania ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn as a Scarlet Valkyrie.
Gowry is the reason why you have to fight her. It's for his own selfish gain. If you choose to defeat her, she will indeed transform at the end of the fight. Her body will be enveloped inside a flower, just like Melania. You will receive Millicent's prosthesis with one of the most beautiful item descriptions. The despair of sweet betrayal transformed Millicent from a mere bud into a magnificent flower, and one day she will be reborn as a beautiful Scarlet Valkyrie. And you don't receive the entire arm prosthetic as you originally gave her. It's just the hand, frozen in place. The position of the fingers is gently curved, locked into a fist that once raised a sword aloft. Returning to Gowry, you will find him dead, or rather his vessel abandoned. He drops the Flock's Canvas Talisman, which depicts a group of figures, a flock, in worship, praying to their goddess of rot. If you still aren't convinced that Gowry is connected to the Kindred of Rot, there is an alternate version of this talisman that you can find in the Crystal Tunnel, guarded by 2 Kindred of Rot, which would suggest a connection. Gowry was orchestrating a sick experiment to create a daughter of Melania and continue to spread this rot all over the lands between. He didn't actually care for the welfare of Millicent and her sisters. He just wanted to succeed in his god project. Now if you choose to assist Millicent, as you should, you discover these sisters, Mary, Maureen, Amy and Pollyanna, have all been manufactured just like Millicent was. But the difference was they failed to develop the skills to become a Valkyrie. The 4 sisters were born in the swamp of Ionia, and yet those buds were doomed to never bloom. So as a result, Gowry commanded them to do his bidding. That's why Pollyanna assists us with the Commander O'Neill fight.
Kakite te crtani bre bio ispred svog vremena. Ne, ali znaš što je. Nek ti je čemu da pričam. Za Office. Za Office.
Za Office?
Ajde, pošalji. Vega 56.
Da, ima 2000 bit. Ali to nije... To nije grafička karta za igranje, znaš, to je problem. Nije nikad ni bila namenjena za to.
Stvarno jebote, 2000 bitova.
Ali to je zato što ona ima drugačiji RAM nego, ona nema ni DDR5 ni DDR6, znaš. Ona ima taj memorijski kontor ili kako već drugačiji. I ona radi mnogo sporije nego recimo DDR5 i DDR6, ali na toj sporijoj frekvenciji ona postiže iste rezultate. Ali skupo je dosta bilo, ta serija da se napravi, to je Radeon, to je AMD izbacio kao test. Iskontali su da im se ne isplati da proizvode tako skupe memorijske te čipove. I odustali su. Iako daje bolje rezultate, na manju temperaturu. Mom kumu se grafička ne greje preko 35-40 stepeni. Čisto sumnju. Mogu da pitati.
AMD-u sad zadnja serija, ovo 6000, jeli?
Mislim da je to zadnja serija. Ne pratim, znam samo da sam uzeo 6800 od ovoga s kanala jednog tipa. Za, mislim, 500 € da je bilo. 50.000, 55. Wow.
Koga je jedan? Ama ne progovara čovjek. Pitao sam ga već 2-3 puta.
Šta želiš da znaš?
Prdaš se ti na. A? Udri me do zore. Čuješ li me?
Mene pitaš. Okej.
Ne, brat.
Šta god. Jedan, dva, dva. Dva, dva. Jedan, dva, dva. Dva, dva, jedan, dva.
Ilija, reči mi nešto.
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1. Jedan, dva, dva, jedan, dva, dva, dva.
Ilija, živ je! Peko!
2, 2.
Čujem ga, brate,
2, 1.
Ilija, nemoj ovo više nikada nam prije.
Ovo si da upališ moj stream na Twitchu da vidiš da sam živ.
A poslije to se fabrikuje.
Odeš u Discord, imaš da klikneš levi, klikne moje ime, imaš da staviš watch stream.
Nije mi pokazivalo, čoveče, ni ovdje na ikonu kad pričaš.
Upoznat sam s tim bugom.
Kum je problem, ili ja? Meni je samo bitno da si ti okej.
Nema problem. Hvala.
Šta streamujem?
Elden Ring.
Neću, čovječ. Ja prvi vek, ja da glumim.
Tač, nemoj to sebi da radiš.
Neću to da radi.
Ludo.
Aha. Čuje. Čuo? Šta te mutira, a?
Ne.
Mutira peka.
Ma neki prekid u vezi. Vratno Discord server ima problem.
Najpametniji potez.
Mislim, ako želi da priča sa mnom, ima mobilni telefon.
Ako želiš da
Đura
pričaš
Đakovića,
s njim, imaš
39
mobil.
Lovćinac, Srbija. Kako to?
Kad se radi?
24322.
Đura Đakovića, 39.
Jest.
Srbija.
Da, Balkan, planeta Zemlja, solarni sistem. Kako to?
Mislim da se zove na kafu.
Ne znam da li me zove.
Ne on tebe, no ti njega.
Ne, znam da neće doći, zato što zabranjujem ljudima da puše kod mene, ali može 2 sekunde izdrži da ne zapali cigaru.
Ja, to ti je pametno, mogu ti reći.
Ti nemaš tako da se vreći. Mogu ja s tobom da izađe napolje ako ti je ladno i dosadno samo da budeš.
Evo, ne znam, brate. Ne može on nikog navatati.
Ja te podržavam. To je odluč.
Fali mi još 500.000 za level up. Mnogo.
Znaš šta me kidaš samo, brati? Ne pušaš ono kad krenu da prosipaju pamet, jel? Neđe na otvoreno. U svijet. A, ljudi. Pušti. Ja ga čuješ čukulinu ti, moraš.
Meni su glupi ti zakoni da dovoljno da staviš na jedan sto za pušača, drugi za nepušača. Ali ja i ti smo u prostoriji koja je recimo malecka. Kakve razlike ima to što ti sediš u stolu za pušača, ja za nepušača, isto smo u prostoriji. To je kao taj zakonski minimum i to je to, a? A što veze s mozgom nema, to je druga stvar. Ne daj, ne zjebam.
Dobro jebote, čovjek neće u sobi da mu se puši i to je to, šta? Nije čovjek ne puši, ne nego razumijem to, ja da sam pametan, ja ne bi pušio u ovoj sobi jer tu i spavam, tu mi je kompjuter, umjesto, I don't know. Mogu lenjiti. Ima Midžu neku fotelju, slušaj, kad se uvalim u nju, ja ne znam šta treba se desi da se ustanem iz nje.
Znači, nizbrdo pa desno. Dobro.
To su ljudi opsednuti s ovim Elden Ringom, će li mi to neko objasniti?
Ne znam, probaj. Poslaću ti ga ja, ko ćeš skini ga pa ga probaj, pa mi reci. Ali to ti je onda single player.
Nemam ni želju da ga skine, baš
to je druga stvar.
Privlači. Ne mogu baš da tvrdim da je govno ili ne.
Možda ja igram trenutno dosta lako, tako informativno. To što sam ja level...
6 miliona, 240.
Ne, 240 na primjer. Normalno ti da pređeš igru kao možda level 60 do 100. Ja sam prvi prešao igru kao level 200 neki.
Kako ovo pokupilo temo God of War, pored God of War, Ragnarok.
Znaš li zašto je God of War sranj?
Ajde, prosvetuj me.
Zbog broja cinematika koji imam. Imam ja God of War, kupio sam ga bio, nisam ga igrao nešto puno. Dosta vremena ti provodiš u God of Waru, stojiš negde ili pričaš s nekim ili pritisneš dugme, on skoči, udari, napravi okret, jedan karakter baca drugoga, to je sve neki cinematika, znaš. To ti je dobar deo igre. Jel lažem? To ti je QTE. Pritisni dugme u pravom trenutku da se desi to. To su kao filmske scene, što čekaj, se slago nešto.
Ne može se porediti, brate.
Znam. Stvarno ne znam. Svaka igra ima svoju publiku. Niko nije rekao da je God of War loša igra, samo mi se čini da ima veća publika za ovo.
Bolje mi je ovaj predmet bio God of War. Ragnarok je vizualno fantastičan, ali ono, nekako mi je, ne znam.
Međede, šta radiš ti?
Prosipao.
Tapio sam space da se rolom u njega, da me ne bi zveknuo šapom I umjesto space udarim shift i on krene da baca spell umjesto da... O, brale.
Nikad grđe dizajniranog medvjeda nisam vidio.
Aha.
Gledam da vidim ono...
Nešto.
Ništa u igre. Jer ispratio sam kad su izbačili ono... A ima čovječe 200 i neki level, 40, 50.
Vidiš, ćeško. Ne znam da li vidiš. Evo ovako. Tu.
Ja ne vidim.
Ne vidiš od kamere, sad se vidi.
A 241.
I ovdje možda vidiš...
Ne pišu sati.
Ne, pišu ti sati ovako. 350 sati.
350 sati.
Trebalo mi je 250 do 300 samo da pređem prvi put. Mislim, nije mi trebalo. Ja sam odlučio da igram to. Možeš s manje sati preći igru, nije problem.
Ali čekaj, šta je poenta, ne razumijem, jer kao dungeons neki ili samo se sa ovim bossevima trljaš ili ne razumijem. Ne vidim ništa, vidim ti health, staminu. Nije čovječ, evo na ovom karakteru ima.
Ajde kad pobedim medvjeda pokazat ću. To sada nije. Medvjed ima jedno 10.000 health, tako mi dobro.
Evo sad si ne rekao. Too much. By the power of light. I am Divine Knight.
Jedan lik je napravio cosplay kao Isus Hrist, znaš?
A?
Obuko se kao Isus Hrist, uzeo kao belu haljinu, uzeo kao crnog tipa sa dugačkom kosom, onako s bradom, znaš, i onako hoda polako. Znaš, i ovaj liga kao ono, znaš, da napadneš drugi igrač, kao da ih napraviš invaziju. I ovaj liga napadne, znaš da se kao ono rade PvP i ovaj priglasi, piše You have invaded Jesus. I lik mu prilazi i kao seda na kolena, kao moli ga za kreki. Znaš kakva scena, to ti kao YouTube short, ali ne znam da će ti izbaciti par komentar.
Ali, za šta pričaš, gdje je to?
Za ovu igru.
U igru?
Ja. Ljudi se zebavaju. Nebitno. Go, kao pištolj. Never mind. Ako još uvijek gledaš, ne mogu da provalim.
Gledam.
A gledaj, spetaš.
Gledam. Ovo me podsjeća na 2000-te, znaš, kad su krenule ovakve igre. Znaš, su samo ono grafika malo nabuđena i...
Samo to. Pitanje mi je open world igra.
The is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
Ubila ga njegova sestra. Ova.
Marika's offspring, demigods,
Flash
claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
Marika Offspring.
Kako zove? Queen Marika. Japanci su napravili igru, njima evropske imena zvuče egzotično.
Triggered the shattering.
Ovaj se podao zmiji. Zmija ga je pojela, a pošto je on besmrtan, zmija mutirala. Sta neki mutant.
A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
Ma ti počinješ igru kao lutajuća duša, kako god. Kao neko kome kao data šansa kao da se vrati kao iz zagrobnog života. Da kao ispravi greške tih polubogova.
Cross the fog to the lands
Dobro, ima
between.
neku priču, ono...
Ima?
Solidnu. Ali...
Znaš ko je napisao priču?
Before the Elden Ring.
George Martin. Ono što je napisao Game of Thrones.
And become
Nisi. Ne zove se Game of Thrones, nego pesme Matre gleda. Tako se zove. Serijal knjige. Ali, ako si gledao televizijsku seriju Game of Thrones...
Ne.
Jebika, to ništa. Ništa nisi ni propustio. Zadnja sezona užasna. Nemoj da gledaš.
Walking Dead sam uvatio da gledam.
Počinješ u nekoj katedrali.
Ovo sam na YouTube vidio početak. To me odmah i odgledao.
Odbilo. Šta tačno?
Ovo što sam gledao, na drugo je mjesto počinjanja.
Počinješ uvijek ovdje. Ovo ti je početak igra. I zavisnosti toga koje karaktera biraš, imaš šanse ili nemaš šanse da ubiješ ovoga glavonja. Nemaš healing nikakav, health je na minimumu.
Znači, 2 udarca i gotovo.
Ne, 1. 1 do 2, pošto nemam nikakav boost ništa. Opa, ovo je bio light attack. Samo me dokačio prolaz, to je to. Tako je naštimano kad ti padne health na nulu da te samo kao teleportuje igra na drugo mjesto, kao na drugu zonu. Kao pao si u... Da, štima ne da umreš. Imaš jako male šanse da ga ubiješ. Nemaš nikakav healing, znaš. Jedini ko može da ga ubije, to je možda samuraj, kao startna klasa. To što imaš vatrene strele. Imaš taman dovoljno vatrene strela da ga ubiješ, ali ne smije nijednom da ti pogodi. On tebe.
Ovo je napazao nešto ko Dark Souls.
Recimo. Kad bi Dark Souls bio open world, gdje možeš da... Mogu da ti pokažem koliko je zapravo open world. U pravom smislu te reći. Igra te ne vodi za ruku, samo ti na jedno, dva mesta sugeriše gdje bi možda trebalo da ideš ako želiš da napreduješ, ali čak ni ako ne poslušaš, nije kraj igre, zato što možda se vratiš u startnu oblast, da razgledaš okolo, da uzmeš jeftinije artefakte, da nađeš NPC-eve koji ti daju, recimo, zadatke koji će ti pomoći da se leveluješ.
One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
Yes, indeed.
Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Whatever. Tako. Imaš 3 boce za health i jednu za mana. To je to. Za početak. Dole levo ti je tutorial oblast, da ti bukvalno objašnjava levi klik je udarac, desni je blok, imaš counter, kako se pije boca, imaš stealth, ovo ti je checkpoint.
Nakon što si izgledao prvog bossa.
Ako pogineš, svaki sljedeći put vraćate kod prvog checkpointa, to ti je ovo. Ili tamo gdje je start u toj zoni, kao default. Ako nijedan nisi označio checkpoint, vraćate na kao default checkpoint za svaku oblast. Sad nije baš preporučivo da se šetaš go kao ja. Ajde.
Evo ovo se...
Tu startaš. Ovo ti start. Sami start. Ja uvijek uzmem ovo kao startnu klasu, zato što te stavi kao level 1. I ne vidiš možda od moje kamere, ali... Imaš sve statistike kao 10 i to ti to. I level up ti košta jako malo. Zronad. Imaš i ovog NPC-a koji mnogi se zajebu pa počnu da ga biju. I ovaj NPC te izuje iz čizama. Neću pričam s njim.
Ne može.
Konjanik ti je uvijek ovdje, evo ga. Ali... Nemaš ti života za oklonjenika. Najpametnija stvar koju možda uradiš je ili da izgubiš 4-5 sati i da ga ubiješ, ili da dođeš kasnije da ga ubiješ za 2 minuta. Shit. Mapu nemaš. A ovo ti je sama recimo 1/4 mape ili 1/5. Mada mislim da sam čak previše malo rekao.
I da mi nisi rekao da su Japanci pravili po gaćama, bih skontao.
Po donjem veš?
To su Japanci pravili.
Može i tako. Brate, znači, ko je pravio ovu igricu, majke ti mile?
FromSoft. Hvala. Nisi htio da znaš šta odgovora si ga dobio.
Iz početka ideš ili?
Ne, samo pokazujem ono start.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Ne planiram, počinje iz početka.
Amateri neki pravili, druže.
Amateri?
Ne bre, pogledajte ovo.
Po grafici ocjenjuješ. Nagađam da je to. Nagađam da je to. Da ti je to jedino merilo.
Ne, nego je trenutno kretanje lika i trčanje, brate.
Daj, brate, šta pričaš?
Okej, svako ima pravo na svoje mišljenje. Nećemo čekati.
Dođu, isto, odrađen, katastrofalno.
To je takvi model igara, nije to katastrofalno urađen.
Ne, on upoređuje ovu igru sa God of Warom. Kaže kako God of War nije dobio Game of the Year.
Ne, sad je ne upoređujem. Sad ocenjujem. Nego, ono je bilo upoređivanje.
Nemoguće porediti. Nisu oni upoređivali kao open world igra sa open world igrom, već kao komplet paket, znaš.
A znam, nije ni to, to je dobila nagradu kao za neku inovaciju. Ne znam, nije.
Jeste, jer nijedan developer nikad nije napravio ništa slično toliko veliko. Jeste možda Zelda. Možda Zelda. Switch. Kurac, nije ovaj slot. Remove. Switch.
Ne znam što se desilo.
Ušli smo u raspravu o ovoj, a nije ni rasprava, nego ono, Elden Ring.
Go on.
Kako?
Imaš za 127 u 580 follow.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
Evo ovako. Ne mogu sad zato što su me napali. Ovo ti je kao ta noob zona. Ali prava noob zona ti je zapravo ovo dole. Te je mapa zatvorena. Tu možda ideš isto. Ima čitavost od ovo. Prvi veći boss ti je u zamku. Ali ako voliš da istražuješ, prvi boss ti ne mora uopšte biti ono kako ljudi linearno razmišljaju mozgom, znaš, kao igra te forsira da ideš tamo da bi se borio s tim. Ne, apsolutno ne. Treba da skupiš 2 ili 3 velike duše od tih kao polubogova i da s njima kao taj Elden Ring je zapravo kao nešto metafizički, kao, znaš, ono, kao stup sveta, razumeš, nešto spiritualno. I treba kao da pobediš te polubogove, da uzmeš kao njihove te esencije i kao s tim kao da popraviš kao taj Elden Ring. Ej sad, nemaš ti fiksno kojeg moraš da zatučeš tog poluboga. Možeš da kreneš ovako, možda kreneš levo u zamak.
Da ti iskasapiti.
Pa ne, pošto sam ja level 1, najvjerojatnije da će mi iskasapiti. Ali, ako odeš u zamak, a ja ne želim da odem u zamak, možda odeš desno, to ne zna dosta nubova. Pošto ljudi ne vole da istražuju, nego vole da ih igre vode za ruku, znaš, ono, da imaš ono veliki indikator u ćošku, razumeš, koji pokazuje trenutnu misiju i marker te vodi, znaš, do questa. Ne, možeš da odeš ovako desno, pošto znam tačno šta radim, 300 sati sam igrao, manje više znam te neke osnove. Možda odeš okolo zamka, zamak je i dalje gore. I totalno da ignorišeš sve to. Niko tebi ne kaže da ne možeš da ga preskočiš, možeš. Developeri su ti dali putanju okolo. Ovo ti je kao donji put. Ako ne želiš da se boriš trenutno s tim bossom, odeš okolo jednostavno. Gledao sam par speedrunnera, oni koriste ove strategije ako ne žele da se baš bore sa bossovima po redu, nego samo nabavi konja i zaobiđe se na mapi. I ide odmah manje više, recimo kao taj mid game, tu oblast. Ne bi smjelo dođeš ovako nizak level. A možeš, ali sve će tu biti. Pošto nisi, nemaš ni healtha dovoljno, ni dovoljno dobro opremu. Znači ja sam prvi put došao na ovu vatru ovdje kad sam bio 50. level ili 100. zaboravio sam. Već sad došao kad sam bio level 1. Zato što mi igra takvog karaktera da ti omogućava da ako želiš da odeš odmah tu.
Dobro, sve tamo, odreći me sve ruke.
Da, možeš da radiš kako ti želiš.
Aj, obrni. Iza. Ne mapu, nego...
Drvo, to veliko što vidiš, to ti inače kao... To ne postoji. To vidiš ti samo. Niko drugi ga ne vidi. Zato što si ti kao poslan od strane kao toga, kao jednog od tih entiteta, kao duhovnog sveta, kao da ispraviš kao nepravdu i da srgneš te polubogove s vlasti jer su zasrali stvari. I to drvo i ovu svetlost, viš ovu kako te vodi ova svetlost, to samo ti vidiš. To oni zovu Guidance of Grace. Ne znam da li je dobar prevod, kao što rekao, Higa je prevedene sa japanskog na engleski. Da li su prevodici izabrali dobar prevod, to ne znam.
Pa dobro, suštine ima smisla. Guidance of Grace. A stvari nema baš nešto puno, ali ajde. Naziraj se.
U ti oblast koja se prostire, znači kao mrt. Nisam mrt. Okolo jezera, a sad ću ti pokazati kako izgleda kad uzmeš mapu. Čudim da me još niko nije zatukao.
Nemaš neke moći, nemaš ništa.
Ne, ništa, go kao pištolj.
To je to. Dali smo ti Facebooku da se boriš protiv polubogova.
Ne, to sam ja sam,
To mi nema smisla, no.
Nema smisla. Pa toliko si jak da ti ne treba ništa drugo. Znači samo mozak.
Da.
I snalažljivost. Evo je. Šta ima? Zato što sam prešao iz jedne regije u drugu, ponudilo mi je da me kao odvede kod drugih tih. Ima više tih kao izabranika, kao to kao višeg bića i oni se svi skupljaju kao u tom, kao neki 100, oni to zovu round table hold. I to ti kao taj centralni hub i tu imaš da pričaš s NPC-evima. Vidim da si ova teleportovao, ne bi to se teleportuje dok god ne pričam s njom, ali pošto sam hakovo igru, viš koliko je sad već velika mapa. Da bi išao dalje, morao bi da uđem, gdje beš, ima klanac ovdje da se uđe. Gdje sam, gdje je tačno. Ovdje negdje gore, da. Ovdje u klanac i tu imaš jednog guštara odvratnog. I kad ga pobediš, ideš liftom gore, ideš u gornju oblast koja također nije otvorena. Ima još jedan ogromni da mape gore. I mimo toga imaš i ovdje desno, tu je prestolnica negdje. Ima i ovdje, Kaled. Ogromna igra. To je samo bila demonstracija, si me pitao u čemu je što. Što igra ogromna i što te ne vodi za ruku. A imaš, ljudi su pravili mimove, znaš. Elden Ring HUD. Gledaj, šaroći ti ekran. HUD meme. šerem. Na ovu. Slike. Kad izašao Elden Ring, dosta se bunilo ovih developera drugih, znaš, mogu bi da kažem slobodno da je ljubomora bilo u pitanju. Kao, nema quest markera, igra ti ne pokazuje gde radi, gde treba da radiš, šta treba da radiš. S par nekih stvarčica kad pitaš NPC-eve, znaš, oni ti kažu šta treba, ali nemaš nikakav jasan indikator progresa, znaš.
Da, shvaćam to je ono, ili se sviđa nekom ili ne.
Pa kažem, to su dosta tih kritičara, game kritika odmah u startu otpisali. Evo gledaj. Po nekima, evo ti ga Call of Duty interface. Vidiš. Imaš hotkey. Pa kao, znaš, pristupačnijom za nubove, vidiš, imaš kao 1, 2, 3, ti prikazuje kao na hotkey baru, kao u World. Piše ti kao u onome, pomozi mi reći, kao u Assassin's Creed, vidiš, kao pera, koliko si pokupio, boss treba da ga ubiješ, glavni quest priče s time, minimapa sa glupostima, vidiš, kao quest markeri, idi tamo, idi vamo, idi tamo, pokazuje ti metražu, pritisni X da aktiviraš, kao Witcher, ovo je već sprt. Piše ti dole da klikneš na level up da se levelaš, uopšte ti nigdje ne piše da se levelaš. Ako ne obratiš pažnju i... delete, yes. Ako ne obratiš pažnju, ne pričaš sa onom ženskom na početku igre, ona ti ponudi kao kord, to ti je kao... da se ortačite, no. Ne ponudi ti auto akord, već ortak luk ti ponudi. Ti ako prihvatiš, onda ona bude kao tvoj duhovni moć i ona ti kao preusmerava ove rune u ćošku kao u level i onda buđiš statistike. I ako buđiš statistike...
Gledaj ovo, majke, pola meca ti je kroz glavu prošlo.
To je zato što... Šta ću ti objasniti? Naporan si. Šta sad?
Nisam naporan čovječe, nego hoću da...
Hoćeš realizam u igri. Ponekad igra samo igra. Znaš, ovo ti inače najveći šlem u igri. Zato i klipuje kroz mene, znaš. Jeba, šuti, majke.
Ta igra što ti je na dupču, je doktor sve njih.
Koja igra?
Ta što ti je na dupču, kontovana.
Witcher 3. Neću kažem da je loša igra, ali Witcher 3 je oličenje casual gaminga u godini 2020. To je neko moje viđenje. Nisam rekao da je loša. Samo kad tipovi kao što je moj drug Milan mogu da je to pređu, gde te pritisni X da uključiš Witcher Sense. I on ti prikaže sve ti je crno-belo, tragovi koje treba da pratiš su ti crveni ili žućkasti. I ti pratiš te tragove i odeš tap, onda on gleda, aha, onda ide mali cinematic, onda se spawnuju monster, ide, ne kažem da je to loše, a to je oličenje casual gaming, razumeš? Da ne treba da upotrebiš puno moždanih ćelija. Spamuješ u dijalog, ne moraš da čitaš u Witcheru, možeš samo da spamuješ, razumeš, random odgovore i svaka, što su rekli sami developeri Witchera, svaka odluka kao u igri nije ni loša ni dobra, već je šta? Samo odluka. Znači sve što napraviš nije ni dobro ni loše. Ako rešiš da recimo vešticu pošalješ inkvizitorima, umreći. Ako je ne pošalješ inkvizitorima, A inkvizitor je recimo loša osoba, recimo on voli da muči seljake, recimo okalne. Možda želiš da pomožeš veštici da sredi inkvizitora.
Lesser Evil.
Da, Lesser Evil ili Greater Evil, nebitno, razumeš, kao nemaš crno-belo, sve je nijansa sive, to je Witcher. Znači, uopšte zapravo nema veze šta ćeš ti kao igrač da izabereš. Sve je relativno.
Zato što te stavlja u ulogu Witchera, oni su neutralni.
Neutralan jeste on, ali ti kao igrač nisi neutralan. Jesi me zacmati?
I dalje je bolja nego ovaj Elden Ring, ako mene pitaš.
God of War ili Witcher?
Ne, nego Witcher.
Ne može da si poredi. Witcher je open world, da, roleplay, da, ali Witcher je... Ne pričamo o veličini mape. Ako pričamo o veličini mape, upoređivat ćemo Skyrim, GTA i Red Dead Redemption. I Minecraft. Ako pričamo o veličini mape.
Pa ti si pominjao mapu, ne ja.
Pominjao sam mapu za ovakav tip igre. Za ovakav tip igre nije uobičajeno da bude ovoliko velika. Zato što ako napraviš toliko velik game world, moraš nečim da ga naseliš. Razumeš? O tome se radi. Ne možeš random da pobacaš stvari po mapi i očekuješ, yeah, this is good. Ok, ovo sam označio. Da li želim da si lazim ovdje trenutno? A što da ne?
The White Knight. Sad ću baš to pogledati.
Čoso kak? Tamo. Relativno. Šta radi ovo? Marš. Why is it always a giant bug? Ništa. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. No shit.
Right, Gary ordered her to do so to help us acquire the needle, heal Millicent, gain her trust, and then hit her with the big betrayal. After assisting Millicent, she is found quietly, holding her side like when we first found her. This has come full circle.
I took out the needle myself. Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am.
So Millicent pieced together that this whole ordeal was planned, and chose to defy Gary by succumbing to the rot and not embracing it. She asks you to leave her, so that she may not harm you when the rot inevitably takes over her body. Reloading the area will confirm that Millicent indeed took out the needle, as you are able to pick it up and see the updated item description. Bears no trace of befouled blood, but is faintly moist with dew. There is something I must return to Melania, the dignity, the sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the scarlet rot. That something she wanted to return is, in fact, the needle. And interestingly enough, if you take Millicent's needle to the flower that Melania left, you will receive Mikola's needle. To honor Millicent, you finish the quest that she originally set out to do. The needle is a symbol of defiance against the rot. It's easy to be frustrated that we can't save Millicent. She has a very in-depth quest and a lot of interactions with our character, so it makes sense that you want to have a better end for her. But this is a From Software game. I hope this helped explain some things around Millicent's questline. It does involve a lot of back and forth between NPCs. It's not really very intuitive. Please share anything you found when doing this questline. Something unsolved I found was, why is there a flower outside Melania's boss room that has the Traveller's armor set next to it? It's the same set that Millicent wears, but if her physical body rests at a different part of the Hallowed Tree when we defeated her, why are her clothes up here? Thank you everyone so much for watching, and as always a big thank you to my channel members. Reese's5, Jawbite, Grim, Kyle Coldwell, Manu999, Hellborn Hero, Ratoyo Blom, David Romero, Exile Turtle, Mr. Radballs, Bloodfallen223. Thank you guys so much. Bye guys.
Da se igra. Ovo ja igram Elden Ring. Bio Boris. Pretpostavljam i kum da je bio tu, samo ga ne čujem, tako da nemam pojma. Aha.
Znaš šta drastično ubija grafiku u Huntu, Snake, to se provalio.
Aj, ajmo dalje.
Ne znam, Peko, nije još niko dolazio. Onaj GPU Tessellation, znaš? To sam, brate, isključio i znaš koliko bolje radi, već.
Da li radi na ovo što?
Mislim da je to meni isključeno, nisam siguran.
Znaš koliko bolje radi igra, brate, kad se to isključi.
Znaš da ti se najviše vidi ta tesalacija? Na teksturama koje su ravne. Znaš kad vidiš, znaš ta je tekstura preko praznog objekta, samo kao tapet. Da ti ne bi izgledalo kad ti uđeš u zgradu, na primjer u Huntu, u crkvu, uđeš u crkvu i znaš, zidovi su kao samo teksture preko zidova. To ne bi izgledalo tako jednostavan. Oni ti stave tesalaciju. Tesalacija ti simulira da je taj zid, recimo, da mu se ljušti farba. Znaš, recimo. Ili recimo da je zid nagoreo. Recimo imaš crvenu teksturu, recimo zida koji izgleda kao da je zapaljen i nagoreo. I ako nemaš tesalaciju, on izgleda jednostavno, znaš, samo kao tekstura preko zida, kao u Counter Strike-u. Ako imaš tesalaciju, ili isto drvo, recimo, panj ti u suštini, ako podnostavimo igru, neće oni napraviti model panja koji ima, naš, koru, recimo, naš, sa onim borama, ne. Panj ti je običan, naš, trupac, kao onaj valjak i seče na pola. To je panj. I preko njega tekstura, panj. Ako imaš tesalaciju, panj izgleda kao što bi trebalo. Ima one godove i one neravnine. Bez tesalacije izgleda jednostavan. Znači imaš manje posla za grafiku da radiš.
I čim sam to isključio, vrate, odmah ono kad mi učitava compounde, nema više dropa, ovo ono, znaš ono, kao...
Small_Loli. Welcome to my channel. Good morning to you too, sir, even though it's 7 p.m.
Young mister.
Young mister.
Old fart. These days.
Čak što više isključio sam sve te što je štiklirano u tom dijelu, vrati.
Sir Pumpkin. Ti oddispao sam. I imaš ono za tekstura, ono za banciju, to sam gledao.
I mean, yes, true, sometimes I wake up at 7 p.m. NGL. How is Elden Ring going?
Well, you see. Orbital bombardment. I'm downloading Fallout 76 on my PC, and therefore I think I'm lagging for my cooperators, but you know, what can you do? I might give it a spin, you know. I played Fallout 76 when it came out, and I didn't like it then. Maybe they fixed it, maybe they didn't, we'll see. This game I play for pleasure, because I like it. Because I played also the Dark Souls 3 for like 1000 hours.
I love Fallout 4, my fave.
Fallout 76 is like a multiplayer version of it. No.
I played it, it was pretty bad, hee.
Sadly. Oh no, the love died. Toliko tome ko ima bolji procesor da nema toga dropa kod učitavanja. Vratno je Milan znao za tu foru. Tako Milan. Country roads take me home to a place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country road, take me home to a place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads. strašno. Oh. Allah gebrele. Oh. Lag fiesta. Yes.
Bloodborne has quite the reputation for its frenetic, action-packed, grisly eldritch horror. The rhythm of the hunt, the thrill of the chase, and taking down mutated abominations born of corrupted blood. But there's one aspect of this I rarely see explored: motherhood. This is going to be an icky one, and as a certified tokophobe, that's all part of the experience. This is a horror game after all, and it focuses in on those bits of feminine biology that a target audience of male gamers don't really feel comfortable talking about. Menstruation, pregnancy, childbirth, and female sexuality itself. All wrapped up in a neat little bow of eldritch madness. Hysteria, lunacy, pick your poison. I'm going to split this into 4 parts, but I think we should start with what all stories are about, sooner or later. Part 1. Blood.
Yharnam is the home of blood ministration.
That's one of the first things we hear when we wake up strapped to a gurney ready for treatment. We're scheduled for a blood transfusion and are told that we can consider all of this a mere bad dream before hallucinating a werewolf rising out of a puddle of blood. Ah yes, the beast within rising to the surface at the full moon. We've all been there. Sickly people flock to Yharnam for its special blood. So special in fact that there's an entire healing church based around it. Blood is life after all. The whole city is structured like a beautiful capital G Gothic horror. There are towering spires, gorgeously detailed stone churches, and winding streets made of cold, unfeeling stone. The Gothic genre usually uses these kinds of set pieces as a vessel for horror, with ghosts wandering abandoned ancestral halls, crypts and backstreets. Places that are cold and filled with a sterile decay. Places long forgotten where the living are an intrusion. At the core of the genre, there's a sense of desolation, of bleakness and impotence. Life is no longer natural here. We see this in works like Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher, where the mansion the Ushers live in has long fallen out of favour with other noble houses, the family fading into obscurity, with their fortune long depleted, and the dilapidated house becoming a presence in its own right. Or in Dracula's uninviting castle, the eponymous vampire himself having to pretend to be all of his servants and drivers now that his home is open only to the undead, or victims that won't be leaving alive. There's even a section of Bloodborne that mirrors his castle, called Canehurst Castle, with an invisible coach driver picking you up from a crossroads, which I'm certain is a reference. All the nobility there have been executed God knows how long ago, and are still wandering around as wailing ghosts, blindfolded with slit throats. The only supposedly living creatures that are still solid are the servants, and parasitic mosquitoes bloated with blood, sucking every last drop they can find until they burst like blisters. It definitely feels like the mutant equivalent to the concept of a vampire gorging themselves on the blood of the peasants. Greedily feeding on other humans turns you into a monster. Same idea, eldritch lens. But Bloodborne's Gothic city definitely isn't sterile. It's absolutely soaked in blood and gore. If you play for more than a couple of minutes and remove any hats or masks your character's been wearing, you'll see a line of blood splatter where their skin was exposed. Your clothes are slick with it. The entire city, though slowly dying, is not dying quietly or gleaming. It's currently still got enough life to be squirming with new breeds of creatures, from the werewolves under the blood moon to the creatures groaning in the sewers, vomiting rot. There's quite the menagerie on Yharnam streets, and as more and more people partake in the communion of the healing church's blood, that beast population grows. As you may have guessed, this isn't human blood. Of course it isn't. It would be unethical to farm human blood to sell as a cure-all. No. The church is being far more reasonable. They're just taking it forcibly from some ancient eldritch great ones that were too weak to leave this world with their peers and are trapped below the earth in a network of catacombs. God blood. Delicious. Imbibing some of that special blood will cure whatever ails you, and as a testament to this, you carry around little vials of it as a healing item for the entire game, injecting yourself whenever you've lost too much blood from being attacked. As you might expect, this is causing some problems for the people using it. Humans weren't really designed for this kind of goop to be in our systems, for healing or otherwise, and over time it mutates the user into something beastly and decidedly inhuman, running on violent, base instinct. As I've talked about in my other videos, violence isn't the only primal instinct of humans. We're social, cooperative creatures at our core, and these beasts are decidedly not. All they have is anger, hunger, fear, rage. Perhaps the feelings of those old ones being bled day after day. As payment for treatment, outsiders coming to seek this healing blood enter a contract to become hunters, hunting down the mutant beasts at night and keeping the streets free of the infected. You can probably see the problem with this too, considering that the hunters are also using copious amounts of blood as the primary healing item in the game, but at least they're removing more beasts than their own singular addition to the fray, right? By absorbing the blood echoes of greater beasts, the hunters seem to delay their own terrifying transformation, but they're no longer fully human. Not anymore. There seems to be several stages of transformation shown through the game. The people that are still recognizably people stay inside for the duration of the nightly hunt, burning incense in the hope that this will ward off the beasts. The first NPC you can meet, Gilbert, is also an outsider, but his condition worsens throughout the night. Time is tangible in the game as the night gets darker and a blood-red moon rises in a bruising sky. People behind the doors get sicker and quieter as the night passes, but once that red moon peaks, barely anyone can form words anymore. Only whimpers, howls, and guttural sounds can be heard through the town's windows. The transformation is complete. If you pass by Gilbert's house, one of the few people who's actively friendly to you, as most Yharnamites don't exactly love strangers, and scapegoat them for the beast plague for their impurity, you'll find the bars on his window bent and broken. This was definitely a memorable moment for me, because there's a lamp leading to the hunter's dream just by his house, and no beasts spawn in close enough to notice you. The first time I played, I put the controller down on my lap as the game loaded me in at the lamp, knowing for sure that I'd be safe until I moved my character, and I was answering a text. The drop in my gut as the controller vibrated, and I heard a beastly shriek has never left me. Gilbert didn't survive the night after all. Poor guy. The church isn't the only way you can access this special blood either. There's two women who you can guide to a safe chapel, Ariana and Adela. One is a sex worker, the latter a holy woman. Both will offer you their blood as thanks for saving them, but the catch is you can only take one at a time, and Adela gets very upset if you favour a lady of the night over her. If you take Ariana's blood 3 times, Adela will straight up murder her whilst you're gone, to punish her for her generous impurity. Perceived impurity, anyway. The purity of blood is important in Yharnam. Tainted blood warps you into a monster, as we can see from the streets, but there's also the church's worship of the Great Ones and their blood. The aspiration to be close to them drives the most devout, the ones most concerned with purity who take too much and turn into something neither beast nor god. Adela hates you favouring a common whore's blood over her own strictly enforced purity, and this doctrine puts Ariana's life in serious danger. However, something very interesting happens to Ariana if you keep her alive until the blood moon rises. She gives birth to a great one. I don't exactly know what this celestial little goo baby is, but Ariana definitely wasn't pregnant at the start of the game. Something in her blood has determined her a suitable vessel for the Great Ones to have a child with her though, something not quite human in her line. That castle I mentioned earlier used to be filled with vile bloods, creatures that look human enough, but are basically the game's equivalent to vampires. Their queen, Annalise, last of her kind, is still hanging out there, and you can join her covenant by drinking her blood, exchanging bodily fluids. That's got some sexual implications there, doesn't it? Annalise wants you to hunt down blood dregs for her, which you can get by killing other hunters like yourself, or NPCs, most of whom are again, hunters. But look at the image of the blood dreg we get in the menu. It looks like it's full of sperm cells. Annalise is the last of her kind, and it seems like she wants to use these dregs to have a child. She's undead, but that's probably not that much of a barrier to the Great Ones, who don't need to abide by human laws and existence. The chapel you send Ariana to is in the name of Erden, who's known as the Formless One. So, yeah, corporeal form doesn't even seem to be necessary, considering Ariana's unexpected pregnancy. We find a note saying that every Great One loses its child and yearns for a surrogate, and that seems to be what's happened to Ariana, and what Annalise is actively trying to become a vessel for, through her blood and the blood of the hunters. Ariana could be some distant relation to Annalise, but she wears a dress that used to belong to Cainhurst nobility, and that would account for her suitability as a surrogate mother. But where Ariana is naive to all of this, the blood dreg item says that Annalise partakes in these blood dreg offerings so that she may one day bear the child of blood, the next vile blood heir. And Cainhurst is an entirely optional area that you can totally miss. The way to reach it though is, you guessed it, another celestial pregnancy. That clinic you wake up in at the beginning of the game is run by a kindly doctor, a lady named Josefka. She administers blood to her patients and cares for them, even slipping you some of her enhanced private stash that gives your health an extra boost, but she won't let you in. Once the hunt begins, she prioritizes the safety of her patients and can't allow any contamination. So, sorry, you're on your own, good hunter.
Always dead.
The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection.
Later though, if you come back, a slightly different voice speaks through the door. She sounds...
Oh my god.
Sounds similar enough, but I have an auditory memory and you are not Yosefka, ma'am.
Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them.
As well as the window lights subtly changing, this kind lady has changed her tune and tells you to bring anyone in need of help to her clinic so she can treat them. So much for avoiding contamination. But later you can break in through the back door and find her in a birthing position on a gurney, and she's... well, she's really into it.
Don't you see how they writhe inside my head? It's rather rapturous.
Once you dispatch her and are free to explore the rest of the clinic, you'll find an invitation to Cainhouse Castle on another gurney, and, remarkably, it's already addressed to you. Who was the imposter, really? We don't get to know, but she definitely knew some things she wasn't supposed to. She's interested in advancing humanity to be closer to the Great Ones, experimenting on anyone you send to her supposed safe place, and preparing to birth one of their children. This whole idea of eyes on the inside and being able to see more than an ordinary person is something the scholars of Yharnam are particularly invested in, wanting to use the blood of the Great Ones to push humanity out of its infancy and use it to ascend into something, well, greater. They want to push the bounds of knowledge, but in true Eldritch horror fashion, some things are just beyond the scope of the human mind, too removed from our experience and existence to make sense of. That's built into the game too, with a meter marked with an eye. This is your insight. Too little, and you're going to miss some of the weirder things around Yharnam that are going to be too much for your fragile little mind. Too much, and you're going to have to confront some things. Ignorance might just be bliss here. The way you level up is through accumulating the blood of creatures.
Gdje si loviš, šta se radi?
Evo, brate, jesi mi dobar.
Kako posluju?
Evo, dobro, ti.
Trezori Srbije.
Slušam neki malo blues.
Blues? Ujme.
Namjetno.
Gdje nam je zmija?
Nema zmije.
Tu je.
1, 2, 2, 1. Ahem. Da.
Planet 1. Welcome to my channel.
Mislim da Discord ne radi ovako. Meh. Znaš kako to.
You've slaughtered, and to do that you need to speak to the doll in the hunter's dream, a hub of sorts that has a workshop for hunters to mend their weapons and experiment, connecting them to all the game areas. The doll is only animate if you have at least one inside. You can still level up through her if she's sleeping, but she acts as the first incongruity with the norm, a living doll wanting to look after you, and she can channel blood through herself into your flesh, helping mutate you into a better hunter, bringing you closer to the great ones on a drip feed. Speaking of transfusions, like I mentioned earlier, injecting yourself with blood is the primary healing mechanic here, but with Yharnam being the home of blood ministration, there's a very important part of healing that we're forgetting about. Blood ministration is based around healing with blood, both with adding blood to the body, but also bleeding a body to health. Victorian doctors are infamous for their love of leeches, and where do you think that idea came from originally? Menstruation. If you have periods, or are close to someone that does, you're probably pretty familiar with just how much PMS sucks. Intense emotions, mood swings, crampings, cravings, and just feeling generally crappy and hormonal. The only way to get rid of it is to wait for your period to finally happen, and suddenly it all disappears with the arrival of blood. This ended up getting translated as the toxins being bled out of a person, as suddenly all of the terrible feelings and symptoms were flushed out with the blood. Some sort of natural cleansing or detox. It's not correct, but it's an observable pattern that with less medical knowledge makes complete sense to find a link with. You're bleeding the bad stuff out to make the person healthy again. One thing I noticed playing Bloodborne is that pretty much all of the beasts that still look like townsfolk to some degree are coded as male. All of the partially mutated people have deeper sounding voices, wear trousers, or scraps of them at this point, or are too mutated to tell, but none are marked as specifically feminine in any way. Well, all except Vicar Amelia, but given her devoutness, that's to be expected. We see her on her knees, reciting prayers specifically about the old blood, right up until the moment she transforms into one of the game's bosses. I'm guessing she imbibed a lot more blood than the average layperson, especially given her church rank is in her boss title. We know she was close to the source of blood, and her original concept had her as Saint Laura rather than a vicar. She even continues to grip a symbol of her faith that marks her as successor to the head of the healing church throughout her fight, so yeah, I'd say she's a bit of an outlier. It's just a theory, but perhaps people in the town who menstruated had some sort of natural protection against the old blood's effects, if they didn't take much of it, bleeding out some of the toxin. The whole story does revolve around blood after all. Perhaps it was simply that the men were delegated to the traditional role of protecting their families, and so they're the only ones we encounter on the street. But I find it an interesting enough coincidence that I suspect there's a link. Replaying it after writing this, I realised I'd forgotten about the women of Hemwick Charnel Lane, but they don't actually turn beastly. They're certainly blood drunk, and full of, enthusiasm for their trade, cremating and burying bodies, but no beasts here. They're more dangerous and faster than their male counterparts though, far more aggressive. If the wiki's to be believed, then they're unaffected by the beast plague beyond the madness the moon is inflicting on everyone, even the uninfected people in the houses. But the women we do see drunk on blood are far more sensitive to it, so that's pretty cool. They don't need a beast form, I'll just go for the throat regardless. Hopefully I don't need to draw you a diagram to link blood to the visceral femininity that many people don't want to think about, but this brings us neatly into our next section. Part 2. Lunar Cycles.
Did you know devil meant troll, troll meant werewolf, werewolves mean the horror of flesh splitting where you least expect it.
As I mentioned, the game comes in 3 major sections, depending on the state of the moon. As the night progresses, more and more monstrous things begin to happen, and the more virile and dangerous the beasts you encounter are. Naturally, this works well in a game progression sense, as you're facing more dangerous enemies as you improve, but it's threaded really well into the narrative. The first section is largely based around sunset. The moon is just rising as you get the hang of how everything works, and have time to mull on what the heck pale blood is, and then swiftly forget about it as your night's taken up by the myriad creatures who'd love to take a chunk out of your throat. The second section's only triggered after killing the aforementioned Vicar Amelia. Once you kill her and touch the once human skull on the cathedral altar, you'll see a vision of the past. Vicar Amelia's predecessor, Lawrence, being warned to fear the old blood, a phrase which became an essential adage to the church and serves as a password to the next area. Do not take the blood lightly. Respect that you are playing within human forces.
Fear the old blood.
With this dire warning, the moon rises and night truly falls on Yharnam, and the creatures you face become less and less recognizably human. When I think about moonlight and monsters, I inevitably think of the werewolf. They're monsters hidden as humans, controlled by the moon, a vicious revealing of our bloody history as hunters and pack carnivores. I really like werewolves, because they're a fictionalized version of a wolf in sheep's clothing, of a monster blending in with the flock right up until the moment they bite. They're a primal creature, built of the fear of devolving into beasthood, and the loss of rational control, pure instinct. They're on the edges of humanity. But often when I see werewolves in fiction, they're men, despite the fact that lunar cycles and volatile mood are obviously linked to menstruation, which in terms of themes is feminine. And menstruation itself is often seen as something taboo and inappropriate to discuss. It's one of those under-the-table kind of things, despite half the population experiencing it. There's a lot of work being done to normalize it these days, but it's still seen as kind of icky. We don't look at that. We don't want to talk about it, despite it being a perfectly natural process, and yes, there is a time and a place for everything. But, like the eldritch secrets of the University in Bloodborne, only those in the know tend to be the ones who are allowed to talk about it. And gamers stereotypically tend to be boys and young men who probably don't want to talk about icky girl stuff. And part of that is likely because they've never had to be exposed to it, so it's alien and disgusting and doesn't match with the image of women they've been presented with. There's a fundamental mismatch between traditional sweet femininity and not batting an eye at waking up in a puddle of blood every so often. The whole girls faint at the sight of blood thing has always confused me, because what exactly do you expect people who menstruate to be doing for a week every month? Spend it on the bathroom floor?
Oh, girls see more blood than boys.
I see a lot of people circling back to the lore and the Great Ones and the secrets being kept and mined out of the depths of Yharnam, but not much about the associations between moons, mothers and monsters. And speaking of monthly conditions, I think there's something to be said about the idea of becoming a werewolf being healing as well. They're that part of you that's allowed to snap when someone crosses a boundary, the part that's filled with the righteous anger a lady's never supposed to admit she has, The savagery becomes the most talked about part of the legend, but I think part of that is the fear that deep down, humans are beastly, and that's something the game is very concerned with. That we might devolve into base creatures that only lust after blood and carnage, which is definitely something we're all drawn to and often entertained by. Of course we are. You're playing this game, aren't you? Or at the very least, you're interested in hearing me talk about it. The wolf part, the primal part, the beastly thing lurking under the skin is terrifying, and you know, to fit into society, you have to be better than that. There's shame bound up in that too. You have to be restrained. You often have to deny that part even exists. But what about the wolf that loves you, that's part of your pack, who's loyal and defends you until its dying breath? What about the wolf who raised you, who will kill anyone threatening her pups? What about the pack you go out for coffee with and howl together about all the little things that are stressful or bringing you joy? What about the wolf you curl up in bed and indulge your most primal instincts with? What about the wolf inside you that loves and protects you and stubbornly bites whatever gets too close to keep you safe? Does that make you a monster? Externally, werewolves are everything a woman shouldn't be in society. They're brutish and have monstrous appetites. They're violent, hairy, and uncontrollable. They're animals. Ariana lets us know that Yharnam has some of our world's sensibilities for what's appropriate for a lady. Visiting our window before the moon is properly up as a female hunter will have her respond with,
"I'm off during hunts, and besides, this is no place for nobles. Wouldn't want to drag me down here."
She knows her place in society is on its outskirts, even though her services are clearly in demand despite her being looked down on for providing them. She's not a capital L lady, despite being dressed like one, and she's aware that associating with her might drag you down too. Reputation matters here. Being a lady matters. I also find it super interesting that she can smell you through the window, and she's not the only one. Several people comment on your scent, and the chapel keeper, who hosts the only genuine safe place, can tell you're a hunter thanks to your smell, even through the copious amounts of incense, and he's blind. He knows you're friendly purely through your smell. I thought at first that maybe it was because you were covered in beast blood, but then you'd smell like a beast, wouldn't you? And Ariana clearly differentiates it from the stench of blood and beasts. There's something primal in recognizing a stranger by their scent, too. There's some sort of scent marking that's unique to hunters, whose veins are full of blood echoes, converted through the living doll in the dream. A hunter's daughter recognizes your scent as well, because you smell like her father, Gascoigne, a hunter you have to kill yourself after he loses himself to the hunt, the bloodlust taking over him completely like a werewolf in the moonlight. His fight has 3 phases, with him becoming more aggressive in each stage, but the most alarming one is definitely when he suddenly snarls and his skin splits as his body shifts into a huge beast that immediately lunges for your face. There's one thing that ties him back to his humanity though, and it's the little music box his daughter gives you to help identify him. If you play the tune to him, he flinches back and whines as if you're hurting his ears, or perhaps he's ashamed or confused for a moment. Something is pulling on the human part of him, on his human experiences and love for his family. But, don't spam it and try to forcibly yank him out of his blood-drunk state, because he will transform into his tanky beast state with over 70% health. Learn from my mistakes. Over time, hunters end up inevitably giving in to their lust for blood. The more they hunt, the more blood they spill and take in, the more proficient they get. They forget that these creatures were human once. They take pleasure in their skill and the thrill of the hunt. They get drunk on the enhancing blood and start to turn themselves. But we meet a character who serves as a guardian in that respect, Eileen. Eileen the Crow is a hunter of hunters, killing off those who lose themselves to the hunt. She's appropriately dressed like a plague doctor, a beaked mask protecting her face against the splatter of blood. Maybe she stuck a ball of incense at the bottom of the beak, like real plague doctors did with herbs. She's been at this a while, and if you complete her questline fully, you take on her role when she's mortally wounded. Like many of the hunters you meet around the world, she's no longer connected to the dream, and so only has one life remaining. Falling to a beast or a blood-drunk hunter means game over for her, but still, she treads the beat of the hunt night after night. If you attack her and make her aggressive, she'll ask you to tell the little doll I said hello as you dissolve into nothing, so she knows the score. She's lived the same night over and over, just like you, but now she's entered a different phase. For you, this is foreseeably an endless cycle of death after death, taking in more and more blood as you learn and change. But for Eileen, though the hunt continues night after night, it has an endpoint. and that endpoint is unkind. She knows there'll be no reward for her work, only the inevitable death that awaits her when she's finally outmaneuvered as she gets older and slower, but she does it anyway because she wants to stop the endless suffering. Even if you mess up her quest and have to fight her voice lines still indicate that she wants to break this cycle of death.
The nightmare is dead. Only I can stop this madness.
Death to hunters! Enough of this terrible dream!
But for hunters that are too far gone and filled with bloodlust, there's a far worse fate than being picked off by Eileen, and that takes the form of the hunter's nightmare. The dread I felt on buying the DLC and entering an area bathed in sunlight. Like, that feels so viscerally wrong after playing through a long night full of terrors. I love that. Sunlight's usually the signal that you're safe now and everything will be okay, but here? Boy, was it unnerving. Your deeds are out in the open now. There's no cover from the beast, no masking the violence. You are seen. And the ones that find themselves here have been judged inhuman. It opens with a version of the main game's areas, but covered in what might be washed up waves of clay or driftwood, warping the landscape you'll have become intimately familiar with over the course of the game. The moon's reign over the people isn't broken here, it's permanent. The cycle has ended with the needle pointing firmly to hunt. But the reason this nightmare has even appeared in the first place is a punishment from the Great Ones themselves. Not for the hunt, but for what started it. Which brings us to Part 3, Babies.
Cursed fiends, their children too.
And their children.
And their children forever true.
And their children.
Important disclaimer here. While pregnancy and motherhood are wonderful things, and yearning for a child is a huge motivator for the plot in Bloodborne, I want to make it clear that I do not think they are the be-all and end-all of a person's life. Your life can be complete without children. You can have biological, adopted, or fostered kids, or just be that really cool aunt that drops by often. You can be the babysitter. You can just not like kids. As long as you treat them like people, fucking whatever. But please, keep any trad wife and gender-critical bullshit out of my comment section. A bunch of overlapping health factors means it would actually be quite dangerous for me to be pregnant, and I've had one or two uninformed and not medically qualified people tell me that having a baby would fix my chronic illness because that's what I was biologically designed for. Which is frankly disgusting. You don't create life to fix yourself or a relationship. But also, being pregnant might actually kill me, the baby, or both of us. And while that doesn't matter much to me, because I genuinely don't want kids, for some people that will be utterly heartbreaking. Some people are desperate to be mothers and parents, but simply can't be. Nobody's designed to have children. If you have a functioning uterus, you're capable of carrying children, but it's not your purpose. We're conscious creatures who get to choose our own priorities, and for some people that's having 6 kids and devoting your life to raising them all with love. For others, children just aren't a factor. Also, like I mentioned in the intro, pregnancy kinda squicks me out. Another being growing slowly inside of me, leeching my energy and rearranging my organs is... Nope, don't like that. That's some eldritch horror right there. Respect to anyone who willingly goes through that mess, but no thank you. Meanwhile, back at the plot. We're told that every Great One loses its child and yearns for a surrogate, and that these eldritch unknowable beings are using the Beast Plague as a way to replace their lost children. At Bergenworth, the college which discovered the source of the old blood, you can find a note that says, "When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred, and when the Great Ones descend, a womb will be blessed with child." This whole plague changes who can be an acceptable surrogate mother for their children, making humanity more compatible with the Great Ones, who all seem to be unique from each other. But, like, I don't know the rules of eldritch morphology. I have no idea which ones are sexually compatible with each other, and I'm sure the internet has made charts for that or something, but I am consciously choosing not to look. No insight here. I've seen what you people draw with tentacles. Once the Great Ones were discovered, the need to know more, to understand these creatures, led to the unleashing of the Beast Plague, because the Bergenworth scholars couldn't resist overreaching. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction drove it to insanity as the cat tried to comprehend the unknowable, and then the cat grew a bunch of eyes on both the inside and the outside, and... Anyway. They wanted more insight into these miraculous entities, and when Kos the Great One washed up on the shoreline of the fishing hamlet, and strange stories were spreading about the locals a la Innsmouth, Byrgenwerth dived right in. They sent the first hunters to cut the villagers open in search of mutations and internal eyes, ripping apart man and beast alike for knowledge and secrets. But their worst transgression was taking Kos's still embryonic child from her to study. In this ultimate sacrilegious act, the hunter's nightmare was born, imprisoning every hunter who loses themselves to their worst instincts, just as the scholars followed theirs for personal gain. And hunters are very much painted as monsters here, as several humanoid creatures raise their arms to cover their faces and back away when you approach. They're still lucid enough to know what you are and that you want to hurt them, and if you run in all guns blazing, excited to tackle this new area, you might just miss it. Even if you let them live, the enemy hunters trapped in the nightmare will just slaughter them anyway, and you'll know even if you can't see, because the echoes still feed into your meter. Interestingly, they're the same types of creatures that a retired hunter, Jura, is actively protecting in Old Yarnum outside of the nightmare. When the beast plague became a major problem, a lot of the old city was burned to contain the spread, and the older districts that had been built on top of over the years was simply sealed off. Jura's there watching over the beasts, insisting that it's not right to kill them, because they were people once, and they can't hurt anyone whilst they're locked away down here. If he sees you attack any beast, he'll start firing at you with a Gatling gun from the top of the clock tower, throughout the entire area. But you can make him friendly by being a pacifist. The beasts are less friendly. But I find it really interesting that the ones that are protected in the dream don't initially attack at the start of the nightmare section.
I should think you still have dreams. Well, the next time you dream, give some thought to the hunt and its purpose.
Why are you doing this? What is this pale blood you're searching for? At this point in the game, did you even remember that's what drew you to Yarnum? Is it worth it? The overarching theme of the DLC is secrets and forbidden knowledge, and what parts of ourselves we're willing to lose in order to reach them. The final boss of the DLC is a manifestation of Kos's infant child, screeching and wailing and, beating you to death with a briny, eye-encrusted placenta. That's very not good. But it's also a continuation of every child we see being killed or taken from its mother in the main game. For a start, the main protector of the secrets of the Scholars of Byrgenwerth takes the form of Rom, the vacuous spider. She's not a great one, but she is kin, so she can only exist on one plane of existence, whereas great ones can kind of be wherever, however. Kin also happen to bleed a whitish fluid instead of the red you might expect. Pale blood. We found it. Though it only seems to be for her head, her body bleeds red. I've tried looking up exactly what Rom is online, but there seems to have been endless debate on that front since the game launched, with contradictions on both wikis and many discussions on Reddit and other forums, so yeah, take that she is kin with a hefty grain of salt. But even though she's largely an empty vessel, vacuous, or at this point perhaps a shell emptied in order to be puppeted by an actual Great One, she has a lot of babies. So many. They swarm and guard her, and most of her fight will be spent fending them off if you want to do their mother any damage. Another mother holding arcane secrets. Once you've broken seal by killing Rom, that's when the red blood moon descends. You hear a baby crying in the distance, and see a lady all in white, blood trailing from her abdomen, beginning to cry as well. This is Queen Yarnum, presumably who the city is named for, as we never see her alive. The blood stain across her abdomen and bound hands suggest that she too had her baby taken from her against her will, perhaps even before he was born. Separating mothers and babies seems to be the worst infringement on the natural order, and it always leads to tragedy here. If Ariana has her baby, killing the child immediately kills her too. there's an inherent link between them. What one suffers, so does the other. Though we don't see much of Queen Yharnam, she's always accompanied by her child's cry, both of them already long dead. It's implied that her baby, Murgo's cry, is what pulls the moon closer, but I don't know if it had to be Murgo in particular. Perhaps the cry of any Great One's child would have done the trick. His and his mother's spirit seem to be trapped in the hunt, and it's implied that Murgo was either stillborn or forcibly removed from his mother's womb before he was ready to be born. In either case, he didn't survive. His wet nurse, though, is alive and kicking, or slashing. She's guarding his empty pram and is very determined to keep you away from it. I really love her design. It's very ornate, and she shares some similarities with Yharnam's boss fight, in that she can copy herself to distract you. Admittedly, I've never fought Queen Yharnam because she's way down in the Chalice dungeons as extra content, and anyone who's played Bloodborne knows how much of a slog they are. They're randomly generated for technically endless content, with cut bosses at the end of the levels, but they don't hang together well at all, thanks to the lack of designed enemy placement to accommodate the randomness, and the rooms and mini-bosses repeat over and over ad nauseum. Maybe that's the true eldritch madness of Bloodborne, banging your head against the Chalice dungeons for tiny insights into the lore. Anyway, Queen Yharnam's boss fight has you fight her while she's still pregnant with Murgo, and his cries can paralyze you. When she makes a clone of herself to avoid taking damage, it seems she can't copy Murgo, can't separate herself from him, or perhaps isn't willing to, until you can tell who you need to stab by the baby bump, which is kinda messed up. Her dress is completely white, but gets increasingly bloodier the more damage she takes, and when she's hurt enough, she can use her own blood to make her dagger more potent. Lady Maria in the Nightmare pulls a similar trick, fighting with her own blood and setting streams of it on fire in the most gorgeous boss fight I've ever seen. But it seems that some people with strange blood can use it very creatively. All of the gems you use to enhance your weapon have blood kneaded into them, so blood is an active part of every hunter's arsenal, not just for healing. It's interesting to note that Maria is also related to the Canehurst nobles and Vilebloods, like Ariana is, so I guess she decided to use her blood as an advantage in combat. All of her weapons rely on precision and dexterity, controlled motions rather than wild or reckless swordplay. She was staunchly disciplined, perhaps to stave off the madness associated with her lineage, and ended up unable to continue hunting after the guilt of killing Kos and her child, throwing her weapons down a well when she could no longer stomach them, and ending her own life. Now in the Nightmare, she's protecting that final secret of the fishing hamlet, to keep that knowledge locked away, like Rom does for Bergenworth. She appears dead when you encounter her, dripping blood from her neck and wrists in an apparent suicide, but getting close to her will wake her right up. The only thing she says to you is both a warning and admission of guilt.
A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will cure you now. Liberate you from your wild curiosity.
She clearly regrets what she did to Kos and the villagers, and doesn't want anyone else to fall for the lure of forbidden knowledge, forgetting the human and ethical cost. She seems to be trying to atone somewhat by taking care of the patients in the research hall who've been experimented on to try and transform them into kin, several of them asking and one begging to see Lady Maria. But her fate is already sealed, and she knows that, her suicide finally trapping her here permanently, rather than escaping from her misdeeds. She trained with Gehrman, the host of the Hunter's Dream, who's been guiding you this far, and he'd likely have met the same fate as her, trapped in that nightmare, except that there's a great one binding him to the dream. Part 4. Gods.
I ain't against gods and goddesses in their place, but they've got to be the ones we make ourselves. Then we can take them to bits for the parts when we don't need them anymore, see?
Every Great One wishes for a surrogate, and the Moon Presence has chosen Gehrman. He's trapped in the Hunter's Dream, stuck coaching every newly contracted hunter through the process of what to expect in Yharnam, where to go next, and how to use the various workshop tools and altar runes. He's an old man now, tired and ultimately stretched too thin by his long service. He really just wants to leave the dream to die in peace, but the Moon Presence needs him there to keep this area alive and to funnel more hunters into the infected areas, ensuring there's always someone to keep the beasts at bay. It's a reflection of the real Hunter's Workshop that you can find off the beaten path in Yharnam, all eroded with time now. But it's really cool to see the origins of a lot of the Hunter's tools and practices, and often when you kill another Hunter in battle, you'll get the crest of whatever faction they belong to. People like the Powder Kegs, who placed emphasis on firepower over strategy, or the Cosmic Eye Badge of the Choir, elite members of the Healing Church, whose eyes were always turned heavenwards, minds on ascension. These badges unlock the various uniforms of the faction too, that you can get from the little messengers in the dream. The echoes of all the lost hunters are still tangibly here, and you get to choose what kind of strategy and approach your hunter will go with. The dream starts to break down once you kill Mogo's wet nurse. Mogo's cries finally stop as he's released from the endless night, Queen Yharnam bowing to you as she fades away in gratitude. Returning to the dream shows you the workshop on fire, and that's not good. Dol will tell you that Gehrman is waiting to speak with you by the tree in a field of moonflowers that's been locked behind a gate so far in the game. And then you get the final boss fight of the game, Gehrman himself. He may be old, tired, and an amputee, but he's still a master hunter, and boy does this fight show it off.
Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt.
But the thing is, you don't have to fight him. Depending on what you choose, you can just let him execute you there and then, to release you from the dream the way Gehrman longs for, and you'll wake up as the sun rises on Yharnam. It feels like a good ending, but really you're only delaying the inevitable. The hunt will always begin again, and maybe this time you won't have the support of the doll and the workshop. After all, Eileen no longer dreams. Fighting Gehrman, and ultimately killing him, is a bit trickier because, congratulations, you freed the old man from his torment, but we need a new host now. That's you. You end up sitting motionless in Gehrman's wheelchair, pushed gently towards your new post at the workshop by the doll, as she tells you that the hunt begins again. And your captor is the true final boss, only able to be accessed if you've consumed 3 umbilical cords, from Mogo, Ariana's baby, and imposter Yosefka. You need to witness these mothers and children to understand the cycle of the hunt. You need to understand how much longing the Great Ones are filled with, their need for and inevitable loss of their children. And you need to stop them from violating humanity to get new children by removing their blood from circulation. So killing Gehrman as the host of the dream and consuming the physical, biological link between mother and child, their umbilical cords, to make yourself suitable, calls the moon presence down from the heavens. You are her next child. Though she's the true final boss, she's not as strong as Gehrman, or at least I've found her fight a lot easier if I kept my distance. Unlike the other Great Ones we encounter, she works through other people rather than manifesting in our reality. The only way to draw her out is to remove her puppet. She's mostly skeletal, brittle-boned but incredibly fast to compensate. Her face is just a hole, a yonic slit in the place where we'd normally look for eyes, a soul, or in Bloodborne's case, wisdom and knowledge beyond our natural comprehension. What she represents is motherhood. The only remaining fleshy parts of her are her, holy face, and the surrounding phallic tentacles. Defeating her triggers the childhood's end ending, where the hunter really does become her baby, reborn as a little tentacled monstrosity, bridging the gap between human and Great One. You transcend the current limits of humanity and possibly awaken a new era. You've become a god. We see humans constantly trying to harness the power of the Great Ones throughout the story, with the graves in the Chalice dungeons being mined for materials, churches erected to pray for wisdom, and the horrifying revelation in Yahar Ghul. All the village locals are mysteriously absent, unless you count the abominations of mutated mass burials bursting out of coffins if you get too close. Any human-shaped thing you find is going to be a blasted corpse leaving behind the skull of a madman, their revelation seemingly too much for their bodies. There's a foreboding choral chant in the air too, reverberating off the empty stones and deserted alleyways. At the end of the village, a black void shrouds the moon and shimmers, before stretching open and birthing a mass of, well, goop. We love a bit of goop on this channel, but look at it. It's a mass of rotting bodies, all piled into one big boy. An artificial, human attempt at birthing a Great One. This is why alchemy forbids human transmutation, guys. This is the kind of shit that happens. Look at it, it's full of vomit. This is an attempt at ascension, but humans just aren't there yet. And to try and compensate for our lack, they just chucked more and more souls and blood into the mix to this horrifying result. Incompatible humans. Perhaps the few that make up the still animated parts had a little peculiar blood in them, like Ariana or Yosefka. It really doesn't bear thinking about. Most of the game's plot has you running from church landmark to scholarly retreat, all trying to understand, to comprehend the Great Ones as gods and ethereal beings. They're revered and loved, and above all, feared. Mostly killing a Great One gives you the message, prey slaughtered, but there are a couple of notable exceptions. Murgo's wet nurse, the Moon Presence, and the Orphan of Kos. All monstrous mothers and children violently separated. They instead give you Nightmare Slain. Though Murgo's wet nurse isn't his mother, she's claimed him from Queen Yharnam. He's her surrogate baby, keeping his essence alive in the endless dream. And it's not the wet nurse's death that triggers the message. There's a gap, as what remains of baby Murgo cries for the last time, before silence falls and the message displays. He's finally free. These creatures aren't just standard prey for a hunter, they're the ones holding the nightmare of the hunt itself together. All because humans decided they needed to know and took that pathological curiosity to violating extremes. We transgressed against the gods, and the gods protected themselves. Breaking the cycle of this dangerous pursuit of knowledge comes in the form of ascension, and the doll holds you close and comforts you as your new nurse. She's your surrogate mother now, just as she was a surrogate Maria for Gehrman, having an identical voice and character model, her clothes covered in the same lumen flowers Maria comforts her patients with inside the nightmare. She's always been there to look after you throughout the hunt. It's what she was made for.
Hunters have told me about the church, about the gods and their love. But do the gods love their creations? I am a doll created by you humans. Would you ever think to love me? Of course. I do love you. Isn't that how you've made me?
And she'll love you as you grow into a new monster.
Welcome to my channel.
To her, you were always a god, just as you were, human or Great One. Though the game's bread and butter is predator and prey, you eventually transcend the hunt so that you no longer need to partake in the corrupting blood. You're a source of it now, a holy font. You no longer need to play with the primal, you've risen above it. But still, there's a deeply animal and deeply human desire for life and children rooted in every Great One, that even cosmic forces way beyond our comprehension bend to. They still crave that connection, to cradle a child of their own, to spend their nights watching over the constellations, their own little stars held close to their breast. Their world revolves around their children, just like ours.
Ovo ulazi, izlazi, kum, ne radim u Discord, jel ne?
A ne radi, jebi ga.
Čujemo li se sad?
Ali problem, ne, ja sam problem, Keša, nije on problem, znaš Keša.
Sad se čujemo, jel tako ili je?
Ne čuješ, on tebe ne čuje, niti ja njega čujem.
Čujem ja sebe kod njega na stream, samo vjerojatno njega zajebava.
Njega zajebava, ali ne, treba na kuma da pizdi, da. Da. Sad ću ja reći, ja sam kriv što pitam, što vidim da ne valja. Bube!
Mara!
Ne čujem ga nijak, govori nešto. Progovori da vidim jel do Keša, čovječe, jebote, kako si težak. Progovori da ima jel do Keša ili do tebe. Neće progovori, znaš. Nebitno. Šta ima, Vlado?
Evo ništa, brate, malo koh.
Vrlo dobro.
Ti keš.
A ja igram s randovima.
Hunt?
Ma da.
Ćemo li duos neki, a?
A, nemam pojma, možda što se mene tiče, a probaj nekog dobiti od ovih.
Da ga probamo Borisa sad, da imamo Borisa da li je operativan.
Što ne igrate duos protiv Tiresa? Koliko puta ste naišli na duose koji su igrali sa Tiresima?
Evo sad se čuješ, ja te čujem.
A, Kesić.
Ti Kešo, ga čuješ?
Čujem ga, da.
Evo sad se čuješ.
Tako kad se ne čuješ ili tako nešto, samo moraš kvitovat Discord jer neće
ili
da...
Ili kažeš, znaš, ili progovoriš pa te čuju drugi, znaš. Da znamo kome je problem, šta li. Pa je gostom Borise.
Jes.
Radiš gostom Borise? Si dosta leža, Boris. A, viš da ti pada, brate. Daj malo had. Ajde u had malo da ti dignemo pritisak, ajde. Pa nismo, aj kešica, keš, hoćemo da igramo duosa, ali ono budemo. A nema, ovo je vrbački. Jeste pili ti beka kafu, majke? E pa eto ti. Pa eto ti, baš Milena te provalila. Samo je pitanje koji će preteći. A ja sigurno slučaj, mađe je beka, ko zna gdje je to pokupio. Ja, moje su pare, čuješ, moje su pare na tebe, ali Kešo ne da beku, ne da ga živ, znaš, on se kladi na beku. Da. Eno kad smistrija zvasa ga...
Ne smijem tako lako beku dati.
Kosti ga bole, zoli ga i zapalimo se, kaže, hvala to. Zoli ga i zapalimo se, kaže, hvala ti beka, ajde. Ovo ti neću nikad zaboraviti, vrnut ću ti ovo reći.
Doveli?
Ništa, kumel ti možda kada sam
Ne igram ja ni s kim Hunt, niste vi problem. Kad poprave igru igrat će.
Ajmo ništa onda je ti Kešuc, to šta da radim.
Ajde, što veli, neće?
A Nenad nije instalirao.
Neće jel? A jesi zvao Beku? Beka se ne javlja? A?
Javio mi se. Placinja tamo pusti.
A umire, ja?
Ne znam ko će. Ja mislim da će Boris...
A ništa, idemo ja i ti, šta će?
Boris Vrbaški će preteći.
A što veli, neće ni on, jel?
Ne može, plačinja, boli ga mišić i ramena, svega boli kosti da bole. Ja to je. Ja Keš je išao na posao sa 38 temperaturom. 38.
A mislim, meni kad me tako lomi, lakše mi je, brate, da sedim za kompjuter i blejim, svakako ne mogu zaspati, ono, mislim, razumiješ, ono.
Meni samo, a nije meni tamo stonira, znaš kako se me desilo, mene je uvatilo ujutro, išli smo na posao i uvatilo mu ujutro, nemoć, katastrofa. I ja ono na posao, vidim ja, brate, da me drobi. Ja sam ovdje protekao, gotovi. Spremajte pare za cveće, ode na beka u kurac.
Videli ga ko?
Slušaj ovo Keši, vidim ja, brate, da me drobi, razumiješ? Ne mogu ono, znaš, ja na posao i ja već pomaka ujutro, da se staje neđe, da se uzima onaj Tison hot, znaš.
Da.
Znaš to, Vlado, šta je?
Znam, to pila juče moja žena.
Ali slušaj ovo, Vlado, moj predlog, ne jedan, nego 2 od jedan put.
Pa jesi lud, brate, znaš koliko je to jako?
Ne, slušaj ti mene, 2 od jedan put, vrela voda X.
Ne ljuti.
Znači, slušaj ovo, Vlado.
Na tešku bolest ljut lek.
Kumara 6000. Welcome to my channel.
Kao onako blago otvoriš česmu, znači ono, znači nije da kap po kap, nego curi čovjek.
Kap po kap.
Šta je to bilo, bre? Haos.
Kiša
I
sprema se.
a ne treba nam stikica pol nas uvijek. I slušaj ovo, znači bio sam bled, vi čuj kako si bled, a ja ono, naš, vežem stup i curi iz noj spene. Rekao, gledaj ti, znači za 2 sata ima da budemo full. Kešo, ako ćeš mi vjerovat, da nije baš bilo za 2 sata, za 3 sata, druže, kada mi ništa nije bilo.
Ma da, to je, dobri su ti.
Predozirao sam se s tim, razumiješ, sad da ga ja vucam tu jedan, pa onda na 8 sati još jedan važi. Druže, sašiješ dozu, ili pretepneš ili ono, jebi ga. Ozbiljno, stvarno mi je pomoglo, je. Sutra dana posao, ne kažem, bilo ono, kaštucanje, malo se isto bio ono, naš, ali važi, vidimo se. Nije bilo više temperatura.
Ja popio onaj Fairwex isto me digne.
Fairwex isto, pa na istoj bazi je kao i Taylor Hot.
Da, ali ja mislim da Tyson, kako se zove, kako se zove to vlada?
Taylor Hot.
Taylor, Taylor, znam da je nešto tako. Ja mislim da taj Taylor bolji duplo od ovoga, znaš.
Duplo je mnogo velika reč, brate, si lud, svi oni rade na sličnoj bazi.
Ješ, ali brate, mili ono... A taj Fairwex, da ljudi piju jebati kačaj.
A malo te ne ješ tako si piju.
Dark Side Phil, the man, the myth, the fat legend.
The camera's
been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Hello.
This dude is the wildest of animals.
This just might be the slowest day I've had. I don't even have 1,000 bits yet cheered. I don't even have $10 tips. So I'm actually glad we're near the end of the game. This just really sucks because I really need the help right now with tips in particular. This is the slowest stream I've seen in a million years.
It's over. We are screwed.
Isn't it refreshing that you're going to be on this marathon stream today and someone is not going to be trying to spend money? Isn't that good? I like that.
12 seconds later.
It's for $100 or more tip, it's one shot. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I received a legitimate $125 tip. So I have to do about halfway for a shot. Isn't it refreshing that you're going to be on this marathon stream today and someone is not going to constantly try to spend money? This video is sponsored by Raycon. Sleek, stylish, the look, feel, vibe. It's a lifestyle, and they come in colors to match your aesthetic. Hey, by the way, sounds better than ever. And don't get...
Da je Vlado neki ozbiljan lik, to ne bi mogao tako da ga kupuješ, znaš, Vlado.
Dobro, jeste, ali znaš šta, sve što se bace više nije dobro.
Ali slušaj, ozbiljan lik, poradi recept.
Znaš kako, to što se radi na prirodnoj bazi i tako, to će ti sve tatuje.
That atmospheric shield does not look healthy.
I'd say it's nice to be closer to the surface, but I wouldn't want to be thought a liar.
Imaš ovdje bloodless.
Ja brate kupim jer naša služba radi sa njihovim i što je najgore sad, ja kupujem dosta za moj sposobno, punim brate keša sa lekovima za smirenje.
Let your hatred carry the day! Red shotgun! Ranger eliminated! The Magnificent Emperor guides your hand!
Vlado, boss nam je ovdje kako bijemo.
Ammo! Let's look straight.
Dobro,
Narcos embrace! Kill some drills engaged! That's the top flavor done!
Dođi na prozor.
Nemam čime.
Polako, dođi vam na prozor, sad. Tu. Čekaj, ne mrdaj.
This maze is as tangled as the human soul.
Vidim.
Hitovan.
Precision fire on the way!
Vidim.
Vidiš ga na pik, kako na pik.
Fucking ambush!
Hiton. Još jedan hiton. Kako nije pao? Nema više metka. Desno je otišao malo, desno. Moguće 2 puta ga ja hitujem i ti... Moguće nije pao, brate. Velika distanca. Vamo ljudi.
Moguće ovo keši. Polako keši, znači smiren.
Eno ga tamo. Polako. Moramo ovdje da što se oko nas. Na njih se moramo.
Makni pik.
No choice then. You've got a face like a kick scabber. What's going on?
We get even with our past. Gambling. Take it as a learning experience. So
drugi tip, to je treći.
now I have to.
Makaki.
Yes.
You don't.
Precision fire!
Hitao sam ga dole. Ništa, diži me samo. Levo. Pazi, ima šat. Ništa, vrni se nazad. Op.
Ne seri da je ovaj se šunja! A vrati na pušku, kretenčino! Kako sam promašio, onoga se ubije sa 100 metara, headshot, ovoga ne mogu na metar.
A nema nas, jebik. Trebao sam headovat toga, ne znam zašto nije head bio.
Surprise coming up. Scab shotgun out. If you get cut off, just keep fighting. Take some of them with you. Ammo!
Tako i drži, neka igramo protiv 30, ono, vrati. Previše je timova dus.
I've got you now. Bomber ready. Bomber move into position.
Neće fora, imam penning, ja vrate hoću ga headujem i ono nije head čovjek. Mogu se isplanirati opušteno.
Flush him out! Fill your pouches, priest!
Šta radi taj starkiš?
Čekaj, Peko, te lekove što si pio, to je za opuštanje mišića. Šta? Pa dobro, na psihičku bazu ima sekundarno dejstvo, ali primarno je za opuštanje mišića.
Have ye, Templar? You're not. Nice one. Watch the shadows! Could be anything out there.
Nervi, psiha, to ti je valjda sve pomiješano.
A čekaj, stvara li to zavisnost?
Svaki par da je nevići zavisnost.
All that foes. After this up. Rage is dead! Useless casting gun! Rage is dead and gone!
Čekaj, nisi ti baš dugo to koristio, mislim ono... I kako ti je osjećaj posle kad treba se skidaš ti govno? Kako...
Ne, gledaj, to sam skontao. Svaka zavisnost je problem to što si ti nosi uz sebe.
Da.
Si ti problem.
Da, kontam šta kažeš.
Ja, na primjer, u Kalipstu, mislim da je Kalipsta bila, jedna je bila za epilepsiju, te epileptične napade, jedan lijek je bio za...
Calmis, Walmis! Dogs flamer! Gun reading! Medic!
Sad je fora bila... Ona je prvička bila, 30 minuta.
That boat's walker's rigged to blow!
Ajmo napad, Keši.
I'll admit, there's a bit of grandeur about this place.
Ja, na primjer, uzeo...
Even in this kind of nick.
Da. A nije ni bitno, da.
Da, nije ni bitno. Da mu pola tableti, ja rekao, grici, ja sam koji skušta sve. Spava čovjek je.
Pa njemu bilo dobro, bro.
Njemu bilo dobro, nije zna gdje. 40 sati ja ga posle budio kolo, sve pribute. Normalno naš rod. Ne može, kabe, ne može dođe sebi, znaš kviš. A ja sam pio po cijelu tabletu.
Da, organizam se.
Ja kad sam ih pio, bilo su 3000 dinara. 3
Čekaj, po tebi teoretski ne znam kakav da si teški bolesnik sa živcima, smirite ko dijeti dođeš. Da.
Sad je fora borba, sad ti boriš neće ni zaštići. Ne zaštići. Jedan put neće tako osjećaš, znači u 2 minuta si prš. Znači, nema šta...
Padaš u nesvijest.
Da. I ono, znači, već se spreman... Kada odeš da i dalje da
Jesu, jesu. Da, tam, ništa, totalno si ovdje, ono, ništa te ne skreće, ono, da kažem.
Nema ti sad da će se čini zmaju, da te ne treći sve. Dakle, nema šanse da ostane.
Fill your pouches, soldier!
A? Nema zmajevi. Nema zmajevi. To je bilo. A? Kakaj je padlo?
Chaos Hound!
Čepove, super. Čepove.
Data flow restored. Interruptions on the side frame.
U suštini, to što vlada nije bilo jasno.
Godfather! Someone fix that data interrogator! We've off the ridge! Oi! Soldier! Come on!
Back online. You are not a complete failure. Well done, passengers.
Reci mi Peko, za želudac, kao želudac nije nešto preterano opasno, ne bi ono da kažemo.
Nema, to kesi, to su meni više.
Ajmo, jebimo me, vremo švajsko. A ne znam, možda bolje tamo, jer ne znam ako nam zatvori. Morat ćemo se vrćati. Ovako ćemo se švajsko kao lagano.
No time for reflection, Gamma! Thank you!
Piješ, brate, pukne, pala kao beba.
How I scunner will I be forced to train under that quick seven? I've had worse drill sergeants until you're up for now. I'm not sure anyone cares if you're not enjoying yourself.
Tu je boss, tu je boss. Ne zajebavam.
Kill the major, fellas!
Dobio sebe. Uzimam ja kiš. Morfio, metadonije. Zabe, ništa ne može. I onda je došlo Kaliksta. I ti završi ga.
Judgment is at hand! Chaos Hound! To arms! Solve for your wounds, veteran! Face judgment, Hellhound!
The
heretics are creating contagions out here, aren't they? This takes all fracking sorts.
This is no natural plague.
Više sve zapatano. Nije gore, nemam mali koncertina.
A, ne mogu
Nema veze, evo me. Nema mali koncentrat za gore.
Kaj samo diž.
There's an excise vault in sector peripherus that's loaded with the heretic's latest concoction. Get it for me. To get into the vault, you'll need a cipher ID. And for that, you'll need to brute force access to a servitor colony. There's a pneumatic conveyor in the vault complex. Use it to get the samples out, then you're free to leave.
Ajde, ja ću to. Aj, idi pali boss. Kad... Čekaj, nemoj još. Čekaj.
That don't hurt you.
Aj, sad pa.
They all
just as well no one's keeping score.
In 32 hours battery. Great power right on the right side border. Other earbuds can cost you as much as $300. Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 50,000 5-star reviews. They also feature 3 customizable sound profiles, earbud tapping functions, noise isolation, and awareness. You have no idea how useful this is when walking into a building while trying to take off your motorcycle helmet with music playing.
Engaging critical target!
As someone starts talking, you can unfortunately hear them. Click the link in the description or go to buyradio.com/.
This is the part!
Get 15% off your Raycons today.
Demon Horde!
That's an actual shot. This is a double shot flash. That's an actual shot. Okay. Now, here's what I would recommend.
Eliminating primary target!
To do 2 shots, do 2 $100.
Yours, that's what it is.
Don't do all. I want 2 shots, do $200.
Not a bad deal if I say so myself.
A reci mi šta se tiče bolova Peko, ono... Smirivalo je bolove, jel? Šta bi?
Think this is the way.
We don't know if Cat left Darkseid first. If you avoid scrutiny, he's paying a young boy to wear a wig and be seen out in public in a car, posing as Cat. This is just my theory, but the photos seem pretty damn. Bro, I'm telling you, DSP, for many of us, engaging channel reality show drama. Women have died a fiance in my 600-pound life. I have Dark Sea.
Oh, so what's it up with
Since my last piece, what do they have? DSP to a big black hole like we could never see. This dude was sending out emergency tweets telling me to work by coming to the street and giving you money. That's supportive. Don't just watch. Thanks a lot.
Da, i još kad se opušte totalno mišići, kad se oladi i sve kad ono... Jes, noć je najgore.
It's a slow night, you guys.
Pa da.
Ready and kill shot!
Nema šta, moramo i čekati.
Ovo magle što će palo ovdje, viđu ovo, majke. Viš ovo, keš.
DSP talks like a deli butcher on 6th Avenue from the 1970s. It's a slow night here at Nunzio's. Nobody's buying my baked seeds. So basically, this has been going on for a while. There's a lot of begging segments, needing money, please, guys, if you can help us.
You'll need to brute force access to a servitor colony.
Trojica s te strane.
Conveyor in the vault complex. Use it to get the samples out, then you're free to leave.
Pa prekinite!
Igrice.
I ovi su došli najvratnije, znaš? Ovo bounty ekipe. 100% Ne vidi sve znam. A dobro, nema šta, nama je najbolje da čekamo sad i s ovim jer jebi ga Henry.
Don't let the trapper escape!
Jebem ti mater, ovaj smrad mora se aktivirati.
Pusti ga, otišao je. Otišao da ti je. Da. Reci mi, imao si te pršljene slomljene i šta si još imao? Pa čekaj, i glava ti se otvorila ili šta? Nisam. Imam tri, baš ono kaj jedinica. Da.
Eliminating Alpha target! They're shooting at us!
Moguće da ovi još nisu uzeli, a da ih ni nema.
Više da druge cijeli gađe.
Ne mogu da skontam šta se dešava. Čekat moramo svakako, to je ne... Evo sad su uzeli više.
Holy tools!
To je samo jedno, nema više kod zamobila, samo to jedno.
Behind us.
Lijepo tebe, ništa.
Koliko imao tad PQS to reći? Reci mi sad kad radiš malo teži fizički rad, kad se umoriš malo više. Uzeo sam to. Uzeo sam. Kad se umoriš malo više, jel imaš onda neke reakcije i tako? A čekaj, kad bi to završili, ti oni rekli da ne bi više trebao ništa teže, dakle.
Kešu da se okrene mulijevo i da se pozmije toga. Ne aktivno mulijevo samo da se
coming for you, priest. Vacuum capsule! Not so loud now, are you? I'm down! You're right, what sin did I commit to serve such companions? I'll give the zealot a hand. Your crusade is over, Ken. Can't leave you down there, can I? It's lost now. Goodbye, Fatty. Pieces everywhere. Come get it!
Oh, there was the time when DSP was like, he needed money so he could go out on his day off with his wife and have a nice day and buy a nice meal. Today and tomorrow is the money that I have for Monday. Okay, for my day off. So, please.
There's an excise vault in Sector Peripherus that's loaded with the Heretics' latest concoction. Get it for me. To get into the vault, you'll need a cipher ID. And for that, you'll need to brute force access to a servitor colony. There's a pneumatic conveyor in the vault complex. Use it to get the samples out, then you're free to leave.
Ode gore žic.
Gunner glasses. At $100, these come off.
Wow.
The real life Dumas hat.
Čekaj
We did hit the goal.
Na pinu,
earlier
vamo
today, which I
gore.
was very appreciative of. It would be great if we could do it again tonight. It's the real life Dumas hat.
Ovako, tamo je snajper. Uđubio me, mamu mi jebem. Ne znam kako. Stigne me nekam.
Veš bomb. Bra.
Evo ga tu pored mene, Kešo. A, pogodi ga.
Ovamo više nema ni žice, ni ništa.
Gdje?
Ovamo.
Imaš i malu koncetinu?
Imam, samo mi je rizično da je...
Dakle, daj, pače meni jaču.
Headshot jedan dobi.
Gdje?
Odmah kod
Pazi gore,
vrata.
ja. Zašto pa on trebali smo izaći na njega? Gdje je zgubio?
Odmah tu.
Evo ga tu. Diga ga je. Skinuš noge gore s krova smrada.
Pat.
Protrčaj za ovoga svoga. Ovako, mene. O, ne seri, ne mak ubije. Ne znam, možeš mi dići keša.
I'll put on the platinum vest, it'll look like I'm wearing a suit of armor along with the Dumas hat, okay? So that's what we're doing. And, Mythical says, what do you need money for on Monday? Gee, what do you think, Mythical? Let's see, grocery shopping, having one meal out a week with my wife, pet stuff this week. We're actually, last week we did nothing. This week there's pet stuff I need to get.
Money, please.
Oh, no, there's no money.
Još jedan keša.
Money, please. Money.
Darkside fell if you're a fan.
of this guy. It's like having a kid, but you gotta give him allowance
Was
every
saying
day, 2
kiwi.
times a day. It's expensive to be a Dark Side Phil fan. I'd rather support
Šta
Pokemon.
bi ovo je?
She's- I'd rather support Pokemon. She's a cheaper date.
That holds people accountable for the actions that they do online.
A vidi šta Slagara radi, Slag jebe kiwi.
Look what I can do online! I'm a mature adult with a business degree. That's 100% a lie. You, Phil, it's been tough, you know? My life has been tough. Good at lying. I agree with you. Why am I toxic? I have nothing to get rid of the toxicity. I'm a thief, I'm a scammer, I'm a liar. Let me keep going. Show me the money! Save the pig! Why are you complaining? I need that money, I really do. I need that money. I did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm kicked out of the Twitch partner program. Holy shit! I exist. I did nothing wrong.
But not loot like I really love to.
Well, anyway, one day Moist Critical got a load of DSP and talked about it for 5 seconds. And oh my god, 5 seconds of Moist Critical did more damage to Darkside Phil than my 2-hour videos. I should elaborate further on the boogie drama for those who don't know and probably don't care. From what I understand, the Juggernuggets allegedly gave the Boogsters some bad advice. Unfortunately for Boogie, he wasn't my friend. I would have helped him out. I would have said, Boogie, leave the crypto alone. You don't know what you're doing. And for God's sake, stop it with the sugar babies.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm frustrated for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, because the game does suck. I really did not like tonight's stream. And in addition to that, as you guys can see, I stayed extra late for you guys, and basically it amounted to nothing. No one's really supporting me. It does. Yeah, playing on it obviously is frustrating. A lot of people showed up to watch it because you saw how frustrating it was, and no one supported. Yeah, that does upset me.
Oh no, it's an Aqua Teal video that Voice Critical was watching. The absolute worst possible scenario for Filbert.
Okay? It would have been one thing if I'm staying late and people are laughing, having a good time, and a few people are at least supporting the stream, but no one did. And that really upsets me. I'm gonna hope that tomorrow when I finish it, there will be some support. Because it is pissing me off that I just stayed extra late and I got nothing for it.
Ali ništa slađe kad pola sata čekaju ko debili i prospiješ im.
Channel to King HD and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back.
For the rest of us, it's like this is DSP on the Dizaly. That's what I love about him. He's a wild animal. Moist doesn't even know. Darkside Phil charged $2 grand for his fans to see a cat. Let's go!
Team shipped $1. He said, well, $1,000 cat DLC. Well, it's not a DLC, but it certainly is some, information you guys had no idea about, and something that I wanted to share with all of you.
Then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow. But that's his whole brand now. People watch DSP for, like, the shit show of it. Like, if you type in Darkside Phil, for example, like, I'm gonna test this. I'm not logged in on my main account here, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, his channel is the 4th thing there. I still think DSP's biggest contribution to all of the internet is when he jerked off last week. That actually iconic. He not only jerked off, he blew a load and then immediately just started streaming.
Jer mi smo samo ove imali od početka meča.
Lowlight, watch the shadows.
Oh, this is the nice bit of tertium. But you won't have to take my word for it.
This is the front line in a hot war zone. Everything is hostile.
There's fake residue in the transit hub. Get yourself over there and start scanning.
Combat winners or die. Got it? Neutralize that zone.
Svaki pezon u tali metak će mene kotati po glave.
Ej, onaj physician, brate, kad imaš physician i doktor, brate, ti si već u fullu.
Moraš da lečiš bleed tako što zaustavljaš ono ručnik. Možeš uzmeš zava i odmah da vratiš.
So this was a lair of troublemakers even before. More thrown! That's the big beauty kill!
Već je uzeo to bilo. Kao da je samo Sole bio ovdje niz.
Ovo su pucali.
Evo ga vamo ja.
Če? Postaje se.
Tu je jedan. Pazi, ovdje ima trep.
Thought I'd left places like this behind. Good.
Trebalo bi još jedan da bude bar.
Ček. Znači ovaj okrenut, čubio ga neko od spolja. On se probija, bre. Čubio ovoga, nastavio i dalje. Ovaj je samo što je ušao, je razvalio sve nisu.
Pa i ja bi rekao, da. Sada.
Okay, you've reached the quarantine zone. Keep your eyes peeled for scan targets.
Head on here. Pay attention. Aspect scan beginning. Remain in close proximity.
Pazi samo kod broda da nije nešto zatrepao. Jer ti soleri obično imaju fazon da trepaju sve oko brodova.
Deploy your auspexes and remain alert with data points.
Bastion 220 combat stunts!
Izgubi splash.
Buzzing.
Pa kontant tako da pored nje da budeš.
Eliminating alpha target!
Može.
Beware! Mutated hound! We have finished the hound! Cease thy wickedness, buffoon! Clear the fire zone, priest! I have slain the Ranger! Having fun down there!
A ovaj jedan večajan, tek počeo skoro da igram, 86, 36 kilo. Ovaj drugi 1.11.177 i ovaj prvi 1.36, 2058 kilo. Ništa speći. Viš, ovaj Soler bio ovaj što ih je pobio. I još dva tima Triusi. A gdje su svi ti ljudi na mjestu? Ovo je čak jedan tim izašao sa sada.
Location. Feel free to recommence scanning.
I am thy death! Very well.
Got him.
I humbly beseech you to upload your data to the servo skull. Insufficient data. Need more input. Follow the servo skull. Balance. A new search area has been reached. Proceed. Acquire new data. Data hall is complete in this area. Upload your findings to the servo skull.
You're looking for a door release? The Imperium would fall apart without servitors.
They are simply tools, as are we all.
We can all but pray that we might serve the master of mankind so diligently. It's open. Go get it, you mud bastard.
Vice Ryan 76. Welcome to my channel.
Dusty 220 engaged. I'm reloading. You lot wouldn't last long in the guard. Then again, most folk don't. Thou art in the Astra Militarum no more, Templar. Look to thy new purpose. Ammo!
Ammo box.
Up that way. Incoming! Hey, the front!
Tish!
Engaging critical target! Check Ranger! I am one with the wall! Enemy is taking cover! We're on the correct path! You should be passing above the marketplace.
This place should be thronged with citizens.
Grenades.
Da, eno vrana se digne. Izgleda je tamo boss. To je taj boss što diže vrana.
Reaper Hocus fire! Aye! Eliminating primary target! Reaper!
And this.
They dug in! Right corner! Locate station. Got it. Talking now.
Ne znam.
No hope. No safe.
A, vidim.
I've got a bad feeling about what's going on in there. Continue your sweep.
All specs reading spiking. Proceed and
Piju se na
catalog
logby.
pathogen traces.
Remain alert. I sense danger.
Neš dobaci, doći, neš. To su oni siši, da.
Yes! Yes!
The servo skull will serve more efficiently than you.
Da, ladno su ga tamo ubili.
Imam sajta, šta ti imaš?
Imam ovaj... Kako se zove? Label, ali redom.
Ja imam to
A nema šta, na distanci ćemo probati za početak. Da iskidamo.
Would that this industry had been for Thomas benefits? Look upon this degradation it receives, and see where an impure life leads.
Commence scan.
To je jedan od najjačih snajpera, 100%.
Pančodan.
A da. Ovaj Lebel Markson.
A, taman imaš zume kako ti treba, znaš. Više nima.
Jes, na mene kucaju. Nemam tu kaveru.
Headhunting! Settle the bomber, comrades! I ain't scared of you! That boxwalker's ready to blow! Grenade out!
Mamu mu jebem priču. Već opet broj. Ne znam koliko ću
Precision fire!
Upload your data to the servo skull. Iterative phase nearing.
Pizzeri nas probuju. Se ti prozor odozgo.
Eliminate the bomber!
Data loss within acceptable parameters.
Get out of there while you can. Come on, Matosi, where are you?
Grenade out!
my knee. This really is intoleration eliminated. Can't miss, won't miss. Major trouble special, no more. It's right, moving out of my mind. I brought the cheese, listen.
Headshot.
Close now. Move your feet, almost there.
Having fun, are we? Taking it slow?
I can't control it.
Ajde, izvjeri ono, krv.
To bez nišana puca, majke.
Aha.
To je bilo bez nišana, se je palio prema.
Misliš hip fire?
Ne mogu. Jebe mi mater. Iđi, ono je bio tamo, je. Tu neće. Eno ga vići ga gdje. Crkni više, evo te, koliko si...
Možeš, brate, s 3 strane ste pucali, ne zajebavaj. Ne možeš, Kiša, ovo si baš dobar si bio ovako. Svi su fokusirani, 3 tima na tebe.
A, svi će onovi.
Aj, jebote, ne mogu da vjerujem.
Nema nikog, evo, sve manje ljudi dolaze na kanal.
Dešava se.
Kako je dobio onaj headshot, jebote.
Assistance is available. My service is fulfillment. Panic believes you capable of great... Oh, I wish... I stand ready. What do you need?
Ne znam zašto, ali snajperom, brate, ne mogu ništa da pogodim. Mislim, aj kao pogodim nešto, ali da headujem ili... Nema šanse, već.
Uzimam ja trag.
Look upon your weaponry with respect, for it is beloved of the Omnissiah.
Evo prizem. Po konzumbu?
Yes.
A?
The
Yes.
machine god is most generous.
Gdje bi? Aha, znam gdje bude.
Znaš da imaš opciju u Huntu da staviš auto interakt u fazonu da držiš samo F i kad prelaziš preko nečega sam uzima. Tipa bacio si 5-6 noževa dole na patos i samo držiš F svo vreme i ideš dole nišaniš gdje su ti noževi i on skuplja automatski.
Također može da se desi da u isto vreme upali lanternu i da otvori vrat.
Da, to je...
Ali to nije do tebe, to je do načina na koji je igra kodirana. Loš.
Evo, Lamber, nema šta. A vidiš, meni Snake primjer znači taj auto interakt. Primjer... tu je boss, čuje se. Znaš iz kog razloga mi znači. Tipa bacio sam nož za bacanje ili tako nešto. Da ne moram da držim baš toliki fokus u nešto pa da bi kliknuo F, razumiješ ono. Nego držim F i prolazim pored toga i skuplja, razumiješ.
Sam skuplja.
Aj nećemo trag uzeti, koga jebe, daleko je.
Pušti ja ću to nazad zapatat. Uđi unutra.
Outside force has disabled the Omnissiah's
Moramo bossa ubiti.
at Manufactorum HL1736.
I don't even know what to call it. There's something. It was definitely...
Kudamo? Da, crven, pa rekao si.
Would you have it known that through inaction you permitted heretics to smite a holy forge?
A ja sam na 50 health, tuci ga.
Ja ga završavam.
What is Dick flopping around? Playing cool.
Vrata su otvorene na tu kišu.
Dobro.
Nobody can see this.
Nije dobro.
If I make movements like I'm pulling up my pants, they'll know for sure. He was playing 4D chess that day. So anyway, the Moist One talks about Phil, and of course, the piglets get back to the Adolf Snortler. Let's go with that. On October 10th, 2022.
Frag je bacio, kako jebote?
Uša je!
Jebi je. Ubio me fragom. A ne znam kako, odakle je frag bacio.
Kako te ubio, Keš, odakle?
Frag.
Ne, prvi put.
A prvi put kroz ta vrata me headovo, zamisli.
Što si bio tu?
Aj, jebi.
Ja si ga, tražiš si ga, šta?
A ima sam fening, rekao isfenirat ću ga i... Samo sam ga hitovo.
Igra bih još rado, ali moram ustajati jutra.
A, lagano, nema šta.
U suštini, korektno je bilo svako.
Ma da, nema šta, lagano.
An outside force has disabled the Omnissiah's holy smelter at manufactory HL1736. Corruption is indicated. The targeted application of violence is recommended. Would you have it known that through inaction you permitted heretics to slight a holy forge?
I can't imagine how I applied to be Mario.
Yes. Otišao je okolo.
Flames are truth! Trust them! Watch for fire!
Lako noć, čujemo se.
Oh, thank God! I heard it right. This manufactorum provides weapons for half the subsector. Cowards! They're hiding! Don't sell them all!
Through autonomous resource allocation, varlets.
Right to the face, Ken! They found cover! On the ground! I'll flush him out! Grenade! Engaging priority target! Can't miss, won't miss. Killed the Ranger, fellas! Ranger! Dead Ranger! Sniper!
Dog.
Mid station! Sigma Minority 3-3! Incoming! No more hound! Ammo!
91D. You are to proceed deeper into the complex.
Hold your ground! We need to wait for the elevator! Kill-shot drills in gear! Precision fire!
Barrel's gonna explode!
Yeah, that's it! Take your sights, Better. Stay out of my fire lane! Bring it! Gun!
Touch red!
Ready and kill shot! Down!
Ever seen a rattling sniper in action?
I'm not sure I know much about you, Tempriest.
Do you have any idea how taxing it is interfacing with such limited beings?
Of all ye do is blather, maybe you should keep quiet after all.
Right, let's find this fragging smelter.
Got some ammo here, soldier! Ammunition, and about time. Stay out of the goop! That ain't right!
Metaphysical corruption must be excised from smelter machinery.
Here is me! Let's go! Give me the gun!
Purge has commenced satisfactorily.
Sickening! Engaging!
The big beauty!
Stick with me, and we'll get through this. Medicaid, you heard me.
This would appear to be Smelter Complex Alpha. Head downwards.
Could be an Omega minority here. Demon host. Forward! Aim for the squishy bits! Scar bomber!
Big beauty's done for!
Sighting him! Rangers a gunner! Not so noisy now. Ranger's got.
Alo. Evo baš gledam sada, pomučili se, krenuli su da gledaju i rade prije.
Da se?
Na update-ima.
Priče za ovaj dan, kaj.
Neka je sad imam bolje bre da igram igru.
Kako, šta je bilo, neki update, šta je?
Svaki dan ostavljaju nešto, osim bio update i onda će biti i sljedeće nedelje i tako.
Znači, ovo ti je najbolje oružje, vratno, za ovoga sharpshootera, samo znaš. Domet mu je... Šta ovo, hoću? Napravit ću lobby čim završimo ovo.
Igrat će onda
Igrali su oni kumara ovaj tank. Ste to duos, proti duosa?
Proti trios.
Ozbiljno, kako on išao?
Pa ono, solidno. 2-3 meča. Jedan meč sam... Njih trojicu 5. Na njih trojicu sam 5 kilova ima sam.
Znaš kako, to se pretvara u 2 na 2 čim ubijete jednog. Ako ubijete.
Pa da. Tepiš. To još nije 2 na 2 dok žicu ne baciš na njega.
Ma bilo šta. Može i poison bomba. Ne mankiraš. Motherfucking retarded talk. He's coming back. Wrong way.
You need to group together.
Evo sa gospodinom Guzmanom. Šta ovo ime je smirili tako?
Mislim da je Milan danas bio ono... Bolujem ja... Boluješ ti... Bolujemo od ljubavi...
Od čega on boluje?
Zar ga je bolest teško pritisnuti.
Get Ranger!
Ranger, kill it! Taking out the target! Ranger's dead and gone!
Nice. Sorry.
Bastion 220 combat stunts!
Those heretics will befoul this blessed machine no longer.
Mr. Guzman. Gustavo, evo ga Gustavo! Evo te neko napravio Gustava, evo.
U lobiju.
A da, Gustavo ima, evo. Stavio ga ćelavog. Sa vrate bandanom. Ovo je genijalno. Od ove igre prave narkomaniju ozbiljno.
Jesi ti vidio onaj Jesus Christ, Isus Krist u Elden Ringu? Pa lik uz onu kao haljinu, znaš, onu kao žensku.
Da, vidio sam nešto.
Bos, na duga kosa crna, znaš, i polako hoda. I dođe ovako, klekne na kolena i kao moli se Bogu, znaš.
Je moguće.
A karakter mu se zove Jesus. I ovaj lik što ga invade-uo, klekne na kolena kao moli za oprost greha, znaš. Jebem.
It ain't all fake. Theory's useful, though. Hey, sweet! I'm reloading!
Kere ti jebem, da li je ovo realno? Mamo, ti spalim.
Pa da, dobro večer, dragi. Severina, neko su pisu Severina ovdje. Ovi rikovi u ovoj igri.
Pa pošalje mu koliko naplaćuješ po satu. Da,
ovdje postoji chat, ja zaboravim.
Ima logu chat. Ja redano spamujem chat zbog Ogrinsa.
Eliminating primary target!
Eliminate that final infestation.
Precision fire underway!
Smelter returning to acceptable operation. Trigger the restart.
Bastion 220 combat stunts! Don't just stare, pull me off!
I don't know how. Weird.
Ready back down! Bastion
za rast. To one što mi je rekao, onaj tvoj Milan. Tek da moram taj uzeti 300 eura. Ima najveći cash, gled bolji od ovog. Ostavi rast. Najbolji. Koji je proces.
Sve to da bi igra rast. Važi. Važi. 40-90 titanium za Han Shodan. Ha 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 ha. Važi. Go kill yourself. It has been my pleasure.
Da, taj kesi čuli si.
Kao sigurno.
Ja neću moći dugo, što ranim jutro. Ako 3, 4, 5 meča igram. Do 12 sati. Laganesi. Svojim igricama je projekt CPU. Dobro.
Ne znam. Ne igram te naporne...
Za 5800, ali nisu za taj 5800 X3D.
Da, on ima više cache memorija, mislim. Tipa 3-4 puta više nego normalan procesor. Zašto su naslagali te memorijske, taj čipove šta li na njemu, naslagali su ih jedan na drugi, zato su Z3D. On je zadnji u toj generaciji.
Ušao 20, opa, ima i toga. Jekara.
Samo neki flaperice.
Sviđa mi se, počeli su bre da se cimaju. Šta su vidjeli da se igra napušta. Odmah rad, red i disciplina. Sad imam volje da igram ovaj Dark Tide. Ma da, sve ovdje skupo jebate, ček. Ma ljubi ga tata. Tata. Starte Snake slobodno. Da poneću štit za Demon Host.
Ponesi.
Samo sekundu, mogu li oružje da unapredim?
Da si Snake unapredio ili si dobio to random rare?
Ljubičasto sam dobio.
Na seri?
Aha, drop. Od Imperatora.
Ništa, možete startati.
Spec. Može.
Stvarno, seliš se, čestitke brati. Ča si kupio stan, dobio? Čestitke, volite tuki. Na seri da ti je trudna žena, opa!
Može ovo, ali ne moramo skupljati...
Idemo Jack, čestitke.
Grimore.
Stvarno super, brate, drago mi je baš. Majke mi, brate. To je super, GG, bukvalno prešao si igru, brate.
O, Jack.
Žena mu je trudna i dobili su stan. To je fenomenalno.
Tek on je u Nemačku, jel?
Da. To svaka mu čast, svaka ti čast. Da Bog ne dobio još 10, bre. A što
Darktai
si?
Snake.
Ja kao stari svate.
Tertium's railroad is under heretic control, but that doesn't mean we can't use it. There's a warlord coming in by train. You're going to redirect it to a
Po glavi je 250 evra.
Pa ništa, radi neku belu magiju. Šta znam, ne crnu, već belu magiju.
Jebote, Jack nisam znao, ja. Twitch kontrolu, yes. Brate, postaješ čale, jebot. Kako si se odbilio, jebot.
Vidim čale, noge ga žale.
A šta, prešao si igru, boliti. A ti Jumpy igraj Dark Tide. Bolit će me to.
Relax.
Četiri deci imaš, dobijaš 1k eura svaki mjesec do njihove 18. godine. Znaš kad bi to kod nas mučku uradio? Ne smem pre da pričam, izvinjavam se, Vladi.
Imperial Protects.
Jebane mi te. Da sva sreća imam štit. Šta je ovo, trojka?
Znači voliš ti Jason.
Znaš da je ovo mapa zloglasna, viš kakav je stak ovdje na mapu.
Da volim na...
Voliš Jason.
A?
Trojka. Dobro jutro, Columbus.
E, sad ćeš ti da vidiš, Nenad. Volim, obožavam. Obožavam nešto.
Gdje je ovaj degener?
Ne znam.
Šta bi to?
Zabio se u zid, promašet.
Wow, Hunt Showdown u Rasulu. Mamu ti jebem.
Šta ih je jebem? Moraš i ti pod hitno da se ženiš Fatali, taj Dark Tide, Vermintide. Pa bukvalno je, evo te
Ne vidim ga, ni šani ne skoro teksture, ne?
Inače, vrati, mogu da se pozdravljam. Naravno, može to sve odmah da se ne da udariti.
To mora da ima cipi, brate.
Mora.
Da ima i Stepana, to je kako...
Vale i mene vadi.
Oj moj, kako ima neka nasljedna kako.
Pisma putuju do nje.
Ono kop, život ide lakše. Pa da, brate, najbolje nađeš nešto moraš imaš s nekim i ono da se svađaš i da se praziš, što bi se reklo i sve. To je prava stvar. Ne da igraš Dark Tide.
Prelazi sam one kupovne misije.
Drop is dead! We got the bomber!
Čekaj, to u prevodu sneg znači koliko vas ima dečaci, jel? Sam dobro prve.
Možda.
So many voices, tako nešto.
So many voices.
Nisam da dobro.
Zato što Psyker sa svojim kao tim moćima, jeli? Kao... Kako bi kažem, dodiruje kao taj duhovni svet, kao taj... A to ti je nešto kao pakao, nemam pojma. Hiljadu glasova, hiljadu misli, znaš. I dovnjak, moderni čarobnjak, kako hoćeš. Popio Psyker.
Moderni pripadnik
Puh, mamo, ti jebem, okoli si došao.
Headhunting! Big duty's dead! Don't feel right without cold! Beauty!
Mamo mu jebem, ubići nas leđe, gledaj. Above vas, bomber. Morat će on.
Yamiko, welcome to my channel.
Empar.
You're gonna boss me teeth with that net.
Gala buba.
Gala buba. Znaš šta radi? To je jaja, vlad.
Engaging critical target! Got all to pieces! Now that is why we keep an ogrin around!
Process failure. Reapply. This time, gain more attention. Do not disrupt the flow of data again.
Kako mamu mu jebem?
Hoće neko da popravi ovo, pošto ja imam...
Ovo je elektra goreo.
Zombija. Aj ubite ovog kjera ovdje što nas stoji.
Bacam heal da je u stornete.
Nema potreba. Nema potreba. Neš dobit ništa, razumiješ?
Ništa, ovi onako nemaju kocu.
Be careful, PMC's there.
That's it. We've got access. Upload the new schedule and get moving. Let's get moving. We don't have long until the train arrives.
Coming in! Team effort! That thing's gonna kill us all!
Probašli su. Nije vjerojatno ganja su ljudi.
Can't miss, won't miss! This one's for Kate. That's how we do it!
Kako ovo easy bio je.
Ha, easy, razbucali smo. Šta je tu, kjer? Jesi ti nazad, Kesić?
Nazad? Jesam jebati. A ubio sam kjer.
Znam da je.
Precision fire underway! Get him! Reloading!
Snajper negdje.
Onda tamo na čošku. Što volim što je ostao sam gore. Ovo je ostao gore sam. Čuj, tebe će napasti.
If I am to die, I will make it count.
We can't.
Ništa,
We
ono je...
can't.
Kako je buk. Neću da ga kipnem zbog ovog.
Nemoj zajedno.
I shall fight again.
Nemoj, pusti ga doma, zdi ćemo. Yeah, we know, all good.
Get some of this ammo, big man!
Da čekaj.
A šta se čini?
Ako ne odemo daleko, nećemo morati daleko da odemo po njega, znaš, nas čeka ovdje.
Meni treba municiju.
Rest easy, soldier! We'll avenge you!
Meni treba gaša.
Ne. Drži svoj.
Beauty hell in you! Go in you! Oh. It's dead!
Meni treba gaša.
Čekaj.
Headshot!
Kjer se čuje negdje? Gde? Nije tako daleko, ajde. Ispod nas je bukvalno. Evo ti.
Daj municiju.